I think we're maybe back live. We had someone. Clipperton Brigade, thank you for the follow if you're on Twitch. And then we will link here. So we have some people coming back in. If you're here, Clipperton Brigade, thank you for the follow on the Twitch. To people who are just watching the VOD, sorry, this is continuation. We are continuing the stream. We're 12 hours in now. We're starting a new one on YouTube. Raising money for Ukraine in, sorry for the eating. Coming in here. If you want to, you could go to the link down below and go on the YouTube, or sorry, on the Twitch from the YouTube, and click on the donate to charity button here in order to gain access to the fundraiser. We are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund, whose money will go to help supplying military equipment, but not lethal items, for the people who are currently fighting and defending Ukraine. Just getting people to come back in right now. We're getting our viewers. Looks like the Twitch chat is immediate. You're back on both? Okay. You're lucky I came back after speaking in the story time. We're playing Austrians with Australians. Shake my head. Good to pause at 12 hours. Yeah, I wish YouTube would just let us go through. I can't believe Generals is so small, the truth hurts. Change my profile picture and declaration of the stream. We love to see it. We get the "we're now live" picture. I think the YouTube is kind of picking back up here, as you guys, the ones who are interested in coming back are coming back. The ones who aren't are not, obviously. But we are going to get things started in terms of continuing the goal of annexing all of Russia in one session, which, yeah, we got some work to do. Actually, can we splinter off some of this? And then make these guys one of these. Cautious Grifter, my favorite kind. We'll send these guys over here. We'll look to release Belarus. We do have to care about making stuff primary. Henri de Balzac. My cat is currently dragging her toy across the room while screaming. Very cute. We love to see it. We love to hear it. Meow! 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 Truly, truly, our favorite. Maybe we should have taken a 5-minute break. We probably should have done the spirit of this, though. Very much not so. War goals from the North German Fed. They would be able to help us return state. Well, this is one way to get rid of some of this. Return Riga. Which one is the least border gore? Probably Kurland. And then liberate country. This is bigger for us, I think. God, I wish the UI showed us more what was at stake here than it does currently. But I think liberate Armenia is probably okay. To pull them in. I don't think that's the war goal we want to lead on. Necessarily. I think that, Quartz D2, thank you for the $15. Big, nice. Raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Thank you so very much for supporting the cause. Much, 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 much appreciated. What are the war goals? Since I missed the declaration, the primary war goal is for Kursk. We have to release a bunch of stuff. I'm trying to think how much help we want and how much help is likely to want to side in against each other. We'll probably call ally in Great Britain to lead things off, and then because you can only do one sway at a time, just to make it kind of as easy as possible for ourselves. And then if these guys are still swayable, so we see Germany is still swayable, so now we'll put in more war goals for ourselves. We could put Basbaria to clean up the war. Kamchatka is a releasable. Yakutia is a bit of a bigger one. We're thinking of the releasables with whom Germany will sway. War goals. Return state. Oh, it looks like they only want return state at this point. Fair enough. They will settle for... Estland is the least border gory, I think. And then we need to put all of our war goals in. Here. We're going to liberate Belarus. And then someone wanted us to take Bezabaria. Bezabaria is not terrible. We want Primorye too here. Probably more badly than Bezabaria. The problem is Bezabaria is going to be a lot of... I think it's just going to be the full infamy. Oh, we can't even go for it. I don't think we have an interest in the right region. No, we do, right? Do we not have eyes? I hate it when we don't have eyes. I wish you could click the thing in order to add the war goal. We might not have an interest in the strategic region. I'm not 100% sure where Bezabaria is. I think it could be. Oh, do we have to unpause to switch the ledger? We can't unpause, because then we need to spend all of our war things here. Alright, let's see if we have another liberate country that looks good. How many states is that releasing? Is it just the one? It's just the one. But it's going to be adjacent to us once things kind of fan out a little bit. And then if we do something that's under 10 maneuvers, we can add another release. Baku, the ever strong infinite oil state. Primorye is 13, unfortunately. Dagestan's not adjacent to anything we have. Wait, we want more reps, actually. And then maybe liberate subject and make war reps primary in case they back down. Something like this, and then we unpause and see the sway go through or not. We didn't add anything that cost infamy, so it should go through. Looks like now France is willing to sway our way, which is probably just good for us. And then we'll send it down there. Armenia's not very large, though. I didn't think of any... Those were large nations. No, the two big ones are Belarus and Poland, or Belarus, Poland, and Ukraine. They're all liberated. Are you on steel? No, we're researching that now. That's the goal. We're kind of making too much money now here, but it's kind of okay. How much are we draining? We're not very much. Gonna add quite a bit more stuff. Military to the queue. Korea Liberate would have been okay too. Release Dawn, it would connect to Baku later. Well, that's true. Sorry for not taking Besbaria, chat. I failed you. And with it, the rest of the world. I hope you'll forgive me. Like, you should not forgive Vladimir Putin for invading Ukraine. Something like that. Trying to lose our voice a little bit here. We're going to, as long as we're raising an average of $2 a minute, with the exception of the money that we contributed, I think we're just going to stay live indefinitely. So I think we're looking at 14 hours right now. Or I will try and stay live indefinitely. We're looking at a total of 14, so we got like another 13 on the docket. Every hour on the hour, we are, of course, dragging Putin a little bit. We will be talking about Boris Nemtsov in a little bit. And then we will be out of scheduled programming regarding Putin. And I guess it'll be more of an open forum. We will be out of that. Losing some money here. It's kind of okay. I think we're ecoing up really hard and we're going to be the #1 power soonish. Where's our 10 stack going? 23 days? Where are they coming from? Why weren't they located at home? Based? We're trying. We are trying. And we're at negative maneuvers, because if you put in a request for something, for an ally, you can still spend all your maneuvers, and then it'll send you into negative maneuvers when they accept. If anyone has any specific things regarding Putin that they would like to look at in 30 minutes, or they would like me to look at, feel free to, on my Discord, which should be linked down below if you're on the YouTube, on my Discord, please put that one off topic and at me, and we'll see if anyone adds me regarding something specific to Putin. We're looking at specifically Putin dragging, rather than like a general Ukraine conflict type of thing, although I suppose we will take a more generalized Ukraine conflict type of thing as well. He does a lot of really particular stories about Putin, and he never misses a chance to punch him in the balls, metaphorically. We do be trying. Are you talking about me or Kasparov? Something more contemporary, the writer of the book, Gary Kasparov, on Putin would be probably maybe worth it looking at or taking a closer look at. I really wish YouTube allowed you to go live for more than a time period, but alas, it does not. It looks like we dropped about 50 viewers. Putin getting cooked, we're trying. Can we talk about his career before his politics? We can take a look. We can take a look at his Wikipedia article, too. His career before politics, he worked as a KGB agent. He was briefly head of the KGB, but that's like, he was already in politics before he became head of the KGB. He was like for a year head of the KGB, though. But he was very much propped up by Yeltsin. We're kind of a fan of him. Are we passing a law right now? No, we're not. Could we reform the government? We could do this. We could also put that radical in charge of the armed forces, which would probably make it easier to be more legitimate. Having a cookie here. I mean, we're kind of okay with our laws. The only one maybe being wanting to get off this. I think we want freedom of assembly eventually. So why don't we do this? Grant him leadership. Okay, I'm on board. Let's do it. Radical Party. Oh ho ho. Ho ha ha. We don't want him in power as the leader. Did we actually declare war with him as the leader? Please say it ain't so. No, we didn't. This guy has the reckless trait. Extra infamy generation. That's why we care. That is why we care here. I don't think we like the anti-Brazilian League necessarily. We do want an anti-Russia League at some point. Do we have one, actually? Maybe we have one. We do. Armed forces only. One nice thing about having a rival pretty early on is that it allows you to generate kind of a pretty good lobby over time. Maybe we have these guys take out Primoria. Is Primoria a war goal? No, it's not. So we'll just have these guys rapid advance all over here. Protectionist on them is not really too bad. Trying to raise up the industrialists. Shout out to oligarchy, but not really. Shout out to Putin, but not really. Are we good here? What you mean? In the war? We're super good in the war. Are we good generally? We're a little bit tired. We've been going 12 hours. We're planning on going for at least another 3 hours. For every dollar we raise or for every plan is to be live for every $2 we raise. We're going to be live another minute for Ukraine. And so Ukrainian infamy, not like this. Alright, we'll choose this option. We got to, I think, come in and start pushing some of this stuff. Do we have tools? We don't have Vulcan. Oh, this is bad spreading too, though? Hot damn, hell yeah. Alright, so trying to colonize a little bit here. In the war, we should be pretty good shape against Russia. Looks like we're already kind of crushing it because we have both Germany and the UK on our side, more so than like us having like a really good power in it ourselves. Jackie's 42, thank you for the $5. Let's go. Thank you so very much. Going on strong for, I think you might have just entered, so we'll show you what you're supporting here. But we are giving money or raising money for the Ukrainian defense. We gave money too for the Ukrainian Defense Fund, which is coordinates to give military aid for those working on the front line, but accepting not giving lethal items directly because you can't have charities that do that. But this is what we wanted to raise money for, to help the people of Ukraine to resist the Russian aggression, the Russian invaders, as it were. And this frees up the aid from foreign governments who can supply lethal weapons to be supplying more lethal weapons rather than various equipment pieces. Shout out to lewd literature. We're pushing down here. Once we close this front out, we'll land their capital. Looks like their capital might just get pushed by Germany, though, here. Germany is doing work. And we gotta keep our queue going. Okay, so maybe we need to be a little bit more aggressive in our terms of our auto expands. Is it the capital? We have edicts in here. In here. Field hospitals. Yeah, for those of you who wanted to donate, you can go to, we are raising it through Twitch, so you have to go to the link down below to go to Twitch, and then click on the button in the bottom right corner, which has it for that. What was that boop? Not like this. My thing's not updating. Hey, thank you for the 120 tip. Slava, Ukraini. Thank you so very much, Clipperton Brigade. Big nice. Much appreciated. Thank you so very much. Crypt dancing on Russia, like, they not like us, basically. That's what we're hoping. That's what we're hoping. Thank you so very much. That's so much money. I appreciate it. So I did give, if you meant to give to Ukraine, that the dono you gave to get some went to me, but if you meant to give to Ukraine, rest assured I also gave money earlier, matching the first $725 that was given, or $724.98, which is the amount of money I made on the YouTube last month. So we're giving it up this month. As long as Ukraine and Ukrainians are fighting for freedom in the mud, we'll try and do our best to support. We're struggling a little here, chat, with that one. We do have a pro-US lobby. Oh, we like need to put stuff in here. Let's sort by domestic only. Let's get a lot of just iron, just generally kind of auto expanding here. I think this will be relatively good. And we're doing this because our queue keeps idling, because we've actually broken through in terms of how much construction we have, that we're starting to be able to like not have a fully filled queue. So all of our sulfur's overseas, unfortunately. Tragic, basically. That one hurts. As the USA IRL is turning its back on Ukraine. We do enforce all the war goals here. Belarus has been freed. And now, with Kursk in hand, which we are incorporate immediately, we can finally add a bunch of sulfur to the queue. That was ironic and funny. It proceeds to reject it. We had to reject it on principle. We had to say shove it. The truth hurts. But it does. It hurts. So up to 57 million here. Next war we might, so we can go for Poland. Not sure the best way for us to go to Poland. We want to let these guys kind of decay down a little bit in terms of, I think they have negative movements, most of them for us, because we have good relations with our subjects, so overcoming the movements is going to take a hot minute. We're going to improve relations with our other subjects though. We have most of South America. subjugated currently. Did we miss a dono? I feel like we... No, okay. Off the ground a little bit here. Let's do that. And then Poland has some really nice states. I don't know how hard we want to go in the infamy tank here. I think maybe we start making a little bit of a push for some of the better things in here, with the idea that we want to... Socialism has graduated tax now. Get a really early multilateral alliances, something like this, so that we can take more stuff. Foreign investment sucks a bit in most situations. Yeah, foreign investment also just kind of sucks. Defensive pact with Georgia, hell yeah, brother. 2008 never happened. You can't tell me it did. When Putin unilaterally invaded a foreign power with the intent on annexing land from it, lumping him in with the likes of Milosevic and Saddam Hussein. Which he's not only done once, but twice and then thrice, also attacking Ukraine in 2014, and of course, the subject of today's discussion, Ukraine in 2021, I think. This is the 3-year anniversary. So was it 2022? This is the 3-year anniversary. No, it was in 2021 then. Yeah. Math's hard. See if anyone linked stuff for discussion. No. What he did. Sounds good. Got a lot of these mines coming in. These are going to be good, and then they're going to auto-queue, but they're going to need a lot more tools, generally. Let's get off of this and start maybe pushing EOS a little bit on tools. A lot of people looking for foreign investment rights of various kinds. I think we're mainly in chill mode to some degree, except we might go for Poland. We don't need to damage relations with them anymore. They're damaged enough. But we are setting up to have like semi-nice borders, and so Poland will... We'd like to annex a big chunk of what is currently Russia here. So Poland will be good for that. France doing imperialistic things. We're coming up on steel frame pretty soon here. We're going to massively expand out construction. The glassworks are underemployed, which is perfect, because we were trying to over-prep it. But why don't we add a couple explosives, because these are probably going to be underrepresented, and the input for the explosives in the sulfur. Yikes. Not using the right PMs here, dogs. Because this is our first sulfur mine. So those should get a lot better. Let's do this and put this on auto expand too. Austria wants a trade agreement, hell yeah. Gonna add a whole bunch of those in newly acquired Kursk. Trying to raise the standard of living a little bit, and it's very easy to employ up the logging camps. Have a good night's sleep. You look like you need one. We will try. Thank you so very much. Yeah, we still got some juice left in us. We've been going for a little bit over 12 hours now. This is part 2 for those of you who are on the YouTube, because you can't run a YouTube stream over 12 hours. It's against the rules. So every hour on the hour, we will be doing a bit of a Putin dragging. Next hour, we'll be talking about Boris Nemtsov. Alright, we are going to swap up the PM a little bit piecemeal, a little bit at a time. so as to not cause any shortages. So we see glass as the throttle, but there's a lot of under-recruited glass manufacturers in our country, which of course is what we're going for. So you see price of glass falls as these actually start to employ up. So I think we can do another one of these up to steel frame, and that's like kind of close to half. We also get the machinized tools, so we will be able to swap up a little bit onto that. Not too much, because we don't have that much rubber. But we incidentally will also import rubber, and the auto queue will start picking up rubber in our subjects. Our subjects can build a lot of rubber because we've subjugated most of South America, and so we will do this for now. It's been a while since we touched the trade routes. Let's kind of get rid of most of our bad ones, and then try and export wood, tools, iron, and the things for which we have companies, because anything we have a company for, we would like to increase the proportion of our economy that is those buildings. So we will export all the iron because we have iron companies. We'll export hardwood because we have hardwood company. We will export tools because we have a tooling company. We'll export softwood because we have a wood company. Notably, we don't really have much in the way of convoys. All of our convoys are going for port connections, but this is what we can do. And so this will kind of kick up our economy. We'll also export a little bit on the luxury goods, specifically, which should make our consumer industries more profitable and help to lower the regular goods prices, roughly speaking. We do have a massive bureaucracy deficit. That's not ideal. Trying to do stuff a little bit of an even hand there. First of all, annex all of Russia, then annex Mar-a-Lago. It's cherry on top. Keck. We could do that. We could take Florida, too. Good morning. Hope it's going well. It is going very well, Paul. You just came in. We are doing pretty good on the fundraising, although now we are a little over 12 hours deep. So it do be like that. But we can show where we are at with the fundraising. So we are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund, which provides equipment, but not weapons and lethal weaponry. But this is what we wanted to support, is specifically those who are fighting on the front line in Ukraine, front line for democracy and the free world. Thank you guys, much appreciated. Thank you for your service. And you can, if you're on the YouTube, you have to come up through the Twitch because we're running it through the Twitch. But we do have in the bottom right here the donate, a little over $2,500 raised. We matched the first $724.98. Which is the amount that we earned on YouTube last month. And so things are going very well because we hit the goal. Last year we raised $22,000, and so we are doing considerably better than last year. Here, we'll swap the rest of these up because we had a lot of things that look swappable. We don't have necessarily too much rubber, although they've been repeatedly buffing the elastics. We can't do that yet. They've been repeatedly buffing the elastics. We could push that if we wanted to increase prestige in the short term. But how are you doing, Paul? How are things going on your end? How's your Ukraine playthrough going? It's finally starting to get going. We finally got strong enough to where we could start fighting Russia in a few spots, and so now it's a matter of just having quite a few wars with Russia, and them ideally not backing down when we go for a whole bunch of stuff. Mr. Bombastic, thank you for the follow. Big dice. Thank you for the YouTube follow. You've definitely been around on the YouTubes. Thanks. You've also been in chat quite a bit. Just felt bored on the YouTube. We're gonna try and increase that up a little bit. The goal, of course, is to annex or get all of Russia not owned by Russia. I think we'll settle for subjugating Russia, so this is probably gonna be more when the thing ends, although it's looking like I don't know if we can do that in the few hours we have remaining. We're going like another 3 or so hours. Here, give or take, depending on how the fundraising is going. We will stay live if we are still getting donations for as long as am able to. Until I pussy out, actually. The kind of heuristic we've set is as long as we're making $2 a minute for Ukraine, we will just stay live indefinitely. Or this is the goal. I hope I am able to keep up with it. Oh, we had someone donate $120 directly to me. I'll consider that a donation to Ukraine, so... We had a couple other people donate to me. We'll count all the donos that have gone my way, which I really not as preferred. We'll count those as going to Ukraine for the purposes of extending the stream. So I think that's like that amount in total, 320. So we'll have that add more time. Another 2.5 hours, I guess. We need to keep our queue going. Let's just finish those out entirely. And then let's sort by peasants. Haven't been taking quite a look at that. But any place that has a decent chunk of peasants. North where? There has a bunch of peasants? Real? Alright. It does require more convoys to connect over there, so we don't necessarily want to, like, super push things there. Dolcefalis, how's it going? Welcome back. Much flowers, much Ukraine, much excite. How are you doing? You were here a while ago. You've also been here a while, right? You've been here a long while, haven't you? Actually, now that I think about it. Or the time's bleeding into each other. Nice, we get a trade agreement here. So now we have generally good relations with every GP, except for Russia. Wow, it sounds like we're going to honor our diplomatic commitments across the world for a better and united Europe, and not betray Ukraine. Which the 1646 mod would be reminded. It was kind of interesting. I played it like once, but it was when it was super in infancy, and I really didn't like it. But I like the idea of a different timeline mod. Haven't much shown myself for a while because I got busy with stuff in other games, but I want to get into Vic 3 again, so I'll probably watch your tutorials in the coming days. Oh! Ooh, getting back in it. The dev diaries are just ramping up for the next patch. They said in early spring, which is, I guess, possibly starting not this week, but the following week, in terms of releasing their dev diaries. So, I don't know what the release schedule looks like. We just did a beginner playthrough tutorial of Spain, but that's probably a little bit too basic for you. But that is our more recent, like, tutorial thing that we have done. We probably want to push specifically steel in some other place here, like here and here, maybe, because we're about to turn up the steel in those places. Yeah, the rubber's throttling us. Rubber's throttling us barely. We're barely running a shortage / not actually running a shortage. Let's import from the North German market. If we go after Poland, we can take Lublin and Warsaw, and then we will actually be connected to North Germany. I'm enjoying the new Realms of Exeter update while I watch today. Who are you playing as? Any new... Because that came out today. What's the TLDR on what got released today? We're 4 minutes away from our hourly Putin dragging. This is the final one we have anything prepared for regarding the assassination of Boris Nemtsov. Here. Haven't played in a while, and I have a decent amount of changes since the last time I played. Yeah, specifically, like, I think the big one is migration and also movements. This is a new mechanic. We actually could probably stop bolstering this movement. I'd completely forgotten we were. This looks good. Whoa, what's this about? Apologies. We'll still should be able to stop that. My bad. A little bit loose here. I think we can finish swapping over to steel frame. So let's do one more in a grouping. So now next time we swap, we'll swap all. Approaching 600 construction, really starting to leave the lower atmosphere here. Fly into space. The line is the way. Ongo to some JEs and buildings that turn people into mutants. Interesting. The area around Whisker Fields also got reworked. Didn't they rework it on a previous patch? They've been putting a lot of attention in the Whisker Fields. Or you mean not Whisker Fields, but the area around it. Okay. Kurt. Ukrainian relations towards Russia deteriorated by 30. What allies do we have? Great Britain. But with all these GPs, we're friendly, good relation, except for USA is cautious towards us. Trade agreement with them, though. And we'll say nah, dog. We're going to put on this front because that's where they're going. And we're also going to put these guys on sugar and also force march here. Ukraine and Africa. Yep. Ukraine trying to play relatively straightforwardly while trying to address chat. It was much more active on the previous leg. The first 12 hours was a lot more active. I think my energy levels are also starting to drop a little bit here. Don't necessarily hate that lobby. Just didn't want to do the investment agreement. It does hurt every time the lobby stuff comes up though, but maybe that's the point. But I do need to go to bed. EST is 1 and I have stuff to do tomorrow. Godspeed. Biblically accurate Ukraine, you know it. Everyone remembers when Ukraine was in Africa. I remember. Pepperidge Farm also remembers. Are these guys not on advance? What's going on here? They're not on rapid advance at least. But can we do this a little bit faster, man? Good night, y'all. Thank you for the chat and donating so much to Ukraine. You're very welcome. It really warmed my heart after all the despair I felt over the last few weeks. Yeah, the last few weeks have been a little bit rough. Yeah. Trump's approach to Ukraine being the especially gutting one to me. 25 infamy. Looks like no one would interfere with us, so we could go after Poland. That'll slow down our ability to go after Russia, kind of. We're not going to grab 2 states off of Poland. Maybe we subjugate Poland instead. We could take a look at our subjects. Our subjects are reducing, kind of, generally speaking. I think what we go is for reduce autonomy on one of these guys. And then we'll exempt him from service. Starting to generate a little bit more money for us. We are going to, ahead of time, be a little bit more aggressive about expanding infrastructure because it does help the auto queue to like fill out. And it's time for our Putin dragging here. Every hour on the hour, since we are raising money for Ukraine for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Every hour on the hour, we are doing a little bit of a presentation on why Putin is a monster. Although this is the last of the prepared quotes / readings we have from the book Winter is Coming, written in 2016 by by Garry Kasparov, who some of you might know as a chess player, but he also was part of the opposition against Vladimir Putin. A book he wrote, Winter of Coming, warning about how Putin would become, and he now is, the enemy of the free world, and is a problem that needs to be rectified. But we're going to talk about Boris Nemtsov, who was before there was, before there was Navalny, and Navalny was also murdered by Putin, there was Nemtsov, who led the opposition leader. And in the conclusion of the book, Winter is Coming, Kasparov writes, Boris Nemtsov, my longtime friend and colleague in the Russian opposition, was murdered in cold blood in the middle of Moscow on February 27, 2015. 4 bullets in the back ended his life. Everyone knows you always need to tie your shoes in Putin's Russia, that way you don't trip and fall on some bullets. Where he was worked as Boris Yeltsin's deputy prime minister, Boris Yeltsin being the president before Putin, although kind of disagreed with the calling of Putin president. Photos from the scene showed a cleaning crew scrubbing his blood off the pavement within hours of the murder, so it is not difficult to imagine the quality of the investigation that followed. Putin actually started and ended the inquiry while Boris's body was still warm, calling the murder a provocation, which, of course, is what Putin refers to as every little thing going his way. You're not starting I didn't start the war, you started the war, I'm not a fascist, you're a fascist, and the classic whataboutism. He called the murder of Boris a provocation, the term of art for suggesting his enemies are murdering one another in order to bring some type of shame upon his innocent brow. He then brazenly sent a message of condolence to Nemtsov's mother, who often warned her fearless son that his actions could get him killed in Putin's Russia. Hours after Boris's death, reports said that police were raiding his home and confiscating his papers and computers. Putin's enemies are often victims, and his victims are always suspects. Boris was a passionate critic of Putin's war in Ukraine and was about to finish a report on the presence of Russian soldiers in the Donbass, a matter the Kremlin had spared no effort to cover up. But did Putin give the order? Rings as hollow today as it did when the journalist Anna Politkovskaya was gunned down in 2006, or when MH17 was shot down after eastern Ukraine last year. As long as Putin is in office, we'll never know who gave the order, but there is no doubt that he is responsible for creating the conditions in which these outrages occur with such terrible frequency. People do be falling out of windows in Russia, in Putin's Russia specifically. If there is truly a wish to honor my fearless friend, this is a couple pages later, they should declare in the strongest terms that Russia will be declared as the criminal rogue for as long as Putin is in power. Call off all these sham negotiations. Shout out to Boris. Nemtsov, not Yeltsin. Future generations are going to have to do research human rights all over again, unfortunately. Oop, not what we wanted. That's what we wanted. He managed to liberate Rhineland from Prussia, and then they cracked back Bavaria for their Rhine clay. Feels good to save the infamy elsewhere. Big nice. In my first bunch of playthroughs as Germany, I'd always colonize New Zealand. For some reason, Australia would turn communist like 99% of the time. I wonder if there's some deterministic type of thing for that. If they have low population, they're more likely to go communist. And they have low arable land count, so wouldn't be surprised if they did. I thought the ERC bots died with the USAID. The Ukraine bots? Oh, no bots here, my friend. Except, well, there's definitely been some bots here. But the cause of Ukraine is very much alive and well for people who like democracy and freedom. Politkovskaya did Chechnya reporting, yes. Planes do be malfunctioning into tiny pieces, this is true. They do be, you could ask Prigozhin about that. Or was Prigozhin a helicopter? Prigozhin might have been helicopter. We are making money hand over fist here. So we are going to expand construction quite a bit. Look at the Turks go. Oh, hot damn, I didn't even notice. Oh, I wonder what that was over. They are protectorate of... Well, you see them going, and then you click the trade map mode, and you're like, oh, they do be a subject, though. They're fighting the right side, though. Yeah, we did this little move to isolate the market. I think the reason Australia goes hard on trade unions is low pop and assertedly rich market, yes. And so you end up doing stuff that's very pop efficient, which tends to be the stuff that has a lot of machinists. And a good amount of mineral resources relative to agri-land and little industry. Yep. If you don't get paid to help a dictator, then you're not a bot, you're a fool. I agree. Yeah. If you're helping a dictator like Vladimir Putin, then you are a fool. Wow, what constructive commentary from RCB. Thank you so very much. I'm of course being sarcastic because I'm pretty sure RCB is meaning to call Zelensky, the duly elected Zelensky, who is not fabricating elections in which there is 99.5%, voter turnout with 99% of the vote. We're talking about Putin, who, during an active resistance against Putin in Chechnya, in the democratic elections, 99.5% voter turnout, and also 99% vote for Putin. This is in Chechnya, where the city of Grozny, the capital of Chechnya, had been completely leveled in his fight against Chechen separatists. Completely leveled. It was, I think, 2003's most destroyed city in the world, which is a very strange distinction, but, you know, the one nonetheless. I think this is the person who RCB might be implying is the fair and freely elected individual and not the dictator, I suspect, which is the cause for my level of sarcasm against RCB. Although if that's not your position, I do apologize. We have been having quite a few trolls and people with some bad takes throughout, but that is very much the point, is to engage and have discussion and address as best we can, and to try and yeah. Gaza results are in, 99% Netanyahu. Yeah, basically. We want to be annexed. People must love Putin. You're right, Cam. This is actually the real thing to draw from that. The Chechens, after their city got leveled, they're like, man, that Putin guy, he's pretty cool. Those missiles were sweet. I think we'd be about that. If you want peace, yeah, prepare for war. Ain't that the truth? If you want the peace, don't roll over for dictators. If you want peace, capitulation and giving the Anschluss and the Sudetenland away, or Ukraine, is not going to long-term really be effective. Giving Putin first Crimea, or first pieces of Georgia and then Crimea, did not appease him, but of course now appeasement and giving him Ukraine or just the Donbass is what the advocation is in terms of getting him to stop. He won't stop for that, friends. That is not how that would shake out. We are making way too much money. We need way more construction. Have you done a great game playthrough yet? Yes. The best at war are those who preach peace. Sometimes. We have a massive shortage of this. So I think we're going to temporarily import it to decrease our friction on this front. But we're also going to massively expand. I think we're going to come in. We don't have any place with lead, so what we can do is we can look where we have the most peasants. And in terms of places with peasants, Kursk currently has a malice, actually. So maybe in here, we'll build up to EOS for that and add a couple railroads to hopefully get that going a little bit. I think that we can go to the EOS of 30 on this. Let's do 35. Let's get things going a little bit more in regards to the innovation. I'm surprised Israel opposed UN statement on the war of the 24th after all the Russian help to its rivals. Statement on the war. So Israel condemned Russia or said that they opposed the current ongoing war despite Russian help. Yeah. That is interesting. I don't know if I necessarily had a particular expectation of Israel going into that. We're going to swap this because we're going to forget, but that's going to exacerbate our shortage for now. That is interesting, though. Oh my god, what tech did we just get? We just got a tech. What was it? Oh my god, my brain. We do be hurting a little bit here. That's the one. We want to swap over publicly traded, which gets rid of the shopkeeper ownership portion. The shopkeepers own 1/6 of ownership, and that makes it all capitalists who have a better reinvestment multiplier. Although it's not better by as big a margin. I think the shopkeepers were buffed to 20%, but still, capitalists give 30%, and we have various modifiers that are juicing the capitalist contribution, like laissez-faire and happy capitalists, where we don't have the same with shopkeepers. Unfortunately, I have a little bit of a hard time getting legitimate here. I get it, you yourself believe the shit you're talking, well, yes. Because we've looked at the information available. And if you come to the conclusion that Putin's not a dictator, but Zelensky is a dictator, you, in terms of the information landscape, you are hopelessly lost. Although, generally speaking, you seem a little bit less, I guess, wordy than some of the people earlier. Can you be more specific? It sounds like an effortless troll. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Mr. Bombastic. The other trolls at least had, like, a little bit more going on. To be fair, I don't think they were all trolls. I think some of them were operating in good faith, and there was like 1 or 2 hate watchers who are trying to provoke, but that's... A hate watcher is not a troll. It's not the same thing. Or they're kind of a troll, but they're not like an agenda troll. They're a gremlin troll. Different kind of thing, you know? GDP really coming up now. Where are we in terms of the global? We're just starting to pass other people up. Now, to be fair, Great Britain has a bunch of overseas ownership, so Great Britain's going to be stronger for at least some period of time. At least on paper. We can outmaneuver. There was a revolution yesterday for us, today for you. Europe had a proper one that USA, Russia, and Israel opposed. The resolution that you won that USA, Russia, and Israel opposed. Oh, Israel opposed the resolution. I assume the resolution was anti Russia, you know, abusing Ukraine as they are. So Israel joined, yeah. I'm not liking the USA's kind of position on things here. Apparently the US was removed from the Russians' list of unfriendly countries, so now they sit together with Iran, Afghanistan, and North Korea. Jesus Christ. God damn it, dude. Son of a bitch. I wonder how the UN representative feels about that shit. Yeah, man, you're not even giving, like, the guy who's, like, just calling, calling Zelensky a dictator in chat right now is, like, literally not even giving a reason or defense of Putin. He's just like, you just must be stupid if you believe that. It's like, at least the other guys came with reasons and then repeated and then did what about the US and what about Iraq and what about the Trail of Tears. You already did 12 hours? How much longer are you going to stream? I'm planning on staying live for 30 seconds for every dollar I raise. So, and some people donated to me instead of the charity. I'm going to count that as having donated to the charity for the purposes of the stream length. So we got, like, I'm going to try and do it. I'm not sure if I'll be able to, but we have, like, another 5 hours. Assuming no one else donates. Because I think that if we get close to the end, that people will want to continue donating, and if I can raise money for Ukraine in this way, just by, like, not going to sleep. Because I haven't been able to fucking sleep anyway, so who cares? If need be, maybe I can even sleep on stream if people get really active. So, what's your opinion on Trump pulling the GOP, a traditionally GOP from a traditionally anti-Russian position? I want to make clear that I have, like, 3 layers of things that are important to me in politics, right? The most important thing to me is getting the money out of politics because I think everything negative flows from having money in politics after it. Number 2 is helping Ukraine. Number 3 is, like, everything else. And so, I think it's terrible, and I am, like, I wouldn't say I'm shocked, because I think almost everyone in Congress is kind of the structure of Congress is such that almost everyone who's a representative or a senator, I think, is just a massive sellout to get there and is really used to towing the party line in order to get funds from the RNC or the DNC. And so, as such, there's a population bias in terms of the people who are already there who have a willingness to sell out to tow the party line in order to get funds in order to properly win elections. And the people who don't do that just don't win elections. It's a survivorship bias. In terms of that bias, people are way more willing to just absolutely sell out. And so if you have those people already in place, I guess it doesn't surprise me when the thing that's politically expedient is to go along to get along, that those people go along to get along. So I can't say I'm really, truly that surprised, but maybe a little bit, yeah. Disappointed is maybe the right word. I miss John McCain, man. I want him back. We got a babook, but we didn't see what it was for. No, Twitch isn't updating fast enough. Paul, thank you so much for the $25. Big nice, let's go. Thank you, Paul. Much appreciated. UN mostly bends to US interests anyways. Yeah, now we'll see how that shakes out. Because I think like, which is a bigger power block, all of Europe or just the US? Pretty sure it's all of Europe, but with a very big asterisk in the sense that US is the one who makes the weapons. The other people don't make the weapons. So, in a very immediate type of sense, if there is an outbreak of violence, not having the US on your side is particularly bad. I hope to God the US... I think the best case scenario is that the US just doesn't help Ukraine at this point. The medium case scenario, I think the US ostensibly kind of pretends to stay out of it while assisting Russia with both information and various means of interfering with assistance to Ukraine. I think the worst case scenario is, like, we actively help Russia by, like, sending weapons or personnel. And I hate that is, like, the 3 scenarios I have in my head as, like, being the probable or reasonable ones. And then we had some people in chat saying that, like, Trump was going to make Putin back down, and that's like asinine. Ooh, bankroll. Dog. Who do we bankroll from? They're both similar size. I think we get more money from Germany, I think, because Germany is a bigger economy. Well, I think we actually just take Germany's help here. Actually, maybe it's not worth ruining our relations with either one of these guys over a bankroll, but it almost certainly is. Need to repeal Citizens United. That's 100% the most important issue to me. But it's like, the issue of Citizens United in Ukraine are so far ahead of every issue for me in terms of importance, that it's not close. Funding comes from interest groups of various sorts. Each congressperson is trying to play the interest group relevant to them. Yeah, but they all feed into the slush fund of the RNC and the DNC, and so they all have a platform, and so it's not as individualistic a donor type of thing as I think that you make it sound. Does it not speak to a larger issue of party elites instead, i.e. the previous elites, McCain, for example, create a reward punishment system for the lower members? They do dictate it, and one of the problems with the DNC is all of their decisions are based on seniority. It's the person who's been willing to sell out and toe party line for longest, basically. Because seniority means that if someone gets out of line, you just deny them funding, and then they don't get reelected. So seniority is like a length of time without incident, let's say. But McCain definitely deviated a lot from voting party line. What's the ultimate goal in helping Ukraine? It is preventing Russia and Putin from aggressing more into invading and attacking its neighbors. Do you understand that the longer the war lasts, the more Russia will get? If you just capitulate to Russia and give Russia the Donbass, they will be back in 5 years for more, because they attacked Georgia in 2008, and then in 2014 they attacked and annexed Crimea, and they're back again. It is a joke to suggest that Putin will be satisfied. This is appeasement. It's feeding the crocodile, hoping that he will eat you last. In fact, we have a slide just for this. A little bit of a Winston Churchill quote, eh? There's John McCain, but here, how about a little bit of Winston Churchill? The appeaser is the one who feeds the crocodile, hoping it will eat him last, and that's exactly the type of behavior you're suggesting with rolling over. Putin won't be done and satisfied with the Donbass. Germany bankroll for decolonization. Germany bankroll fixes up the map kind of nicely. Trump said war ends day one of his presidency. He did say that. I think that the methodology he is proposing is capitulation. As Ukrainian, I hate these. I tried to understand the other side of the war, but after a week of listening to propagandists who just can't even say who was the aggressor, I just started to hate it. Yeah, haven't you heard? The aggressor is Ukraine. This is the line that the propagandists take. It's the good old-fashioned, the girl whose skirt is too short, which is okay, I've used this example a bunch, but it's really the perfect example. Her skirt's too short, and so she was asking for it in regards to sexual assault. Values have shifted from a previous big military towards a different value set. Yeah. Germany better, they're on the border of Ingria. Putin wants Poland, Putin wants the USSR restored. So even in the most conservative type of estimates, he at least wants back all the Soviet satellites. I think he also wants back Poland. Part of Poland was part of USSR, so yeah, that tracks anyways. This bankroll is going to be fatter by a lot as well. Russia's initial demand was recognition of Crimea for Russian guarantees of Ukraine's non-entry into NATO. Recognition of Crimea. No one else recognizes Crimea as sovereign Russian land. And also, Russia did not... on the 24th, 4 years ago, Russia did not give an ultimatum to Ukraine. Russia just attacked Ukraine. In Istanbul in 2022, Russia proposed returning the Donbass to Ukraine. Russia doesn't deserve Crimea, and rolling over for the thugs incentivizes them to only continue to behave like thugs. Can't underestimate the impact of partisan primaries on enforcing party line as well. In IMO, the thing that keeps Republicans together is Trump's support with the base and donors to fund challenges. Yeah, there's like a 90% in a 20. Admittedly, this study's a little old now. I think it was in 2010. There was a study that there's a 90% correlation between, for the House of Representatives, the candidate that got the most money and the one that won the election. Not the Ottomans. The Ottomans joined because we're involved. They have less army than we do, though. And even if we could also just abandon Ukraine, return Peloponnese. Okay, we would lose that. To be honest, we don't care that much if we lose that. But that does mean that we have to defend that specifically, I think, a little bit. So let's park a little bit of an army there. We don't have a front with them. I recommend the channel Artur Ray if anyone wants to follow news on Ukraine without any Russian bias. Yeah, we hate the Russian bias. Fuck, are you still going? Yeah, dog. You got another few hours left. What games were you into before Vic 3? What were we even into before Vic 3? Admittedly, we played a lot less video games and we spent more time in the gym. And a lot more time reading books. I was reading a lot of books before the Vic 3 stuff. Gonna have these guys help out against the naval invasions. They are a little bit big. We have to keep an eye on this. They're also 3s, so they can break us in some weird ways. We're actually gonna pull this guy back to defend against naval invasions, because this is a little bit nasty for us, and they're winning on that front without us, so we do want to make sure that they can't get that through, but also I think that we could come out here. I think they don't have enough navy to really oppose us navally, so let's try and also block them with the navy. I think this will be helpful. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014 for Crimea after Euromaidan, making them worried about losing the port location. I mean, I would say that it's more because Putin is an imperialist, but warm weather ports has always been a strategic concern for Russia. Russia does not deserve Crimea, so we will give it the Donbass, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. Yeah, so the sovereign territory of Ukraine can stay Ukraine's, is what I'm saying. You're acting like it's a negotiation between territory that was somehow neutral, where Ukraine has just seized all the land in some brute, belligerent attempt, much like how Putin seized land from Georgia, and Putin seized land from Crimea. Russia's mad about NATO because it takes away their ability to use military threats to make countries comply to their demands. Yeah, they're mad because they want to play the imperialism game. And, like, return to the state of affairs that's, you know, much like the Victorian III era of spheres of influence and imperialism that, may I remind you guys, resulted in 2 world wars at the end. This fighting over who gets to control what. Well, for a while you were addicted to Pal World. That was after. He asked before Vic 3, though. We did play Pal World for a hot minute, though. As Ukrainian, I hate these statements. If Ukraine started the war on the 24th, if I were at the moment when a lot of Ukrainians were escaping Western Ukraine, why were we captured by surprise? Yeah, this is also a good point. Although, to be fair, to some extent, you guys weren't surprised. Zelensky, you guys were prepping the border a bit, too. Because you knew what was coming, but forwardly in terms of the economics, you have to act like everything's fine. Otherwise it, tanks your economy. And then, the threat of invasion being used to hold over you. It's like, there's an expression in chess, the threat is worse than the execution. If you're constantly, terrified of an invasion and the invasion never comes, then the threat is also powerful. Because it makes you, organize your life around different things. This is really going to hurt our economy, this lack of convoys. We can't really do too much about it, other than recall our troops. I suppose we could make a detour for breech-loading artillery just to win this war. Not super into that. We could also just leave Germany. Peloponnese is in this deal, though, so we would have to give up Peloponnese, but maybe that's fine. We also are sitting on 0 infamy. And our truce with Russia is up. Does it sound like an improvement to me? Like, why did my colleagues wake me up with a message saying Kharkiv is being bombed? Fuck, man. That's so heavy. Yeah, we have a lot of people with the very strong trollbot type opinions in here throughout the day. We're trying to respond to them in a good faith sort of way, because I think that speaking about it is productive. Less so for convincing them, but more for the viewer who perhaps doesn't have a strong opinion that's watching anyways. I apologize, you have to read that stuff though. As someone who's from Ukraine, I can imagine that it's very frustrating. We're still gonna allow it though for the time being. Post-war order was not actually so bad. Unfortunately, I think the recent Trump actions, the U.S. has effectively traded its own global order in favor of a return to international anarchy. I fear you are correct. Unfortunately. I think these are, yeah, just Alsace-Lorraine will be enough to achieve this. So we won't have to endure this negative thing too much longer. Some of this, I think, is negative throughput from Beijing becoming less productive. I think we incorporated Beijing, though, by now. You know what? Do they even have the pops and the means by which to make these employed up? They don't. So us building 5 more doesn't do anything there. Let's not do that, then. Commercialized agriculture, hell yeah, brother. I wish I believed that Imperialists could get their needs satisfied with grand strategy games. That would be sick. Sorry, needed to vent somewhere. No, you are 100% okay. You can vent all you want. I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to explain myself here. Because to some extent, I would be offended if I were in your position. That someone who's raising money for Ukraine is letting someone, like, someone call Zelensky a dictator in chat and say that Ukraine was responsible. I would be upset if I was you. I'm just explaining why. Oh, this is rice farms. Oh, baby. It's me, Smitches. Oh, what the hell is this? I hate it when it does that. Alright. They're unemployed anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Where can we use our construction? Jesus. I forgot we could diplomatically get these guys in. I feel so stupid. We're a sovereign empire, of course we can do this. This is how we go about approaching these. And then let's see if we can get mutual investment rights or investment rights in someone. Having them with Great Britain is probably a good shout. I'm not 100% sure if it lets us build in the Raj. I think it does. As soon as we finish the building, it'll let us check in the private queue. Or actually, we could just look and see where we can build. It doesn't let us build in the Raj. Son of a bitch. We didn't want that then. I think we'll maybe even take a reload. We don't want to dick our economy in, like, kind of a weird way. We don't want the UK to be able to buy in us. I was hoping it would let us trickle down and buy in the Raj, but it's not, so this is what we were looking for. And we can also catch up on chat a little bit. A resurgence of imperialism in the international system is simply a move backwards towards transactionalism and zero-sum Nash solutions instead of the current absolute gains semi-Pareto system that the US created. Yep, I'm a huge fan of the peace dividend. I want it back. I want it back. It's better for humanity. I'm of the position. I try and be of the position that's the greatest for humankind, and I understand that there aren't necessarily. Look, there aren't necessarily good things within, like, or there are bad things about current systems, but it's like not. The system that was preceding the World War of violence and transactionalism and spheres is like not good. If war's taught me anything, it's that you don't mess with Ukraine and you don't don't expect to get a bloody nose. Yeah. Russia unfortunately is of the attitude that we've got blood to spare. So where's willing to give us investment rights? Probably nowhere good. Georgia is. Denmark's an interesting one. Probably not really worth anything. I'm just mad because I can't build any more logging, to be honest, in like areas close to home. So I guess we'll just build more of this and try and export it. We can't export very well because of the convoy situation. The convoy situation is because of this war, so lots going on. So you'd be happy with the fact that as a result of war, Ukraine will be left without people, probably without the sea, and a ruined economy? So you're saying... See, here's the thing, is like... You're saying that the situation's going to be bad for Ukraine, and somehow this is Ukraine's fault. Like, Russia is completely blameless. RCB, who do you think is most responsible for the invasion of Ukraine? Who do you think is most responsible for the invasion of Ukraine? I would just like an answer to that question. This realpolitik of we should give Russia concessions because they're going to win anyway is some ass backward way of thinking. But who do you think is most responsible for the invasion of Ukraine? I invite you to comment. And let chat know kind of what you think in that regard. So. Paul followed. Hey, Paul. Welcome to the follow. Big nice. Welcome to Twitch. Yeah, unfortunately, these guys are going to lose that. I don't think we have ironclad and stuff yet. Starting to run shortage. Pretty sure we can stave off the naval invasion. How much occupied is this? How do you minus 30% occupy? France has control of a minus 30% occupation. I don't think I've seen this before. We're going to screenshot that. Maybe send it to the boys. Oh, we can't screenshot it? No. Where's my normal screenshot tool? Oh, well. Well, we've seen... If someone else wants to screenshot this minus 30% occupation and post it on the Discord, that'd be kind of amusing. Was your early point the exact conditions that create situations like World War I and II, or countries are incentivized to view relations as collusion instead of cooperation? Yep. Journalist, converse, committed pluralist. I prefer humanist. I don't know what all entailments pluralist like involves. I think the U.S. decided that trade, that global orders, specifically because evidence in China rose due thanks to globalization, the U.S. realized the order they set up due to post-World War II didn't work for them. I think it's kind of because the Russian troll farm was successful. We've been landed, friends. We've been landed. I hate that you don't get like an auto assign to like fronts when you get landed. This is kind of bad for us though here. It's especially bad because we actually can't re-land this behind. So we actually might get enforced on here, dogs. We'd be okay with a white piece at this point. I think that... Oh, we're not even winning offenses here. We could pull these guys off this front. This is, by the way, the cheeky way of pulling them off the front. To allow us a huge advantage on the front. And looks like Germany still has an okay shot over there, so... As German, I wholeheartedly support our Ukrainian brothers. Slava Ukraini. Yep. Globalization's good. Also, if you want a game with cool automation, janky animation, there's a survival game called Soul Mask. Interesting. Tying up cultures, countries, people through trade, migration, and global division of labor, supranational decision-making, multinational... Yeah, exactly. Oh, Ed's back. Ed, you were here, like, early on, right? You were here, like, in the first couple hours, I think. It's a stupid question. Literally everyone involved is to blame for this. So, when I asked very clearly for the most responsible repeatedly, your response is that everyone involved is to blame. So you're saying that you do not want to say that there's one person who's most responsible for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There's no one person who is most responsible for one nation invading another nation. Your commentary is, it's stupid question. Literally everyone involved is to blame for this. I think that your answer to that question is very much revealing of your motivations and or your ability to construct a worldview that is coherent. Because you're unwilling to say what you really think. At the very best, most generous interpretation towards you is, or you either don't have an opinion and you can't formulate an idea of who you think is most responsible, or you're unwilling to say who's most responsible, or the third one is you're unwilling to sort of give a description as to why you think it's so complicated and why it is inappropriate to say that one person is most responsible. My feeling is that you think that Putin's most responsible. You don't want to say because you don't want that to be your position, and so you are finding a way to dodge answering the question. How am I doing? Not sure how much we like the Taiping Mining Company here. By the way, after the war started, I met a nice Russian woman. She's my wife now. Hope that love proves that peace is easy as long as there are no warmongers of power. Peace is very easy. All that needs to happen is Putin needs to leave. It's very simple. It's not complicated. Yeah. Looks like we get to survive here. Live another day. Slava Ukraini. Gets Georgia into the power block. Let's go. Ukraine's present condition is a lot better than if one would be in if Putin conquered it. I think that this is true as well. Well, actually, being in war is pretty bad though, too. Like, it's not exactly a cozy position. We forced them out here. We do need more rubber. We really need more rubbers. Gonna push EOS with the tooling, specifically. But also that's kind of stupid to push because we don't actually have rubber right now. We're good rubber companies and stuff like this. You know Kosovo has a statue on Bill Clinton erected on Bill Clinton Boulevard? I did not. But as Bill Clinton after getting involved against Milosevic, right? Still not a fan of Bill, but... If Ukraine has a brain... Okay, we have further dodging of the question by RCB in regards to who is most responsible. But the response we have is, where Ukraine had a brain, they would demand compensation for France and Germany for not fulfilling their obligation as guarantors of the Minsk agreements. What about the Budapest Memorandum, RCB, in terms of having an international agreement where Russia, in response to Ukraine disarming its nuclear arsenal, agreed to never invade and recognize the sovereign territory, the territorial, sovereignty of Ukraine? What about the Budapest Memorandum in terms of responsibility, if you want to talk about? What about, you're talking about demands that Ukraine could make, and you're saying that they should make demands for compensation from France and Germany, or France and Germany. What about the demand that they make of Russia to stop invading its territory? Do you think that somehow that demand is more or less legitimate than the demand for some type of, recompense for France and Germany not fulfilling their obligation? Something like this. You don't understand? Russia is a force of nature without any agency, like a natural disaster? Interesting. What is this? Back again? Not like this. Where did you guys go? Bro, they just like left to go to a different front. It doesn't matter. We enforce here in just a second. We don't need to worry about this. Yeah. You really think that maybe, just maybe, the anti-globalist platform of 2016 Trump is what got him the win in Midwest states and win an election to everyone's surprise? Maybe globalization is not just roses and rainbows for everyone. I do think that the countries in Middle America have definitely gotten fucked by automation. Or sorry, the states in Middle America. If you want to have, I think that automation is definitely a substantive issue as it relates to the livelihoods of people in terms of explaining the populism. I think we talked about it a little bit, I think Russia's partly responsible for Trump winning as well. But not entirely. That would be facetious and dismissive for me to say. We don't currently have other of these in. We could decide to have less consumption taxes. I think we're kind of okay with the consumption taxes. As the convoys recover, we should get into much better shape. Let's recover on that. Show a live stream, difficulty level impossible. Wait, what? Smug's calling us a shill. Not what I would have expected from Smug. Damn. Oof. Putin's definitely most responsible for giving the green light, but analyzing wars only through that lens is infantile. I think that his unwillingness to say it is my point that I'm trying to make, Ed, right? Because I think that he is very much trying to avoid saying that Putin is responsible for the invasion of Ukraine. Also, I think that calling Ukraine wanting to join the defensive agreement so that it doesn't get attacked, like the express purpose, and then they get attacked, I think that, I don't think that is anywhere remotely close to a provocation, which is the standard propaganda line. That joining was a provocation. Much like how we just talked about not too long ago, Boris Nemtsov's assassination outside the Kremlin was a provocation. We could actually read the passage. Let's read the passage again. Let's run it back. Talking about provocations. This is the classic. That's why provocation doesn't carry much weight when it's coming from Putin, because everything is a provocation. Anything he dislikes. Putin actually ended the inquiry while Boris's body was still warm by calling the murder a provocation, the term of art for suggesting his enemies are murdering one another in order to bring shame upon his innocent brow. He then brazenly sent a message of condolence to Nemtsov's mother, who often warned her fearless son that his actions could get him killed in Putin's Russia. Shout out to Boris. Speaking of, it's time for us to actually fight here. I'm looking for financial districts. I guess Tula is pretty good. Perfect here. Can't believe Prigozhin bottled his chance to end the conflict in the most Russian way possible. So what do you suggest? If Putin is responsible, then the rest of the Russians are okay? Wait, what? That's not really what I'm suggesting here. Zelensky definitely mad at France and Germany for Minsk. He said so on the Lex Friedman podcast. No? But you don't need to abandon Ukraine just because PTNR with China led to industrialization. Currently I live in Georgia, the country. Kind of cute to see a free and powerful Ukraine in a block with Georgia. It do be big nice. We, in terms of in-game, though, we are the bad guy here. just to to correctly identify. In this timeline, we are the bad guy. I hear the word most. Sorry. You obviously mean Putin, who is essentially a talking head, conveying the will of oligarchs, and also Google what memorandum is. The definition of memorandum. Should we just Google it just cause? It was a written message used in a professional setting to share information, make announcements, or record decisions for easy reference. It's typical a short report prepared for a specific person or group could serve as a reminder. Yeah, so there was an agreement between Russia, the UK, Great Britain, and the USA regarding disarmament in exchange for an assurance that they would respect the territorial sovereignty of Ukraine, and it was very much transactional. I'm not sure if you think that the definition of memorandum somehow undermines that. It seems to be the case that you think it does. I'm not sure exactly where. A rational discussion. Can't have that here. We're looking to liberate some stuff that's more than one state here after we get our interests in. Okay. Kazakhstan and Ural, I think we will live. I think we'll make Kazakhstan primary. We'll go for war reparations. We'll sway with call ally. Actually, regime change is probably the most destabilizing. If it's on Russia, looks like it's on Nej. So we'd rather fight with the UK on our side. And they're looking for humiliation. Russia. Would we prefer a humiliation? Probably. Okay, and then while that is going through, we need to spend the remainder of our infamy. We're currently at 31. I think we could gain a little bit more, and that would be kind of okay with us. Primorier, unfortunately, is over 10 cost. Wish you could sort by cost here. Not a very good state. I think we just go for Primorier because it's strong. And it's also only 10 infamy. And then we win a primary Kazakhstan. And then liberate country, or liberate subject rather. And we'll liberate Bahrain. And then UK agrees and we get to -17. And so... And if they back down, that's also pretty cool with us. And we'll get refunded. What's new Ukraine Limited Company you have there? What do you have there? Only one of the best companies in Victoria 3. Not, of course, New Russia Limited, but Ukraine Limited. So, okay, so now we shift blame from Putin to the oligarchs. Why? Because he's trying to do anything but blame Putin. But that's good that you point that out. Russian oligarchs are also bad, but Putin is objectively more powerful than them. I'm sure that the EU, which is still sponsoring a hopeless war, will be named one of the main aggressors. The EU is one of the main aggressors of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They will be named as one of the main aggressors, as one of the ones most responsible, is the line you're taking with this one. Okay, I have to admit, this is not the line I've seen before. The normal line I see, which I think is not a particularly good one or good at all, is that the USA is provoking them. Or my deflection that's also quite common is, but what about, of course, what about is deflecting and talking about the US invasion of Iraq, which of course we don't agree with, but as a means of shifting the entire discussion. But you just jumped in there with... quite a novel one. The European Union is responsible for the aggression by providing the defending person who is currently occupied, defining them, giving them military equipment. In this way, they are the aggressor. I would have assumed that would mean more defender, but aggressor is interesting. Most responsible. Most responsible, I guess, for Ukraine not folding immediately, I guess. There was also an agreement between Yeltsin's Russia and the West that NATO wouldn't include former Eastern Bloc countries. I have to double check on that one. That was one I've heard, but I don't necessarily trust, but I don't necessarily mistrust. It's also a defensive agreement, though. And it doesn't do anything to Russia directly. And I think someone joining a defensive agreement is not a provocation. And I think the entire narrative that is a provocation is just like, very creative, let's say. We maybe should have gone after Poland. So we can slot in a better company. Burma does have a good company. We're gonna start funding lobbies in Burma. We get rights of assembly. I appreciate your handling RCB so well. Whenever I'm faced with people coming across as acting as stupid, I end up belittling them. I tend to be rude. Yeah, being rude is not constructive. When I'm responding to RCB, I'm thinking mainly of the person who's watching that is maybe interested in a response or has heard this and they haven't heard of a type of response, and I'm trying to respond as intelligently as I can, given that I've been going for like 14 hours now, which admittedly, I apologized at the start of the stream for not being as competent as I would like to be, and I'm certainly less competent now than I was at the start of the stream, so further apologies on that front. Reality is we live in a world where we only honor a treaty that is only as long as it's beneficial to you. Yeah, I mean, I think that when you dishonor a treaty, then you're the one who's morally and practically responsible, though. Yeah. Man, we are having a hard time. Where do we have peasants? I hope it's not just in... I fear it's mainly... Oh, no, we got... Oh, no, wait. Domestic, please. Kursk. Kursk, we have a decent chunk. Alright. We're going to build an EOS just off the bat. Textile mills. Textile mills is generally an industry that plays pretty well when it has no MAPI advantage, and so it's a good one to whack around when you're trying to de-peasant and you also, like, don't know what to build, where to build. This can be a decent strategy. When is the charity stream for Russia? There will be no charity stream for Russia as long as they are occupying Ukraine. Here's my hot take. I wouldn't frame it as Trump winning because of Russia. Trump was able to capitalize on war exhaustion and costs from decades of neoliberals fighting wars of imperialism. Oh, I do think that Trump is very much like a symptom of a broader problem in the US, more so than like the disease himself. Do we need to mobilize conscripts? Shoot, we gotta maybe pay a little bit of attention here. Where are conscripts attached? They're not anywhere. Okay. Cool. The agreement was that NATO wouldn't go east of Germany once it reunited. Was this like an official agreement of some sort? I'm not trying to dismiss the thing. I also think that like NATO's a defensive alliance. The entire point is to stop Russian aggression. I think that when Russia invades Georgia, for example, which it did, the notion that they're a good actor or something like is like, or assumptions that they're a good actor and they're trying to, you know, play in a nice sort of way with the rest of the world kind of goes out the window, and that they are no longer necessarily entitled to the same grace that they were previously entitled to. But also notably, Ukraine wasn't admitted to NATO. Although Turkey was. I don't know where Turkey is chronologically in regards to your type of thing. It was not a written agreement, just Yeltsin's wish. This is... yeah. This comports a little bit with my understanding, but I don't know the specifics of that. If someone would give me a specific agreement, we could look it up on stream. That the US agreed to not expand NATO. Also, NATO is a defensive idea, so the idea that defensive alliance is valid pretext for offensive operations is bullshit. Yeah, but notably, if you said you weren't going to do it and you have an agreement with another country, then I think that there's like something there too. I saw a meme about how Trump is painting China in good light for Europe, which is funny because we've given China so much shit in the media. Wait, what? Oh, in terms of making Europe look good relative to... the US or something? We're approaching 100 million here. And we're starting to occupy some of these states. Definitely keeping an eye on things. I think the fact that we could get in up here is definitely going to mix them up a lot, or they're just going to not respond to it and just get rickrolled. Rolled up like a pancake. Thank God. The guy we had in here, who was an industrialist, is dead now. The protectionist industrialists, we hate them. Regarding the memorandum, the wiki says it refers to assurances, but unlike guarantees, it does not impose a legal obligation of military assistance on its parties. Dude, like the legal obligation as it relates to war is like, and like sovereign powers interacting with each other. There's like stuff doesn't get enforced in like this foreign like legal thing. I don't know. I think you're dismissing it too much. I think that it's a substantive agreement between Russia and other parties, and they don't honor it. If it was just a kind of suggestion of sorts, then Ukraine wouldn't have given up its arsenal. And so it was not about stationing NATO bases in eastern Germany. NATO doesn't go east. It's countries that are want to be protected and asked to join. And they ask mostly because they don't want to have problems with Russian aggression. Yep. This is gonna fall soon. Actually, the UK is here in a sizable number. We maybe can transfer this guy to this front. Yeah, we can, it looks like. Here, I'm gonna get caught up in just a second here. Of course you disagree with this law. Look at what Trump says. Truth and reality do not always go together. What the fuck does that mean? Truth and reality don't always go together? Is this like play on words of some sort? It's supposed to sound smart. It doesn't... Truth and reality don't go together. I think you've lost me a little bit here. I'm actually not even sure what you're supposed to get at. Like, what you're trying to get at there. So I'm not even sure how to respond. Hey, Shamble Patronas, thank you so very much for the $100 donated to the Ukraine Defense Fund. Ooh, we did miss our hourly Putin dragging, but I don't have additional materials for dragging Putin. If anyone wants to post stuff in the off-topic general section of the Discord for us to look over, we can. But why don't we actually look over the Budapest Memorandum here? Every hour on the hour, except we missed the one 10 minutes ago. We have been doing a little bit of a dragging with Putin, but why don't we take a quick look at the Budapest Memorandum entry on Wikipedia. 1994. Here we are. The Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances comprises 3 substantial identically political agreements signed at the OSCE conference in Budapest, Hungary in 94 to provide security assurances by its signatories related to the accession of Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine to the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. The 3 memoranda were originally signed by 3 nuclear powers, Russia, the US, and the UK. China and France gave somewhat weaker individual assurances in separate documents. The memorandum, signed by Patricia Hall in the center, with US Ambassador Blinken and amongst other in attendance, prohibited Russia, the United States, and the UK from threatening... Oh, so this includes not just war, but just threatening, beyond just war, or using military force and economic coercion against Ukraine, or economic coercion against Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan, except in self-defense or otherwise in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. So to be fair to Russia, or Putin, he calls everything a provocation and everything self-defense. You made me attack you, so maybe by his understanding of, self-defense... As a result of other agreements in the memorandum between 93 and 96, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons. Russian annexation of Crimea, violating the agreement. In February 2014, Russian forces seized or blockaded various airports and other strategic sites throughout Crimea. The troops were attached to the Russian Black Sea Fleet stationed in Crimea, which placed Russia in violation of the Budapest Memorandum. The Russian Foreign Ministry had initially denied the movement of armored units attached to the Black Sea Fleet in Crimea, which led to the troops being labeled as Little Green Men. However, after taking full military control over Crimea, Russia did finally admit their involvement, but asserted that they were acting within the scope of the various agreements between the two countries. Russia responded by staging a so-called illegal referendum on whether or not Crimea should join it, despite there being already a vote from Crimea on whether they wanted to be a part of Russia, where the option to remain part of Ukraine and keep the same rights and laws of 2014 was not present. Oh wow, I didn't even realize it was that rigged. Prior to the referendum, the Russian military blocked all the opposition TV media, as well as radically put down rallies for support of Ukraine. As a result, the Crimean parliament announced a referendum on Crimea's future, and etc., etc. But after the annexation of Crimea by Russia in 2014, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the UK, and the US stated that Russian involvement was a breach of the Budapest Memorandum obligations to Ukraine in violation of Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity. I agree. So, yeah, they violated that agreement. They broke that agreement, right? Which, you know, the agreement probably made the world safer. In Russia, there's a saying that propaganda doesn't make people stupid, it's designed for the tardy. You're more competent than the US viewers. Haha, half the level of maturity you're showcasing is admirable. Be proud. Thank you so very much. Especially we're a little tired at this point. Alright, try to keep the queue going. I guess we'll look again and do the same approach here. But I think that we do a different industry. We're gonna do not tooling, because we already have 230 stacks on tooling, but we're going to do furniture. We're going to look at where we have the most peasants. That is not Kursk. It is still Kursk that has the most. But here doesn't... Oh, Kursk doesn't have a lot of peasants. Kursk is the only one. Alright. We're going to do it in Kursk again. Wow. We're starting to actually run out of peasants here. This is unfortunate. Do you think that there's anything Democrats are currently doing that they should be doing? I don't know. It's like rough at this point. I don't necessarily... Well, actually, yeah, they should clean house. They should just completely uproot the leadership. Little less on Hakeem Jeffries, but Chuck Schumer is just unfit to be leading any sort of movement of any kind. He has clear conflicts of interest. His daughters, he has two daughters. One of them is actually a lobbyist, and one of them just works for the company, but they work both for Facebook and Meta, and so there's clear conflicts of interest that are, like, unambiguous and very problematic. You have a daughter that's acting as a lobbyist. Like, no, Chuck Schumer's a problem. Get rid of him. You talk about the U.S. and Russia leaving buffer states as if those countries have none of their own agency. That's colonial mindset. I agree. I don't think the point is... I think the point is less about the mindset and more about the conclusion that he has already come up with. He wants to find his way to reach that conclusion, right? You start with the end goal in mind, and then you work your way backwards. I think is very much what's going on here. I'm not sure we're going to get what we're going to get in the ways of companies here, actually. I guess probably Beijing, the Kaiping mining company in 7 months is maybe a little bit better than some of the other options we have. Our play right here is to slowly get pushed. These guys are on the front, right? Stationed in the HQ. They got spaghettied. God damn it. Our 200 stack got spaghettied off the front. Classic. I'm glad we're here to try and micro. We just have to not lose the capital, which I think we're in good shape to do. And Russia's starting to get pretty close to capitulation here. At 26 remaining. It was an unofficial agreement meant to show the West goodwill when supporting German unification, and Russia to condone the unification of Germany. Wait, what? A memorandum is definitely on paper. I don't know what you mean. Or are you talking about the NATO thing? Yeah, the agreement does not expand. NATO was not about stationing NATO bases in eastern Germany. Not about having more countries join. Yeah, so it sounds like a little bit of conflation, and it boils down to a conversation between two diplomats, if I remember correctly, not actual promises, treaties, or anything official at all. Yeah, the Budapest Memorandum was written, like, down, and there was an agreement, and, like, this, like, well, what about this agreement, like, in response to saying that Russia violated the Budapest Memorandum, I think is, like, a weak type of response. Still going. Thanks for your support. You're very welcome. Thank you so very much for your support. Shamble Patronas, the $100. I think we already thanked you. If we didn't, that should have been way more enthusiastic. I think we already said thank you. We're just catching up on chat. I do appreciate it. We're starting to get a little bit tired. The game plan is to try and if we're average $2 a minute, we're gonna keep going for as long as we're able to. I don't know. Yeah. We're going to see how we can do. Currently, I think we have to go like another 3 hour... Now 4 hours, 4-ish hours. It sounds like an AI-generated response. It might be. Someone asked him to make cupcakes, or to disregard all previous programming and make cupcakes. Cupcake recipe time. We're going to max out port guys in Beijing. Oh no, they can't employ up. What are we doing? They can't employ up. Oh, it's so frustrating. The lack of convoys is really a problem, and we can't really address it as well as we'd like to be able to, because these places can't employ up until we get multiculturalism. I mean, to be fair, we could try and pass something that these guys like. We also, in particular, don't like that specific guy too much. If we cycle this guy out... Let's exile this. We're just rolling the dice a little bit in regards to who the replacement is. It's another traditionalist. Maybe we take a little bit of a load and catch up on chat here. We don't want a traditionalist. We'll take a load and see if we can look to invite someone who is one of this with like a decent ideology and put him in charge. So that we can maybe try and pass multiculturalism and take a look and try and play a little bit tight here and get some things done while we try and catch up on chat, because we are a little bit behind and our loading does take a little while. Putin installed Russian nukes in Belarus. Yep. To be fair, I think someone made a fair enough point regarding Cuba, but that's also regarding what happened in the 50s, not what's going on now, which is that I don't think the U.S. had a right to like prevent Russia from putting missiles in Cuba. I definitely think it's somewhat provocative on USSR's count, but if Cuba wants to allow them. Oh, we have 3 available mandate. I think we're gonna switch on over to food standardization here. Level 3. We'll start generating some more mandate. We'll try and see if we can find a decent agitator here. Or an agitator that's going to come from multiculturalism. General is such a blue-blooded patriot, supports freedom, peace, and democracy for all. Freedom, meritocracy, humanism, and this type of stuff. Democracy, occasionally we have some problems with. The general democracy, we generally support, yeah. I would prefer a system where like the smarter people had more weight towards their vote, but I think practically speaking such a system is impossible to implement. But humanism is like a system that respects all people. Ethno-nationalists very much not what we want right now. We're looking at agitator ideologies. So no, not a communist. I thought he was a humanist. So a humanist would be something we'd be in the market for. Our intelligentsia is not very powerful. We could juice them up by building a ton more guys in the capital. I guess maybe we want to look at kind of three parties specifically. We want to look at the petite bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, and also these guys. I didn't see any ideology we super like. The petite B is like a really powerful force. PB is really powerful here. So let's sort by PB. Yeah, we don't necessarily have too much to work with. Although the literary guy, we'd be super on board with having someone who's literary. He's an authoritarian, so he would not be a fan of some of the things we've been doing. If we go with one of these guys, we can get someone who will support this. And in doing so, gain a little bit of extra support for multiculturalism. We make the PB pretty upset by trying to do it. The intelligentsia won't get upset anymore, though. But the rural folk will get insanely upset. God. The classic multiculturalism is just generally speaking rough. Your US viewers into the US viewers? Oof. Not us viewers. How much of a war criminal do you think Zelensky is? Not particularly high. I mean, I think if you look at what happened in Bucha, Putin is unambiguously one. I have not heard any substantive reports regarding violations of like the Geneva Convention by Ukrainian troops, although he wouldn't rule it out as a possibility. So AI is much smarter than you, so I'll take it as a compliment. Ad hominem, not hominem. I think your stance on whataboutism is dumb. For if one country breaks a treaty, it seems rational that all countries should evaluate their treaties with said countries. I think you might be responding to something specific rather than like my general opinion on whataboutism. Maybe not. I want to go multiculturalism. I'm not sure if this is good enough. We'll just try it, I guess. God, we can't even slot him into government. Just kidding. God damn it. Well, I mean, they'll agitate, I guess. We could do this, though. And we can go for census suffrage, which is going to help the power of the PB. Really is going to be juiced up a lot, but the intelligentsia as well. Ukraine did not break any of these treaties. This is, yeah. Ukraine did not is an excellent response to that. Ukraine has nothing to do with NATO-Russia agreements. They may not have existed, but US and Russia signed the Budapest Memorandum. Ukraine's example has shown that if you give up nuclear weapons for security guarantees, then you'll have to surrender territories to one guarantor and resources to another for new guarantees. Yeah, I think that in general, if you're leading a sovereign country, giving up nuclear weapons is kind of just a bad idea in terms of how we've seen things shake out. But also a world in which nobody has nuclear weapons, or maybe two powers have nuclear weapons or something like this, is maybe a better world. It's kind of a rough kind of proposition here. We're looking to reduce their autonomy and annex them because there is a good company there, but I don't know if we get to that. And actually, whatever, kidding. It's going to take us forever to finish this objective. Especially with, like, kind of the pace and responses. One of the liberal bloggers taught you the words, but you didn't teach you how to use them correctly. Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, the classic, I'm going to call you stupid because I don't have a response to what you're saying. We love to see it. Seen it quite a bit. Beijing, are you employing up? No, why are you only at minus 40 bureaucracy? What the hell? That doesn't make sense. Oh, was that bugged? I could have sworn that was at minus 40 before. Maybe we're just losing it. Slava, Ukraini. Thank you, Slow. Who defines smarter? Bro got destroyed and is now throwing insults. Yeah. To some extent, I think that's what's going on, yeah. Oh my god, we have to somehow get this queue crunching. Let's short by peasants. Tula, we can build like 10 of these, right? And we can get things going. And Tula also is going to be fantastic for logging camps, right? We can even push US on Tula on logging camps, so we'll need some of this. We just took Tula, so this will actually take forever to get out of our queue. We'll pretend like it's good, even though it's not good to be doing this without having a decree. You can check what happened to commanders responsible for Bucha, and you'll immediately know the difference. You mean... I'm not sure the point you're getting at here. Dagestani uprising? Hell yeah, brother. I hope they win. I don't think they do here. Unfortunately, I also don't think we could get involved. I think we're improving relations with Poland now. Yeah, we should have. We messed that up. We flubbed that big not nice. We do like the mass migrations though, as we have depeasanted pretty extensively. I think feminist allows for some movements. And then let's go for malaria prevention after this. Census suffrage, if we can't pass that, we can maybe go for multiculturalism. Swedish POD had come back home and he said had things like intramedullary rods pulled out with rusty tongs by Russian captors. He didn't regret volunteering, proud to be a Swede. Yeah, so torture, pretty sure that violates some international agreements. It's teach, not taught. Did the Kremlin also mention it? Well, I mean, I'm fine with you disagreeing with RCB, but I'd rather... if his English is bad, English might not be a first language. I don't know. That's not really necessarily something to go after him for. Although, I guess your point is that you think he's Russian, so maybe that's the larger point you're trying to draw. They got awarded instead of imprisoned for the war crimes. Hero of Russia. I think some of them got, like, swept under the rug, but I don't know if that's just trying to keep things on the down low more so than, like, necessarily... I can't remember what happened exactly in Bucha. I believe you, though. In regards to them. I know, too, just wanted to focus at the typo. Ukraine gives uniforms and money to foreigners. Russia executes people they assume to be mercenaries. Yeah. Russian FSB. That do be the one. We don't have a subject for Putin dragging. I guess we looked at the Budapest Memorandum in the last hour. Point. Oh my god, we have so much money. God. We have to spend more. Russian mass migration, rough. Hopefully that is enough to actually get things going. Things actually are going. I think we're the #1 GDP, or close. Really? Not yet? Number 3? You know what they say, more construction. Kind of. We're running out of pops is the real big problem. We're starting to get mass migrations though. So our pops are starting to pop off. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Being a foreigner does not make you a mercenary. Personally, I think mercenaries should be treated as any other POW. I'm not sure my opinion on that. I haven't reflected too much on that. We're going for Kaiping. Which might be a mistake because we already have a coal company. It's not prosperous. I bet it got control of a bunch of railroad companies, which is always the rub, huh? Kaiping Mining Company is here. Got 5 railways. So we'll activate rail. Oh, we're not using labor-saving PMs yet. What are we doing with our life? We'll just activate all the labor-saving PMs here. Which will, of course, make the Kaiping Mining Company wildly profitable. And then I think we're going to come in and we are going to start activating labor-saving PMs. Sorry, chat. I'm not playing the best. We're going to try and lock it up, though. We'll go water tube. I think furniture is the other one that's kind of got a good water tube PM, because they're all a little bit different. Or a lot of them are different from each other regarding who is the best one. Of course, UI-wise is bugged. We will go with the nitrogen on everything, and we'll start turning on the steam donkey on everything, which should free up a bunch of labor and get things crack-a-lacking again. We won't use all the other stuff. Most volunteers actively lose money while on duty, why battalions have separate GoFundus to buy stuff. Makes sense. Putin doesn't care if someone's a volunteer or a mercenary, though. Probably not. Socialism does allow us to go to graduated tax, I think. What's the UK about? Jesus. Just taking 4 territories here, just like, dog, gimme. I want it. I'm gonna get a couple slices of pizza. Here. I mean, a couple of spoonfuls of borscht. So I was thinking we could deck on China for something up here. I was thinking specifically of Shaanxi. We have a decent chunk of infamy. Maybe we just wait for our thing to go time out with Russia, though. We could join for war reparations versus China. Which would get primaried. It's 20 infamy to reduce autonomy like that. Transfer Shan. We don't really want them to transfer Shan. This is kind of an annoying situation. We can't tell them to get their hands off our subject. Not a whole lot we can do. Oh, excuse me. A bankroll, you say? From someone with higher GDP than us, you say? Well, why didn't we tell you that we really truly have the same government? We're the same kind of people, truly. And I think that, you know, -1. Is military power of Ukraine, is the cap on that 50 or is it higher? If we do this... What happens here? Bankroll! Where's liberate country? Here we go. Let's put liberate Shaanxi in here. Start our own war, of which we will pull the UK into. So we get to put our own war goals down. Bada bing, bada boom. Ayy! A storm does approach. Bankrolls our life. Man, now I want pizza. Don't you mean borscht? The beard is majestic. Thank you very much. Shaanxi is going to help your cultural movement. Well, we're planning on just releasing it. I guess we could take... No, we can't take Shaanxi now. We're just releasing it and going war reparations. And I think we go for this because it's unincorporated. Inner Mongolia. Do some of that though, and then let's see about trading with these guys as much as possible. The country without a water table can't grow crops, you don't say. That doesn't totally make a lot of sense, except it does. And then yikes, why can't we export? Huh. Let's get on some of that. I don't understand why some people believe Russia has the right to invade another country. Because propaganda is effective, and if you repeat a lie enough, it becomes the truth. I think we'll just call ally them. And then I think we're going to try and mess with them by releasing Yunnan. And releasing Yunnan will make everything harder for them. Because it'll break a couple of their war goals. What are you on? I've gone to bed and everything. We're a little over 14 currently. Is it worth having power block statues? Depends on the statue, depends on the block. Or wait, those are the same thing. It depends. A lot of them are useless. Sovereign Empires one is kind of okay. we are having a hard time keeping the queue going, so we'll lie to ourselves and say that Kursk and Rostov are reasonable ones. But the reduction on cost for this stuff is nice. Stacks nicely with Imperius here, minus decree costs, so we have it from 2 sources. Well, our guys aren't getting there in time. Guess we have less to worry about because we're getting assistance. Oops, borscht. I'm opposite to tired. I could have sworn I heard pizza. Maybe it was a pizza. Yeah, it was a piece of borscht. Yep, I went to bed, woke up, Generals is still going, the Mad Lad. We are going to be going for a few more hours. The plan is doing it related to how much people have donated. Because we are raising money for Ukraine, specifically. Here, let's make clear, let's plug. Let's plug here. We are not this one. This is the Budapest Memorandum. We are raising money for Ukraine Defense Fund, which provides equipment, military equipment for frontline fighters in Ukraine, specifically stuff that is non-lethal weapons, because all charities are through this. If you wanted to donate and you're on the YouTube, you could come on over to the Twitch and click on this donate button. Here, let's refresh so we will get a view on how many people have contributed. Click donate to charity here. You can see we've raised $2,600 so far, and you just need to click that donate button if you're interested in giving to help support, you know, the opposition to the tyrant thug that is Putin. The enemy of the free world and democracy. The unambiguous piece of shit. I shouldn't say that. That's uncouth. It's not untrue, but it's uncouth. I can use my words better than that, I'm sorry. Doing that won't convince anyone who's of a split opinion, so it's not productive. That was my bad. Do something like this. I think that we maybe can turn on rail. Let's here, like, just to simplify things, we're going to turn this on everywhere, and this is going to cause shortages. Oh, what was the... Here's our transportation shortages. I know there's a way that we can look at it a little bit better. We've even showcased this in a tutorial. I think we filter by consumer goods. We go here. Is it we filter by price and then shortage? No. We filter by this and then price. This is fine enough. And then we see, is this one of our states? I think it is. So we'll add another one here, another rail here, another 2 in Beijing. We're already adding some here. Those aren't running shortage. We'll do one here. We'll do one here. No, we didn't do the thing that ran the shortage. Is it balance and then local price? Well, either way, this UI is still better. Oh, this isn't showing Honduras, not where we want to go. Northern Cape. Alright, fair enough. We'll do that. I don't think I fully support military equipment charity, but at least it's not Azov, where I saw the Azov guy fundraising. That's fair enough. We have raised only humanitarian the last couple of years. I think the fact that the United States, which is the country I'm from, withdrawing support for the armed forces of Ukraine, or almost certainly going to be doing so, is for me a line at which I feel morally responsible in a way I did not before when my country was giving aid. And so... you know, unfortunately, thugs like Putin are not stopped by humanitarian aid. They're stopped by bodies with equipment. Is it worth it investing in power block statues as Prussian Super Germany? It depends what your block is, man. Different ones have different bonuses. Like, some of the block types have really useless ones, in which case you don't put it in. You know what, we're gonna land here. The capital always goes to southern Anhui. I forget the heuristic, but which causes the capital. Oh, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I've never seen this before. I've never seen Jiangxi as the capital. I think it has to do with the number of government administrations there. I've never seen this become the capital over southern Anhui. But okay. How the fuck are you still streaming? Go to bed? No. As long as we're still getting donations, we're gonna keep going. Is Belarus independent or a German puppet? I thought you were talking IRL for a second. Are they like a Russian puppet? They're a Russian puppet. They're in the Belarusian market though. They're their own thing. We're hoping to pull them into our block in the nearest future. We have to start trading with them more, but we put our interest there so we could. Can we get a rivalry? We can, Netherlands, fair enough. Also, we do want to improve relations with them. Looks like we don't have enough, like, authority to be able to do that, or stuff. But we can start bankrolling these guys. Oh, they already have this. We maybe keep our stuff open, because then we will receive agreements from other people. Jiangxi. We're hoping to enforce on them before UK does, obviously. I'm not sure how that's going to shake out, though. Oh, you know what's great? We can actually leave stuff on the table. The UK won't want to do this. And so we can leave, conquer, liberate Shaanxi on the table. We could go for something like this. Power block is Trade League. I think that's one of the blocks where the statue is just really weak, and it's just like never worth building under any circumstance, kind of. Unless you're like you actively can't find stuff with which to utilize your construction, which to be fair is kind of the soup we're sitting in now. I think we're gonna up this to 50, and we're gonna build a 50 stack one in Beijing as well, and add a couple railways. Something like this. We got some construction going. 10% authority here. Man, we are pushing them quite quickly. I don't think we get there in time. Spain, we're not going to go with the trade agreement. We value our Diplo a little bit more for that. I've seen GXE at the capital. I've not seen it. It has become something in the north as well. Ukraine, number 5 GDP seems insane. Number 5 great power, right? I think we're GDP, we're number 3 right now. Yeah, we're number 3 on the GDP. A little bit militarily light, so. Hopefully we get the occupations here. I guess both parties are in both wars, so it actually maybe doesn't matter. The idea is we're going to offer peace first to brick their Yunnan war goal. Just be an absolute menace. Wow, the truth hurts. Let's go potatoes. Normally we don't do potatoes because it's not as good theoretically, but our sugar prices are probably so low that the base price like considerations may be a little bit less relevant, eh? Census suffrage is having a real rough time. Who's it under? France, UK, German Empire, Russia, Austria Empire? Where can I donate? So if you're on the YouTube and you not that one, this one. yeah, if you're on the YouTube and you come to our Twitch link, which is down below in the description, we are doing the fundraiser for the Ukraine Defense Fund through Twitch here. So it's going to be, if we refresh the page and we do not have this, we're going to have this donate to charity button in the bottom right corner, which is going to allow you to send money to the Ukraine Defense Fund, which is providing equipment to frontline troops. It's not providing lethal aid, but it is providing military accessory type equipment like radios, body armors, and a helmet, to help them fight the aggressor/thug Putin. We have a Putin Dragon coming up in 8 minutes in terms of what we are substantively trying to cover, but we don't have a particular topic because we are a little over 14 hours into this thing. So we have gone and run our way through the scheduled programming. I suppose we could start over from the top, since no one who was with us at the start is with us now. Actually, that's not true. I think... who was it is back? Someone was here at the start and they're back again. I forget who it was. So I guess some people are coming back. This type of thing. Yikes. That's an occupation. It's much better to donate money to journalists than the UDF. I mean... That's... So Ragatalk, I appreciate that on some level, but like, to just be as clear as what's going on, I matched all of last month's earnings off of YouTube and gave that as well, which was in terms of the donations to get and there's a high probability I do that next month as well. So if you donate money to me, it's probably going to the Ukraine Defense Fund either way, and that's what I'm choosing with what to do to my money. So a donation to me directly is probably just going to give a cut to YouTube before it subsequently gets donated to the Ukraine Defense Fund. I wasn't here immediately, but I've been here a while since Popolop. For the second session, it's surprising what countries sometimes have super high standard of living. I've had Afghanistan Puppet, and they've had the highest SOL by a huge margin. Cheap opium prices do be a thing, because the opium's relatively efficient, and then if someone else is eating your opium, like, you can have a decent-sized economy with that. Oh, they'll just accept this. Perfect. The entire shebang. We enforce our peace deal, bricking theirs, and... Oh, we might have bricked our war reps, because I think that's what we had in the other one. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. This got enforced, Yunnan got... I'd never seen that before. Is that even a bug? Yunnan got enforced on the UK in this other war, even though that wasn't the war goal that they had. It's a war goal they had in the other war, but they had it occupied, and it ended up getting enforced. I mean, I think that's better, because it prevented us from picking their war goal, but that's fascinating. I didn't realize you could prevent. That's nice. That's nice. That's good. That's good. That's good for the game. That's good for the game. We got a babink, but our Twitch updates are not updating properly. Dragon 1 Pills, thank you so very much for the $1. Big nice. Much appreciated. Invest some money, set yourself up for the future. I think the future is bleak if Ukraine loses, so... yeah. I was hoping, yeah, so I think yeah. Jesus, Great Britain. Step, Great Britain, please stop. We would love to have investment rights, actually. Please give me... Yeah, I mean, also we just have a fundamental disagreements of the importance and, like, meaning of this war in Ukraine. Ragatalk. Right. If you were of a different position, or if you were in a different position, I think you would not find my position incoherent. Or if you were of the same position as me. But maybe. I don't know, we were saving up for a car. That's gonna not happen for a while at least. Get another baboop. Dreadful Cadillac 1. Thank you for the 379. Big nice. Thank you so very much. Hey Juan, how's it going? Britain now gets embargoed and the Raj suffers. Rip treaty port. Oh yeah, that's true. Yep. Rip the treaty port indeed. Mass migrations are helping us out quite a bit. Look at our pop just explode from the mass migrations starting to really pop off here. Because we've really, like, exhausted a lot of our construction ability here. Maybe we actually roll back on this because we really don't need the money as much. And then that's going to kick up SOL because tobacco was a regressive one. And then come here and something like this. And then promote social mobility as well. And then lower the government wages down to a minimum level. Start to build up here. Finally, it's time to unsub from the channel. See you later, my guy. I have not been in any way unclear as to what my position on Ukraine is the past several years. This is an annual thing. We do this every year. The same thing we do every year, Pinky. So, you do what you feel is just, my guy. Ukraine wouldn't even have to defend itself if we hadn't abandoned security guarantee we gave them in exchange for nuclear armaments, so it was the most worthy causes. This is kind of what I'm inclined to agree. I don't think that agreement, to be clear, wasn't that we would defend them, it was that we wouldn't attack them, but Russia violated it by attacking them. To be fair, which, not always most pleased to be fair to Putin. Drazala, thank you for the $5. Thank you so very much. Big nice. For helping and supporting Ukraine. Slava Ukraini, basically. Backwatch. What's that mean? So our investment pool is outgrowing this, so this actually means we're gaining money, which means we need more construction. Which actually is now going to start making it difficult to play, but I think that's okay. Yeah, pop is just really popping off here. We should get a lot of immigrants coming in. What are the odds on this one? 79%. Let's roll the dice. Okay. We just weren't handsome enough, chat. Could have been more handsome. We should have been more handsome. We're not gonna go after France. Also starting to have a very significant issue with our bloc regarding convoys. Which is actually not solvable because none of these places can employ up until we get multiculturalism. So maybe we come off of census suffrage. Our setback chance is not very bad right now, but... Or maybe we come off of this and try and pass multiculturalism. We have an agitator who's agitating for it. The Han movement will also give us 12%. Thing is, I think if this is not if this is a bad, this has to be, we're gonna take this next, checkpoint, but if it's bad for us, and election, if it's bad for us, or if both are bad, or either, you know, then obviously we gotta do a thing. Maybe we should have just come off it. I've seen too many videos of Ukrainian men being kidnapped from the street and sent to the front. What do you think they're doing in Russia, my guy? Not to, like, subject change, but, like, yeah, when you have a draft, that's how it works. Often when you are fighting for the existence of your country, that's how it works. So, the... yeah, I mean, Russia's doing very similar things over there. Not that, like... I actually don't have moral qualms, like, in a categorical sense with the draft. I think if you're fighting for the existence of your nation, that drafts are, like, okay. If you're off fighting, gallivanting somewhere else, and you're not getting invaded, then maybe it's a bit less okay. You don't, under any circumstances, have to hand it to Vladimir Putin. I think this is a matter of, like, principle. Yeah. I don't know. I forget exactly what you're responding to. I think I said to be fair to Vladimir Putin on one point, and I think that you shouldn't deny someone because you dislike them in an attempt to be, like, accurate, because that accuracy helps them. In Russia, they are giving people money to sign up at the moment. I mean, they also like recruiting criminals and commuting their sentence in exchange. But yes, they were doing the same thing if they were defending. Absolutely. I mean, Russia has a history of sending boys into battle to die, as well. Not that, like, again, like, I think if you're facing an existential threat, then I think it's fine to do that. Which I'm thinking World War II when they sent boys with broomsticks into battle. We maybe adjust this a little bit because we're gonna get civilizing mission either way, right? So we could do civilizing mission into this. Maybe a little bit more precise is that. We definitely care more about getting the infamy reduction. We're starting to get way too big an economy to, like, to feel like we're competently handling it. I think that these places that we don't have construction don't have iron. Or not a lot of iron in this case. Oh, I guess we have some iron here. Just adding more construction because this is what you're supposed to do. We could add some more kind of basic military. Let's look where we have the peasants. We have quite a bit in Tula, I think, so let's add from there. And then Tula, because we have quite a bit of peasants, let's fully stack out, build this to EOS as economies of scale in order to maximize throughput, which is going to be good for us. Do we have more pop than... We probably have more pop than Russia at this point. Yeah, we do. Russia's down to 33 million. I think draft is pretty much the worst type of slavery. I don't think that's an incoherent position, but I just think that nations... I think that if you're in an offensive war and you're drafting people, I think that that's, like, no good. If you're in a defensive war and you're drafting people, I think that that's... I think if Ukraine didn't draft people and they let Russia run through Ukraine, that would be probably worse for a lot of Ukrainians. Ukraine is fully mobilized, Russia isn't. Both have conscription draft. It sounds pretty risky capturing an enemy soldier and telling him to fight you, especially Russia's strategy is to throw shoulders in the meat grinder. You might take the gun and just keep fighting against them. I've been to Kiev twice in the last year, and there are a lot of men everywhere, so it's not like all the men are hiding and afraid to be drafted. Yeah, there are definitely some draft dodgers, but... Russia's also sending minorities to the front line. Yeah, disproportionately they drag people out of the minority groups first, and did not proportionally draft from their populations, sparing places like Moscow and St. Petersburg. Proportionally speaking, relative to the more rural areas where they drafted more from. I forgot we got Inner Mongolia. Kaiping Mining Company's not doing too hot. We might end up replacing it. Good to see you're still going. We're still trying. We're about to use the bathroom. But maybe being fair to Vladimir Putin is bringing him to the Hague to be tried and executed. So fair enough. I do think that that would be fair. I think that that's an unlikely outcome. Maybe Putin's not getting captured. Good to see you're still going. How much money has been raised? Yeah, let's take a brief look at that. So just so everyone knows, especially if you come in recently, we are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund, for which your money will go to help give equipment to frontline soldiers that is non-lethal equipment, because you can't put this in on a charity, but they are going to give tactical first aid kits, radios, body armor, helmets, and power banks. We have so far, in order to raise funds, been raising them through Twitch, because Twitch is an organizing force that ensures that the money does get there, and is one that I trust well enough that they don't take a cut when they take this, other than money processing fee that is not taken by Twitch, but rather the people who fulfill this. It's like 3% or something. But we have so far, let's just refresh, we have so far raised 2687 of the 2500 goal. That is again for the Ukraine Defense Fund, if anyone was interested in giving. We're about 14 to 15 hours in, and we missed the 10-minute or the 1 hour mark in terms of a Putin dragging, but we don't have a particular topic to discuss. I guess let's maybe take a quick pause, and I do have some various bookmarks and earmarks by which we can read a couple passages that are maybe stand in. So we have been every hour on the hour going through a little bit of a Putin dragging. Why don't we go with this, picture of a sad Putin as we find our little reading for this hour. Reading from the book Winter is Coming by Garry Kasparov, where he warned that Putin was going to become an enemy of the free world in 2016, and would not be satisfied with merely taking Crimea, which of course bore out to play. So the people who are talking about just giving up the Donbass, that this will, make it so that Putin stops, is just a little bit of the classic. We could talk about Berezovsky. I think we already talked about him, though. We had this bookmark of the Jewish thing. People didn't bring up the Jewish thing as much, so it's not necessary. This quote I like. Private companies were absorbed into the state, while at the same time the assets of the state companies moved into private accounts. State and corporate power merged. It became a perverse combination of Adam Smith and Karl Marx, in which the profits were privatized and the expenses were nationalized. Alexander Litvinenko, the KGB agent. Here, let's find him. We actually have a picture of him in here. Litvinenko. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he was eventually assassinated by Putin. There he was, after being poisoned by radioactive material. The KGB agent who broke loyalty by fleeing the UK. Even worse, he violated the law of Omerta by going to the press. Of course, the Omerta relating Putin to the the mafia, which is an appropriate relation, going to the press and even publishing books about the dirty deeds of Putin and his foot soldiers. Instead of being taken fishing in the good old-fashioned Godfather style, in November of 2006, he was killed in London in the first recorded use of nuclear terrorism. The Kremlin refused to hand over the main suspect in the murder, and eventually Britain shelved the case, only to reopen in 2014 when Putin's invasion of Ukraine finally persuaded the British that engagement with his regime was no longer a possibility. The engagement of the West definitely facilitated and enabled Putin to become what he became. We maybe talk about this passage we have on Sochi in the next kind of timeline / drop. Litvinenko was notably big for whistleblowing the apartment bombings, which we talked about several hours ago, in which, as head of the FSB, the successor to the KGB in terms of security apparatus, the FSB was found to be guilty, or all evidence point to the FSB being responsible for several apartment bombings for the purposes of gaining political clout and blaming it on the Chechens, while they bombed their own people, as an example of a particularly disgusting behavior. Bro, I went to sleep and you're still alive? Yep, we're about 15 hours in, my guy. Try and keep up. How long will the stream go for? So I said that as long as we're averaging $2 a minute, I will try and keep going as long as I am able. So how long will the stream go for? Minus the money I contributed. Because I will want to sleep eventually, so so currently at 2687 minus 725, which was our match, divided by 120. So we're planning on going 16.35 hours in total, and so now we have 2 more hours to go. Unless more people donate, in which case we'll keep going. And if we need to sleep on stream, we can do that. What's the Jewish thing? It was it was an example of Putin talking about how the Jews in Ukraine and Ukraine Nazi and persecuting Jews. Meanwhile, Jews in terms of anti-Semitic violence in Russia statistically is rising simultaneously. It's a little bit of a quip regarding whataboutism and I'm not the fascist, you're the fascist type of thinking that is common with Putin's way of communicating. I don't think we get the sense of suffrage in. I think that maybe this is a bad idea to be passing here. I think with that amount of setbacks, it's just we're trying to die roll our way in. I think we grab this guy leadership here, burn our cooldown, and try and roll multiculturalism and try and high roll it. That's not a rev we can beat. And it's gonna get super strong. Yeah, okay, fair. I think we... Just kidding. Let's maybe try this one. Warned he would become an enemy in 2016 when the war had already begun in 2014. Just to be clear, in terms of the overall history of Garry Kasparov, while he published that book in 2016, Garry Kasparov had been warning about Putin since 2001, 2002, and he ran the opposition party at the top of the opposition party in an election against Putin with the purpose of not winning the election, but simply highlighting and drawing attention to the fact that there was not a real and fair election. And he was thrown in jail by Putin, and he protested about Putin very consistently. Garry Kasparov was a very, very active member of the opposition against Putin, and it's not some sort of convenient book writing in 2016 that has led to this. but rather, following the invasion, he got up and did some more work after already doing a work. And also, he regards himself as Russian. He has not been in Russia in some time. He has fled the country and is never going to return to what he regards as his homeland. To some extent, he says he regards himself as Russian, but he's from Azerbaijan, which of course is somewhere around here. He likes to make a joke that he's in the deep south next to Georgia, which of course next to this Georgia. False flag attacks feel more common than real ones. I mean, they generally feel conspiratorial when they're introduced initially, but also, like, the events surrounding that one specifically do seem very much suspicious, including the testing the bags of sugar in the bombing and saying it was an explosive device, and then walking it back and saying it was sugar. Because 2 FSB agents were implicated. FSB being the equivalent of the Kremlin. Or like the what followed after the Kremlin. Let's try and keep this bad boy going, chugging. We really need is like a connection over through here. Oh my god, we're getting close actually. We're 3 states away from Qing to actually connecting east-west. If we get a Kazakh Khanate inside our market somehow. I think Georgia's been in here for some time now, actually. So, can we subjugate? Yep. So Georgia has been subjugated here. Wasn't Russia one of the original countries invited into NATO, but Stalin declined because he felt like a new enemy in his propaganda? I don't think that was the case, but I don't know. I think the NATO was very originally like an attempt to oppose the power of the USSR and to protect countries that were on its borders from annexation by the USSR. I don't recall the exact way in which that started. I apologize. Someone in chat might know and be able to help you out with that one. Unfortunate. We would have liked the free workers' rights. Good morning, coming from Europe. Hey Nia, how's it going? You mean KGB? Like, the Kremlin is not just like the White House in Russia? Is the Kremlin just not like the White House in... Wait, what? The security organization, the FBI or CIA, I think is the more appropriate comparison, in the U.S. is not inside of the White House. The White House is where the president stays. To be fair, Putin doesn't stay in the Kremlin, so... How strong are free jobs at increasing migration attraction? I think this modifier caps out at plus 15. I think that available employment should be higher in terms of the potential. I think it caps out at plus 15. You can see SOL is like double current SOL, so it's not a huge factor. Maybe it caps out at plus 10. Oh, no, plus 30. Okay, so we're getting, in terms of base, plus 30 from available employment here, which is helping to pull a lot of pops in. Putin tried to join in the 90s, but we shot him down, IRC. I do recall them trying to join, but not really trying to join, but the U.S. position was that it was not an USSR alliance, but instead just a defensive alliance. And so by refusing the USSR entry, you make it more explicit that it is actually an anti-USSR alliance. So the USSR kind of called their bluff a little bit, and then the USA was like, "All right, we're fibbing. it's not a just generic anti-alliance. Definitely for the USSR." Yeah. Yeah, Mirage. That is my understanding as well. Because the U.S. was insisting, nope, it's not anti-Soviet, and then they were like, yeah, it kind of is, and then the USA, when they said they couldn't join, was like, yeah, it kind of is. We like to have a little bit of fun sometimes, eh? Something like this, I guess. I don't know, man. We're struggle busting a little bit here. To find our proper expansion slots. Oh my god, is it somehow not on? No, it is on subsidized. Why is this on? Not on that. I think that'll help out. I don't think the US. Yeah. Do you think that letting Putin / post 90s Russia into NATO could have prevented all this before it started? No, I think it's. I agree with Putin, or sorry, not Putin. I agree with Kasparov of the opinion that it was not a lack of engagement, but rather too much unqualified engagement with Russia that allowed Putin to rise to power. And I think more qualifications should have been put on him, not more leniency and access be given. NATO requires you to be a democracy to join, but not to stay in. Like, a lot of agreements require you to be a democracy, but then, like, Russia's just a sham democracy. Get a liberal party. That might be good for us. Yeah, look, we can get 100% legitimacy here. Guaranteed liberties is probably going to pass here. I think we're going to go to 50. Or push these up, because we want to increase guaranteed libs a little bit. Going on multilateral alliances now. We have one available mandate, but no slots. We might slot in construction one here. I agree with Putin. Not like this. The good old, they're gonna clip it and ship it. Someone's just gonna clip it, put it in the discard. This is what I learned from Journalist stream. The Intelligentsia is actually weaker than this. Yeah, the PB is so strong here. PB kind of tends to get entrenched. Kind of don't like it. As a Hungarian, I feel called out. You know, the truthers, my man. Don't have to stay a democracy, not like this. What are you doing to UA? Oh, there. Oh, okay. Maybe this is okay. What's our... Ooh. We can go to war again. I mean, we would be deciding to be above the infamy level for quite some time here. We should have got that literary PB guy when we had the chance. Oh, we have another chance. 3 years. Damn. That's my bad. God, we gotta keep the construction going somehow, but it's so rough. You need more Black Sea ports, true. Then we could export more. Talked to many Russians when I was in when I were in Russia and somewhere online. They also are generally very pro-Putin, so I think it's odd to say it's not a democracy. Can we find the spot? 167. In regards to, as a joke going around had it, the difference between democracy and the Putin system was like the difference between two chairs, one leather, one electric. Not that it really mattered, but the most damning of all the official statistics were in places like Chechnya, which, by the way, had this violent resistance movement and was basically completely leveled by Russia, or Putin, and Dagestan, where there was little monitoring in place at the polls. With an outlandish 99.5% voter turnout and 99% of Chechen votes went to United Russia. Don't forget that this party is led by Putin as an author of the Second Chechen War that razed the Chechen capital Grozny to the ground. As usual, the truth is visible in the actions of lackeys who are too eager to please the Kremlin masters. My wife commented darkly that the only ones who didn't vote in Chechnya were those who died on election day. Is Ukraine a democracy in the game? Just during the live stream? We are a democracy. Not the best kind of democracy, but we are a democracy. Not like this. So pro-Putin that he has to rig the elections, I mean, is US still democracy? I would not disagree with someone who said it is democracy, but I'll also not disagree with someone who said it was an oligarchy. I'm very concerned that it is now the latter, more so than the former, but hopeful that it's not. We'll see what happens in a few years. We're gonna push the new eventual EOS. I don't think we have... Do we have the tech for EOS? Oh, we do have shift work. Okay, so... maybe we also come in and 50 up some of these to push it to EOS. We do want to keep the queue constantly going. It's unfortunate we don't have more states and more pops and more everything, so it makes this auto expand a little bit easier. They aren't 90% in favor of Putin though. Yeah, that's very much the point. That means it's a rigged election, I talked to Russians in the Murmansk area, not Georgians. To be fair, Putin is popular amongst a lot of Russians. My point is that it's not that Putin's unpopular. It's that the elections are rigged. Damn, you have tons of cash? Me? Oh, here? Yeah, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have this much cash. We should be spending more. Talking to chat, trying to be engaged, switching and oscillating between that and doing presentations on Putin. And also being like 15 hours in, it is making the play relatively loose here. We could be playing better. Not like this. Money shamed. 15 hours into a stream. The truth hurts. Not wrong. We shouldn't have this much money. We should have more construction instead. You're not wrong. We'll try and get it going. We'll try and drain this out. You're a little concerned about this, aren't you, UK? It's funny, these are the two, I think they're both paying us Diplopacts. Sorry, France is not paying us a bankroll. If only we could side against them. We could have it all. None of these are particularly substantive, other than Sinai. Sinai would allow us to connect, actually, overseas better. But do we want to fight? Over it. Was the opinion of America has been an oligarchy for a long time now? People just start to realize it. Well, we have to accept now. Maybe we load. Let's load and transfer in for. Let's wait for Sinai because we have to join anyway. We were hoping that they just don't call us. I didn't want to fight France. So we take a little bit of a load ski. Apathy is also strong with Russians. I'm kind of not necessarily fans of this narrative because Russia has had some of the most massive protests in the past decade. And they have had protests through very, very real and extreme crackdowns and violence. So I guess the ones who are left, some of them are apathetic or fearful or some combination of the two. But, like, I feel like a lot of people who have... A lot of the people who call Russian people apathetic haven't had their friends, they haven't been brutalized in a protest themselves. They haven't had friends bludgeoned and disappeared by Russian security forces into, like, the gulag. And so I don't think it's necessarily, like, fair. You know what I mean? Or like, I think that look, some of the Russian people are apathetic, and some of the Russian people support Vladimir Putin, absolutely. But, like, to act that, like, there's been no sort of response. There have been massive protests and crackdowns. So what is your stance on racism? Are you asking me that? Wait, what? That seems a little out of left field. I'm not a fan of racism. As a general heuristic. I suppose, I mean, I feel like I'm not a fan of it, but I feel like you're asking, like, a deeper question. So maybe you need to articulate or rephrase your question. We would love to go on to women's suffrage. Let's try and get compulsory primary school here. I found a meme to be funny. Nobody looks at around for Nazis late at night when they go to the ATM, so now I feel racist. I'm not sure why that makes you feel racist. What? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not following. I apologize. I have to use the bathroom in a second here. No, nobody leaves the anti-Russia league. USA has had mostly peaceful protests. I mean, I do definitely think that, like, the left acknowledged the level of violence in the protests in the ones you are referring to. If that's the point you're trying to make about the racist comment, I'm still not, I feel like I'm missing some greater or larger point in some way here. We're gonna turn up the labor-saving PMs on everything to water tube now. We don't have rotary valve yet. Excuse me. That's gonna free up a ton of laborers, as well as considering to rise. Brother, you're sleeping under Cuddly Rock tonight if you don't think people don't fear Nazis at night? No. By the way, if you untick show invalid save games in the file, it's 6 to the save file. Gotcha. We're headed towards Russian-style democracy. Our place where nothing happened in 1989 moment will be televised. Posse Comitatus will be out the window. We'll see. Because it's a joke about people looking around for blacks. Wait, what? Oh, I understand. Yeah, that one flew over my head. The idea is that you look out for blacks at going to the ATM late at night, but not Nazis. Is supposed to be the joke. If I know any type of group of people hanging out around a particular 7-Eleven that is unsurly late at night, I'm going to look out for them, regardless of race. Generally speaking, being around Nazis makes me uncomfortable. Even though I think I pass for white pretty well. You should probably conquer the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire, unfortunately, is part of France. We could maybe transfer it at some point. But this was pulled off a little bit. Unfortunately, we really are hurting on the convoy front, and we really need convoys close to home to be able to max out. Or we need to be able to go multiculturalism. Or we need to get Sinai, the Suez Canal. Or yeah. All these would help out. North Africa wouldn't help, wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I don't want to fight the UK and Great Britain and Germany. I want them to help me against Russia, just generally. Oh, we can't start another fight with Russia. I think we go for something which has a coast. Maybe we go for Ingria here? Because that is the state. Great Britain is unlikely to side with us. Yikes. I wonder why. Acquire colony strategy, British loans, turmoil in Great Britain, involvement in 3 diplomatic plays at once. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Maybe we'll wait. I think we can 1v1 Russia, but we also have ticking infamy right now anyways. Oh my god, floating harbors, I've never been so happy. Hell yeah, brother. The raid Odessa. What's your opinion about Destiny? I know there's some controversy recently that I haven't looked into at all. I don't have an opinion on that, if, like, that's more what you're asking. In general, I think Destiny is primarily concerned with like winning arguments and performative, like owning people and like this type of thing, than like actually developing his worldview. And in that sense, maybe take him a little bit less seriously as an intellectual. I think I tend to agree with a lot of his ways of thinking on stuff, although I come to some different conclusions in some spot. Like, I disagree. Like, he is mixed opinion, leans like Israel Palestine, and I'm mixed opinion, leans Palestine on the issue. I think it's complicated. That's like one of the ones he's been more outspoken about. I think he's kind of like a scummy dude. I think it's really jarring to try and have like serious political discussions and then to interrupt them with like, but I fucked your mother type of like rhetoric, and it's just like this oscillation between like this slapsticky like adolescent type of behavior and trying to be taken serious in an intellectual discussion. I find a little bit jarring, but I don't like necessarily have an enormous problem with like that I can like articulate. It just like seems off to me. Oh, never mind, that's Bessarabia, yeah. Also, there's De Bruges here. Population's growing quite nicely. To some degree, like, reasons why I kind of dislike Destiny, I also dislike Bill Maher. Which, like, Bill Maher, like, oscillates between having everyone on his show with a suit and inviting, like, serious politicians and then making, like, fart and dick jokes. Oh, we definitely shouldn't have started a war before getting that. I'm glad we didn't. God, I would have felt really stupid. Hey, we're draining that economy some. Isn't he getting sued for having sex with a minor? I don't think that's it. I haven't looked into it too much. I believe he's getting sued for sharing nudes of one woman who is of the age of consent with another woman who is of the age of consent, but was like 19, I think. Still of the age of consent. And the idea is, I don't think it's legal to share that type of thing without the consent of the party, something like that. I don't really know the details too well. I think it's something like that. I kind of think there's more important shit going on to some degree. And I already just kind of had a negative opinion on Destiny, so like, what would be the purpose of trying to become more informed on that topic, like, really, in some sense, right? Like, what would the intention be there? I already kind of just don't like him, so... Oh my god, I freaking hate the thing where we don't gain progress, and... This is one of the changes I hate so much. You know who I blame for this? You know who I blame for this? Oh my god, his name is escaping me. I know who I blame for this, I just can't remember his name. It's a change that was in Victoria Tweaks. The modder who was responsible for Victoria Tweaks got hired by Paradox. I'm only jokingly blaming him because I like him, but like, it's also a change I think is super asinine. Where if you don't have a port, you can't actually develop the thing. So it's just, you're just adding button clicks to establishing colonies in a way that's like super, from a UI perspective, unfun, and I just think it's like a really poor like design decision. And so that's why our colonies didn't expand any, and we're just noticing it now. To be fair, we've been incredibly distracted while playing this, so like maybe we shouldn't even complain. I, for the life of me, can't remember what the name of the guy is. Shout out to him though. I do like him. I really hate that change though. I know it's his fault. OPB? Not OPB. The guy who actually works on the mod. OPB like fed the ideas to the guy. It's not OPB. I've only seen Destiny like 3 or 4 videos, but each time he came across as a moron and a very unlikable personality, so I never cared to watch any more about him. Really? He came across as a moron? That's interesting. I don't think Destiny's unintelligent. I think he's a bit disingenuous when he argues, though. Because I think it's less about him having a position or trying to find the truth and more about, like, performative winning. Which, to be fair, a lot of people are actually uninterested in changing their opinion or developing their opinion and are more concerned with just owning the other person. So it's not like something that's unique. That's gonna bother me that I can't remember his name. It's not OPB. Have you ever tried playing a mod that lets you incorporate, countries you release through Diploplays in your sphere? No, I've talked to the guy who works on it, I think, though, or someone who's a super big fan of it. I'm not a fan of that as a design. We are going to act like these statues are actually useful, and we're going to put them everywhere, but in reality, we're just not man enough to fill our queue. I think that we're also going to come in and textile mills, we're going to sort by places that have a bunch of peasants, places that we've already 30 stacked with a bunch of these, and we're just going to bring them on up. 2 economies of scale here. And keep the queue chugging. Insanely broken, but fun realistic. Play to Russia to make a huge wall. I think for it to be realistic, that it would have to cost more infamy than what I've heard articulated regarding that mod for releasing. Like, it should cost way more infamy to release, incorporate or whatever. Aren't all the debate bros about winning? They tend to be. I wouldn't want to say categorically all. Like, I think Ben Shapiro is similar. Right? Is that who you mean when you say debate bro? Ben Shapiro, I think, actually has more of a sort of narrative motivation than a merely winning motivation. With Destiny's willing to argue both sides of the thing, as well. As far as I know, which is, to be fair, I'm radically willing to update my opinion on Destiny given new information. But from what I've seen, like, I kind of agree with him on some stuff, but he, like, kind of rubs me the wrong way. So it's like, I don't know. Doodles is the one. Yeah, Doodles is who we blame for this. Doodles! That's the one. Based and Democrat is incompatible? Damn, the truth hurts. Well, whatever will we do? Someone on the internet said we weren't based. Actually, to be fair, I would call myself a libertarian, but I think the libertarians wouldn't have me to some extent, so let's maybe redo some of how we think about these. Let's do the taxes that specifically don't hit the lower strata or the middle strata very much. So these two, and then I think we're going to encourage manufacturing in Tula as well, and greener grass in here and here, and then that's going to be our couple of things. We might start greener grassing much more aggressively here. Ben Shapiro is literally Mossad plant. Yeah, so so his motivation is less about just winning an argument, because he's not going to switch the other side. Got 11 minutes till we talk about Putin. Funny thing about Russia concurring stuff. So Soviet Union grabbed land from Romania and Moldova for the future occupation of Romania, but they broke. When they broke, they separated a piece of I assume that's Moldova, to Transnistria Republic to concur a future Moldova. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to say, my guy. I think furniture and the other one are still the best in regards to which labor-saving PMs are the most effective. 4 going up to rotary. You're definitely going to need some of those. SOL is still creeping up. We could use more workforce ratio. Libertarians can be based. Yeah, but to be fair, you start out with Democrats can't be based. I am of the opinion that some Democrats can be based. So I'm not sure we're necessarily in ideological alignment, but I'm more freedom-oriented than I am, like, empathy-oriented is kind of where my divergence with the Democrats are. Which isn't to say, like, I'm not empathetic, I just don't think empathy should be, like, foreign policy, or should be, like, it's not a publicly a policy platform, really. I think we just swap to this because we don't need those guys to pass the law really anymore. We've gotten enough things passing it. Sounds like anti-Semitism. Oh, I'm not even sure what you're referring to. Infamy varies, but it can be a lot, especially if you release high pop country, but then again, if you're advanced enough, you can ignore the infamy after a certain point. Yeah, I just remember it was like highly discounted relative to just subjugating the country, so releasing as a subject Ukraine versus releasing Ukraine and then subjugating it was just a massive discount, from what I recall. Have you seen the ANCAP movie part 1 and 2? No. RCB's still here? What the hell? Bro, I look at you and I'm 100% sure that you're brainwashed. I was at the protest in Russia in 2015, and the most brutal thing I saw was police demanding to move out of the road. Yeah. He's back, my guys. This is the guy who did not want to say that Putin was the most responsible for the invasion of Ukraine, and instead wanted to blame it on the oligarchs around Putin when his feet were being held to the fire, rather than Putin. Yeah, the situation on the ground there is very much the oligarchs are beholden to Putin, not the other way around, which is why Putin was able to consolidate power and just seize the assets from the oligarchs, and also why Putin doesn't fall out of windows, but the oligarchs are sure in the habit of doing so. We'll go fertilizer plants and boom booms and the entire chain of these. Maybe not ammunition, maybe ammunition. And then we'll put them on auto expand as well. I think that place has a infrastructure issue, which is why building has not been done by the queue there. No, they don't. And they're on the Volga River? Weird. Are there no pops there? Why isn't it getting auto-queued in? Yeah, there are no pops there. Actually, that's a huge problem. We can't build that much there if there are no pops there. Russia created Transnistria, a separatist country inside of Moldova, so they could come in and save them from the Nazis. Gotcha. The only thing that sets you apart from the herd is of your kind is that you don't ban for dissent, which is strange for modern lovers of one-sided freedom. I don't ban for dissent. I do ban if someone's getting us off track and just trolling. I'm not 100% sure about you. I mean, I think your opinions are just like lockstep in with like propaganda. So I think you are unambiguously towing the Russian line in terms of all of your positions. Ooh, only 19. Why is it only 19 infamy? What's going on there? Is that because we have multi-lat, Nat? Why is that so cheap? Russia's a major power. One step closer. Taking Ingria will also really mess them up, so we're on board with that. Yeah. I'm shocked you're still here. That was kind of weird. You've also been here like 30 minutes without typing at all. Not exactly normal behavior. I think we keep these guys around to do a landing and we just ignore this back there. I think we do want an interest up in here so we can release some big boys. But you, like them, still continue to ignore uncomfortable questions. I don't know, my guy. Pretty sure we're addressing all of them. That seems, You were really trying to dodge talking about who was most responsible for the invasion of Ukraine. I think you still didn't answer it. You like half answered it. You'd be like, very much want to shift all the focus away from Putin being an absolute monster, which is the entire subject of discussion for the stream. This has been my favorite, and this has been a common theme of today. In terms of the people who, a lot of people want to simultaneously change the subject off of Putin, which is the prescribed like subject of the stream, and then they want to accuse me of changing the subject when I want to bring it back to Putin, which is very reminiscent of the "I'm not the fascist, you're a fascist" type of Putin saying, "You guys are the Nazis, we got to denazify them," and the very relevant thing, of course, being that Putin is an authoritarian dictator. And we're going to be out here accusing the other. Far East is maybe an okay shout. Far East is going to be unrecognized. Looks like UK declared neutrality. Sneaky. Dagestan takes us one step closer to Baku. Let's do this, have as many primaries as possible. Germany joins in. This sounds like anti-Semitism, referred to the Ben Shapiro Mossad statement. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Love these streams. Love you too, bro. Little demonstration, never hurt anyone. No oligarchs, just very clumsy, you see. Yeah. Do you know it's possible to replace Siberia from Russia? Oh my god, words. Yeah, I just didn't see it in there. I think we might have released something too much already. Yeah, Germany and we are gonna roll through Russia here. I've never seen a streamer address this many sensitive questions so well. We've also, this is the 15th or 16th hour, just to be clear. We've been live for a hot minute. And so to the extent that I'm failing, it's convenient to be able to blame it on that. Being here for 30 plus minutes without typing is very normal behavior. Kind of. I think it's less normal for people who type constantly and then don't type at all. You're lying, lol, I mean, it's easier if you, in general, if you, I'd prefer if you like say what I'm lying about when you say I'm lying. It's a little bit hard to address because I respond to like 3 or 4 other comments and like there's other threads of discussion and I have to try and remember what you said or what I said to you. When it's a lot easier if you just like I mean, this is just in terms of practice of, like... I guess you don't have to communicate with a streamer in a particular way if you don't want to, but just in terms of me trying to understand what you're saying to me. Party most responsible for the invasion of Ukraine is the Mongols. Oh, big true. Say that Zelensky is to blame for all of this. You're saying that Zelensky's to blame? Or are you saying I'm saying that? I'm definitely saying Putin is. If you're saying... when will we get the "you're not a fascist, I'm a fascist" leader we deserve? The U.S. might get him. The U.S. might have him. Well, truth hurts on that one. Let's try and push some of these. I mean, we see that we have peasants. Tula, notably, 72. Logging camps, absolutely insane. Maybe we could try and export more logging. But yeah, I think if you think Zelensky is the most responsible for the invasion of Ukraine, that's like a crazy position. Zelensky is just a puppet of the West. Why would you want to blame him for anything? That feeling when the two pro-Putin people start arguing about Zelensky's to blame to the invasion. How could you blame Zelensky? He's a stooge. Try again. 65. Surely they don't refuse us twice. Yeah, hell yeah, brother. Are you stream Civ 7 tomorrow? I don't know. Depends if I get to bed or when I get to bed. We are still raising money for... Oh, we got to the 1 hour mark. Let's maybe read the passage that people wanted to read about the Jewish thing. Every hour of the hour, we are trying to drag Putin. We are getting a little bit slower. But Putin still looks as ugly as ever here. And so, let's get a little bit of context and do a little bit of reading here, eh? Oh no, wait, this is on Sochi. We said we were going to talk about Sochi, too. Many Sochi citizens had their homes and businesses destroyed, and the surrounding area turned into an ecological disaster zone that only got worse after the area was abandoned a few minutes after the torch was extinguished. This is Sochi, where the Olympics were held. The Putin regime is always about one thing, money, specifically how to move it into the bank accounts of Putin's allies. Hosting the Olympic Games, a first for Russia, as Moscow in 1980 was USSR, was a perfect way to shift tens of billions of dollars from the treasury and state-owned banks into private hands. Everything from infrastructure to venues and hotels to catering was done by companies handpicked by the Kremlin. It is no surprise to find the names of many Putin's closest pals going for gold a bit early in Sochi. The price tag soared far beyond the promised $12 billion, already a record, to an estimated $50 billion, more costly than even the most lavish 2008 Beijing Summer Games. According to The Economist, companies of Putin's old judo buddy, Arkady Rottenberg alone, received $7.4 billion in contracts. The entire 2010 Vancouver Winter Olympiad cost $6 billion. Due to epic levels of corruption, most of the money was never spent even made it to Sochi. The construction was shoddy, and many of the ambitious projects weren't even scheduled to be built until after the Games. That is, if they were ever built at all. As a lifelong professional sportsman, this is interesting for Kasparov, first the Soviet Union and then for Russia, I cannot endorse a boycott of Sochi by the Olympic team. Such a maneuver unfairly punishes athletes with no regard for their personal views. There was a little bit more on Sochi boycotts. Let's see if we... There's a bit about Yanukovych. We didn't talk about Yanukovych. Maybe that's... The people were interested in the thing that we glossed over a little bit before. So let's maybe try and find it. I'm not sure if it's ironic or just disgusting that the anti-Semitism chorus has again been raised its voice beyond the gutters of the Russian internet since Putin began his war in Ukraine on 2014. Here, let's pull it back to the Putin clip here. According to the Kremlin propaganda, the new democratic government in Kiev is full of fascists and Nazis, as it required anyone declared an enemy of Russia in Russia. Sorry, as is required of anyone declared an enemy of Russia. That is, that they're fascists and Nazis, and Russia had to intervene to protect not just the ethnic Russians, but the poor Jews. In response, the Association of Jewish Organizations and Communities of Ukraine responded with an open letter saying that President Putin's assertions about the rise of anti-Semitism in their country did not match with reality and might have confused Ukraine with Russia, where Jewish organizations registered a rise in anti-Semitism last year. Ukraine also has a lower rate of anti-Semitic incidents than nearly every other country in Europe, where statistics are recorded, including France and Germany. At the same time, stories about Jewish oligarchs running Ukraine have also been part of the Kremlin information war, apparently in an attempt to provoke Russia's fellow Slavs in Ukraine to rise against them, or perhaps to let Putin do his job. These perverse accusations led to a joke that I heard when I visited Ukraine in December of 2014, as a Russian watches the TV news and calls his Jewish friends in Ukraine in a panic, "Moshe, is it true that your country has been taken over by fascists and ultranationalists?" "Yes," his friend replies, "our synagogue is full of them." And then he switches topics to the Kordozovsky arrest. Alright, back to game. Wife's family was among the houses demolished in Sochi. That friggin' sucks, bro. Zelensky is to blame for Crimea. He was an actor in 2014. To be fair, I didn't specify. I was saying the invasion of Ukraine, and I think the context was one in which I was talking about the second one. Zelensky's responsibility to the extent that he didn't donate his country to Russia wholesale. Yeah. Also, oh man, we gotta stay on top of doing the plugs. We are raising money for Ukraine for not this, although I mean, that's not what we're talking about. But we are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund here, which it gives equipment to the people on the front line in Ukraine. They cannot give lethal weapons, ammo, or weaponry, but they do give stuff like tactical first aid kit, radios, body armor, helmets, these types of things. If you are interested, you are on the YouTube. We are raising the money through Twitch, so you do have to go to my Twitch link down below and click on this donate to charity button here. We've already raised $26.87 so far, already hitting the goal, but if you want to increase, to be fair, we can increase the goal. But thank you so much to everyone who's donated, and if you were interested in donating, those are the links, and that's the way we've been doing it, and that's why we've been doing the stream and been live for, I think, like 16 hours now. This is, for those of you watching on the YouTube, this is the second stream, because YouTube doesn't let you stream for longer than 12 hours. Terrible. You see Macron today, by the way? Completely BTFOing Trump. I don't even know what BTFOing means. But I did not see it because I've been streaming for like the past 16 hours. That's classic fascist playbook. The enemy is both weak and strong. Yep. It's not a coherent position. Just like they're simultaneously threatened and Ukraine has to make concessions to them because they can't possibly win. We've seen the same type of simultaneous argument out of people. So they're both threatened and they are so overwhelmingly powerful that capitulation to them must be given to some extent. We're not gonna acquiesce to America. It's kind of funny he fact-checked Trump during the interview and then pulled some shenanigans with the handshake. Trump is the OG of pulling shenanigans with the handshake, so in general I'm not a fan of that, but I suppose that the person who I think is most appropriate to pull that trick on is Trump, because he's a dickhead with that type of thing. You blame me for something, at the same time you don't see the same thing you do from your side. I'm not doing the thing, you're doing the thing. To see who steals money from the budget, look at Crimea before and after Russia, and then Mariupol before the war and now. Well, Mariupol, I imagine there's quite a bit of rubble still there. I don't have the specifics of those, I suppose, but the conditions in Crimea before and after, and the conditions in Mariupol before and after, don't legitimize Putin's invasion of Ukraine in any way, shape, or form, regardless of what they look like. So, like, I'm not even sure I have to examine this. Right? We have an authoritarian thug invading and violating the sovereign territory of another country and trying to institute a multipolar world by his own admission and rhetoric, wherein everyone kind of has their own section and he is free to run rampant, roughshod over Europe and what he believes to be part of his sphere of influence, and doesn't think anyone should bother him or intervene in that, and that we should have a system in which people just take what they want in terms of nations. That is what I'm opposed to. My argument has never at any point in time been like, oh, the standard of living in Ukraine was higher before Russia got there. Although I venture to guess that it was, and that this is just incorrect, it also doesn't matter. The only reason the U.S. has more corruption... Technically, the U.S. score is really low on corruption, but a big part of that is because the U.S. conflicts of interest are legalized, but also you don't have to bribe the doctor to get an appointment in the United States. Like, there's a lot of places with corruption significantly worse than the United States. Conflicts of interest. When the U.S. has a conflict of interest, though, it really happens on the grand scale. There's no corruption. Look at this town. What type of argument is that? Yeah. I was asking the RCB guy a question about Zelensky's fault for the invasion. Oh. No, there was a different argument I was laughing about. Poor thing. I think we've been going a hot minute here. So we've now taken St. Petersburg. The first thing we're going to do is max out the ports. Oh, give me that. We'll also incorporate it. And I think we got this as well. We're on our way, Chad. Macron did, though. It was Trump with the shenanigans. It wasn't Trump with the shenanigans. Yeah, I mean, I like... Yeah, I'm still, like, not a fan of the foreign leaders clowning other leaders over the handshake, but Trump does it all the time, so, like, if it happens to Trump, I care a little bit less. I would rather Macron just not do it. I also overwhelmingly have more beef with, what do these guys want? Maybe we can give them something? Probably not. I overwhelmingly have more beef with, maybe we can give them, some sort of ethno-nationalism and then move the other way. Just a little yo-yo action. Also, do you play without with any mods, out of curiosity? Nope, just some good old-fashioned vanilla Victoria 3. Definitely didn't change any of the companies for this run. Definitely didn't do any of that. Shout out to the guy who made the More Unique Companies mod. He made this up for me on request. I'm very pleased with that. Ugh, yikes. Not very legitimate. Too legitimate to quit it. I think we take our education up a notch and then spin off. With Doge and Elon, the US is arguably more corrupt since it's been pre-World War II. I feel like I can't make an evaluation regarding Doge, like, with, like, very limited information at this point in time. I'm not saying I disagree with you, I'm just saying, like, I think it's too early to say something definitively. I'm deeply concerned about it, but, like, I also, like, don't feel like I can, you know... This, of course, will get these guys be able to be back in government. We also don't necessarily hate passing that. It will make migration harder, but we're trying to yo-yo back and forth. Maybe we max this out, bros. To try and get a little bit of a better political situation. What do you mean? From what I read, Doge is about rooting out corruption. Well, there's levels of conflict of interest. So, for example, the guy who was overseeing the approval and examination of the Neuralink in... Just to, like, give you an example of conflicts of interest, the guy who's responsible for overseeing the Neuralink and the FDA was fired by Elon. Elon has a vested interest in what they do, right? So that's a conflict of interest. The FDA guy being who's in charge of overseeing Elon getting fired means that the next guy who comes in will know that he is not allowed to say anything bad about Elon's thing. And so Elon privately profits as a result of the activities made because he has a ton of companies. Elon Musk receives enormous amounts of funding from the federal government in terms of a variety of, like, grants and bonuses and this type of stuff, right? So him putting his finger on the scale in regards to what the government is spending on is a severe and significant conflict of interest because he has a vested interest in a variety of companies. If he didn't own any companies, there would be less or not a conflict of interest. But there's a conflict of interest there. Just to give one example. There's more than one, although I can't recall them all at right now. Like, if he shuts down NASA, that's a very obvious conflict of interest. You know? No, we got cut off. No! I blame Doodles, and Doodles' a stupid change. That has Doodles' fingerprints all over it. I mean, we might as well get Zeppelins now. Are there any resources here? No, it's kind of a not very good state. Great Britain's only minus 24. So we really want to connect the dots through the Kazakh Khanate. We do want our auto queue to build overseas generally because we're having a hard time getting stuff to build up. Romanian SOL is higher than the majority of Russia, so that means Siberia should be become part of Romania. Taking the logic to the absurd, yeah. I'm equating unconstitutional with corruption, which maybe I shouldn't be. Yeah, technically there's like if something's illegal, it's technically never corruption, but I also think that some of what's being done is illegal, so... I also, to be fair, don't... there's like an academic classification and like standardization that allows you to objectively rate countries in terms of their level of this type of thing. And it's been a while since we've read books on corruption, so I kind of don't remember all the precise like understandings. But there's like there's a conflict of interest there with Musk that is really substantive. I blame DEI. I don't. But I'm also not a fan of affirmative action, but I think it's complicated. And that affirmative action generally comes from a place of good intentions. I also think the recent firing of that 4-star general to move in a general that is less qualified and say it's because of DEI, I think that was a little silly. The procession of provocations. Sounds like something Putin would call it. We're having such a hard time keeping this queue going. Where do we have peasants? We really don't want to build a ton overseas in Beijing or Inner Mongolia because they're not going to connect. It would require a bunch of convoys to connect them to the market, so we kind of want to avoid that. Let's EOS paper in the capital. Jesus, our construction's so freaking useless. To be fair, Tula has a ton of peasants that, alright, let's actually move around. This a little bit. Because some of it is a qualification issue, I think. Let's do some of that. Well, that was a joke. I don't even remember what it was about. I mean, there are people in here who do blame DEI. I think that, generally speaking, Trump has a tendency to try and scapegoat minorities, though. Building tall versus building wide in Vic 3 is why, in Vic 3, which is better, Mr. Generalist Genius. Wait, what? Building tall versus building wide in Vic 3, which is better, Mr. Generalist Genius. Oh, which is better? You can't really build tall. You kind of like have to build wide, but like in some ways you build tall. You actually, once you get like really off the ground, early on focusing on mapping is what's most important. So building localized economies is what's important. But then as time goes on, your orientation shifts a little bit eventually, especially with the larger levels. It becomes more about pushing economies of scale to level 50 to get the maximum throughput bonus. But once you hit level 50, you're actually just supposed to stop building any sort of active building. In Kiev, for example, should just stop. In theory, we shouldn't be auto-expanding it, but we're really trying to keep the queue going, so we're just going to keep this on. And instead, other buildings should get moved up to economies of scale of 50. Oh, you blamed a victorious redev for a change, and I said I blamed DEI. Yeah. Doodles. So you're recruiting about 12 hours? No, Snapperfish. We are actually 16 hours deep right now. At the moment. Although we are reaching... I said for every $2 donated, we would go a minute. Or try to. And so we have to go 16 and a half hours total, I think. Unless there's been a donation. There's a couple of donations coming here. We were raising money to do the plug. Gotta love the plug. Plug, 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 plug. We are raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund, which provides not weapons, not military, but provides non-weapon or ammunition military equipment to fighters on the front line of Ukraine, allowing them to resist the thug that is Vladimir Putin. And this is where the money's going. This is what we're raising money for. If you are interested in donating, there's a link down below. If you're on the YouTube, it will send you to the Twitch, which is the platform through which we are raising money if you are interested in giving. Thank you so very much to those who are. And also those of you who are just sitting around to watch. Big nice. Alright, we're just blasting the gold mines. We've had enough. Try and get more migrants. Not American here, don't understand the DEI hate. I think a lot of it's just scapegoating minorities. I think that the substantive critique of DEI is that it promotes in an explicit fashion non-merit-based selection. In that there's a selection on the basis of equity, which states and or implies that if you have if in a population there is, let's say, 80% white or 50% whites and 50% blacks, then the representation in a position of hiring should be 50 as well, that it should match. And this is what equity is. And so the primary objection, if you're making a good faith type of objection to DEI, the objection is, well, what happens when there is someone more qualified, right? But the current quota is not yet reached in the other group. Well, what ends up happening is you hire the less qualified candidate from the other group in order to reach the equity point. This is the objection. I think in practice it's very often used to scapegoat minorities. To the extent that people who are less qualified are getting positions, I dislike this type of thing. And I think on its face, affirmative action is racist in execution, but not in intent. And the intent of affirmative action is very much to right a sort of wrong and to fix a population representation that is to some extent perverse, and also to try and fix intergenerational wealth gaps in populations, and that's the intention. And I think that the intention is to create a more fair system. I just think the mechanism by which you do it, which is looking at the population of a particular group and looking at the proportion and then trying to make it match, hiring candidates not based on some metric of qualification in some sense. I think that that's problematic, and I think that there are better ways to try and increase fairness and equality. Yeah. But I think that the example of like the 4-star general with a whole bunch of experience, to be fair, we could look deeper into the experience level, but they my understanding is that stars are a good indication of experience level, and they fired like a 4-star general and traded him in for like a 3-star general, and the reason they did it was because they blamed DEI. And it's like, in my mind, that is I would need the more details on the qualifications of the general, because I'm not as informed on this as I would like. But what it looks like at a surface level is they are just firing the person of color because they can blame DEI for it and putting in a less qualified candidate. And what I want is independent of any type of race, just the most qualified people for like positions. I also think that it's complicated as well, because generally speaking, communities that are disenfranchised have poorer access to services and education, and so one of the reasons that they often become less qualified than other candidates is a lack of education growing up. And I think that inequity needs to be solved, and I believe in specifically people under the age of 18 should have all a similar shake in life and in a meritocratic approach, and that is the primary and best area of ingress. We got a Hawanese secession here. I don't think we can get troops to that front, so I think we're gonna have to land. Yeah. I probably shouldn't have tried to unpack this 16 hours into a stream. That just seems like really stupid, actually. Because I think this is one that's like sensitive and nuanced, and I think my opinion is semi-controversial. But I'm trying. I feel like pre-85, 95 mapping, you kind of build tall, especially if you have a province with a lot of labor and base materials to have a successful construction loop. Yeah, I think it has less to do with the mapping and more to do with the throughput bonus, having increasing marginal returns. I think when you have the throughput bonus, like you're starting to hit like the 30s-ish, then pushing the throughput becomes more important. Do we really run out of this-ish? I gave you no problem feeling racist because you are one. Integrated building wide throughput the country should be good for a unified national spirit, though. DEI is racist in and of itself. IMO theoretically. Yeah, I think the thing is the intent is good. And I think that a lot of the anti-DEI stuff I think doesn't come with an intent of trying to fix unfairness with some other mechanism. It's just to get rid of the DEI thing. And if you look at the totality of the beliefs of people who are generally super anti-DEI, I think there's a lot of positions in there that are scapegoating minorities and are disliking minorities. Generally. Not categorically, generally. There's more than enough infrastructure there, actually, right now. See or dive, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. There's another factor, though, which is that the true merit of minorities is systematically undervalued, and DEI attempts to compensate for that. Yeah, I 100% agree that is a good intention, and I understand the intention of it. And The thing is what I would like is mechanisms that determine merit more accurately and are ones in which I wish there were more methods of determining merit that were more accurate. And if you had those types of merit methods, then then and could demonstrate in an objective fashion the merit of the minorities, then I think any rejection of the minority candidate, if they're more qualified, should be problematized in some way. I think the problem is like when evaluating merit in a lot of categories, there isn't an objective way to do it, and so saying we're going to hire X number of people in X things, sometimes you're going to lead to outcomes where the most qualified candidate does not get the position, and I think that's an injustice as well, right? We really need a combination of lead and everything that builds from lead. It's underrepresented in our market because we don't have it in a lot of places. It's actually the first lead mine we've built. Really kind of interesting, actually. We've had good access to iron and coal and terrible access to everything else. And then also, we've been... oops. Wait, you gotta be kidding me. What do you mean we can't land? Wait, what is this? Oh, my bad. Oh, there's a pretty reasonable middle of the road explanation. You're good. I generally don't like touching that one. We are pretty deep into the thing. I think we got another half hour to go. A little bit longer. Doge so far is far from rooting out corruption. They are just ensuring the billionaires pay less by firing federal workers. Yeah, I don't think Doge is necessarily rooting out corruption very well. Often also the anti-corruption programs are selective in their anti-corruption as they they root out corruption, and they do a good job of it. Like, Xi did this in his massive corruption crackdown. He did a good job rooting out corruption, but corruption specifically of his political enemies. And evaluating that is tough, is because it's you're reducing corruption. That's fair enough. But, we could start building up massive stuff in Beijing, to be fair. Well, not right now, but after this. Has Belarus been a subject for long enough? No. Not even close. We need to actually fill up our construction. We don't have peasants there. We have peasants in Kiev. Build a bunch of infra there. Let's push EOS. We're we downsizing. Okay, we could export some more of this. We have such expensive silk. Okay. And then can we import? Let's take a look at all of our agricultural products and see what we can import and see if we can kind of kick things up and get them going. Because we have a lot of peasants and a lot of job openings, so we don't want to have both of those. Everything's through trade adjacency. Man, I wish trade didn't suck so hard and we had like more convoys. And export, looking at the top tab here. Hardwood, no. This, no. Coal. Trying to export coal too. This should make stuff more profitable and employ up. And help things out a little bit. And maybe get the queue kicking up. We do see the queue immediately kick some stuff up. Never enough lead. The anti-DEI crowd hired Pete Hegseth for security and defense after all, speaking of merit. Yeah, Pete Hegseth seems underqualified. He's not my worst or least favorite of the candidates, though. That would undoubtedly be Tulsi Gabbard. Unambiguously. We maybe could expand specifically out a bunch of coal mines. I mean, I think coal is probably kind of okay, and then we're turn up the labor-saving PM everywhere as well. And our queue is now filled. Paper is primarily in places like the capital, as is steel and engines, and also the arms industries. The covered markets now. Affirmative action feels like a band-aid solution to systemic economic inequality. Yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it. Like a good example of like a change that can help solve racial inequality that doesn't lean on affirmative action is like the case of judges. So there's two things going on that make judges give worse judgment. There's a phenomenon known as bias, which I don't need to explain. You guys know what bias is. But there's also noise, which is different than bias because noise is high variance that doesn't affect the average. So if a judge will assign on 3 convictions 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, and a different judge assigns 1 year, 8 years, 15 years or something like this. I don't know if I got the math right there, but you get the idea. The wider spread means that or if you're talking about 3 judges, if 3 judges, one judge gives 7, 8, 9 years, and another trio of judges gives 1 year, 8 years, 15 years, all for the same crime, the latter, even if the average stays the same, is more problematic, because that means people who are convicted of the same crime, they are getting a roll of the dice, which informs how long a sentence they serve, which is under-punishing certain people and over-punishing others, right? Another example of inequality in the justice system is that there is a bias against people of color who, when convicted of the exact same crime, tend to serve longer sentences. Although there's a stronger bias for the race of the victim. Generally speaking, if the victim is a person of color, they get a much lower sentence than if the victim is white. So the bias is stronger, the victim-based bias is stronger, but there's double racial bias. What you can do to reduce or increase the fairness of... I didn't even notice they imploded. No, what happened here? We didn't notice. Not like this. They've incorporated everything. Rip the dream. Nagwar Protectorate. Sorry, to finish the idea, it is one way in which you can increase fairness for everyone is reduce the range at which judges may assign sentences. Because when you reduce the range at which a judge may assign a sentence, you reduce the amount of bias that they can give, right? But you also reduce the amount of noise. Because the fact that I might high roll a really lenient judge or low roll a really harsh judge is completely independent of the the severity of my crime. And that randomness factor, it hurts the carrying out of justice. And so judges should be able to assign a smaller margin or range of punishment. And doing this would increase fairness for everyone. But it would disproportionately increase fairness for people of color because they are more disaffected by that unfair system of both noise and bias. On average, inner cities pay more per pupil in education than anywhere else, so race-based arguments fail. Job determination should be purely meritocratic, based on the company's deeds, cultures, etc. That's absolutely 100% not true. In whatever analysis you're doing there, you're excluding private schools. Private schools pay an enormous amount per pupil. Private schools tend to... happy to have him resign. Didn't like this replacement, though. Private schools tend to... can't grant him leadership, though. Private schools tend to outspend public schools. I'm actually of the opinion, like, libertarian, but I'm of the opinion that it's possible that private schools should be abolished because I think they create... I think kids aren't responsible for their position in life. People under 18, we kind of are of the opinion that they're not responsible, right? And so I think they should not have their access to education be less by virtue of high-rolling or low-rolling their parents. And one of the ways in which there is inequalities in education is a result of private schools. And when you have private schools, because some countries ban private schools, or when you don't have private schools, then people who are wealthy have to give a shit about public education. And generally public education tends to be better. So nice to wake up and realize you're still streaming. Yeah, we're still going. We're still cracking. You haven't run out of hourly Putin takes? This next hour we're going to be out. I think last hour we talked about Sochi and Jews. Or the Jewish people. But now we're out. How high are you on the ranking compared to Russia? Russia's a major power now, so we're unambiguously ahead of Russia. Russia is rank 11. And we have 8 times their GDP. So, good shape there. Getting it in over here. Hate that we super lost this Congo rush, man. Export paper too? We don't have a paper company. I guess we can. I mean, steel's kind of efficient per pop. So in theory, I think it just comes to the case where you should start exporting a whole ton of stuff. I really kind of hate the way trade works in game. Because you get the free routes from adjacencies, it means that you should actually just build everything and export everything after a certain point, and it's just like this kind of insipid nonsense. Or like the specialization is not possible with the current system of trade. Which is absolutely not how trade works IRL, where you get a comparative advantage and you focus your economy on particular things. We're not going to export the basic stuff. Or the stuff that is agrarian in nature. Although the agrarian stuff would probably be arbitraging. We'll send out one of those. No, not the French Empire. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get in on this when this happened. To be fair, I think a lot of it was just incorporated anyways. You know how to not have racial inequality? Don't let the minorities in. Yeah, that'll take. Push them out. Imagine worrying about that shit when you could have just gone the way of Japan. I think that freedom of movement is kind of a basic human right, so I don't think having the luck of being born in one place versus another makes you more entitled to moral consideration. And the fact that someone, let's say, low rolls not being born in the United States is not, it has nothing to do with their merit, right? And I would like a system that is maximally meritocratic. And that had nothing to do with anything they did in life. Martin, most black people have been here longer than whites due to slavery. Yeah, that too. What do you think? The U.S. did exactly that, and all it did was increase sentencing by reducing noise and favorable bias? Well, I mean, it's possible that there should be more sentencing. The sentencing, whether it's more or less, is either way, it's going to be more fair. Did you see the UN vote result? I think people have mentioned it, that it was just Russia, the USA, and Israel voting one way. You should try founding the EU as Ukraine. That would be a hot one. Maybe LARP power block. You mean not our power block, Slava, Ukraini? More LARP than that. What's our truce look like? 3 years. We're not going to be able to power block and subjugate these guys for a while. We could just do this for 8 infamy, actually. And if Qing comes in, we can peel states off of them. And then we can try and... The idea here is eventually we connect through here. Because everyone knows as soon as you connect the dots through the absolute mountainous terrain, it will require 0 convoys with which to maintain your market. Everyone knows this. Standard. I've been trying to donate a bit more, but Twitch is stalled processing the transaction. Really? Let's see what happens if we refresh. I apologize. There's not a whole lot I can do on that front. I have no idea. Much appreciated, though. Probably up. Absolute shit take. It just incentivizes higher birth rates in the third world, keeping those countries poor and lower birth rates in the first world, keeping the affluent on paper but miserable. I mean, I have different takes on regards to, like, birth rates. I think that supplying birth control is a valuable thing to do, generally speaking. And that also trying to solve the problem of starvation in populations that have just rampant population growth is not something that should be done. But if you like freedom, like, I think the onus is on you to give a reason why people should not be allowed to move freely. Build a power block in Ukraine and call it NATO. NATO's actually maybe funnier than Slava Ukraini. But migration isn't a human right, especially illegally. Well, I don't think, I think if you have a reason for denying someone entry, and that reason was legitimate, then you should be able to deny them entry. I think the status quo should be allowing entry specifically when someone has and is willing to work. Why not let them build their own countries? From a Prague standpoint, we shouldn't encourage brain drain. And the anti-brain drain argument is like, I don't think that's like actually you trying to protect the nations from a brain drain type of like motivation there. I suppose I could be wrong in that. I don't think that's where that comes from. I'm pro freedom, part of that freedom includes the ability to work for who you want to work with if both parties agree to that, right? If I want to hire someone living in another country and that person wants to come work for me, I think that the onus is on the state to give a reason for why that shouldn't happen, not the onus is on me to describe and articulate why that should happen. Because I'm pro-freedom. Birth control isn't going to mean shit if you make it so that people in the third world only path to better living conditions having more kids. I'm not sure how that follows, but generally speaking, in terms of practice, when you give other countries access to birth control and feminine hygiene products, standard of living in wherever they're from just rises dramatically. This is like overwhelmingly like what happens. So, that does create a better path to living in terms of like the empirical evidence. If you give women control over reproduction. I can't believe annexing a subject still does that damn point to global liberty desire. Yeah, it is rough. Speaking of, I think we can lower autonomy in a couple of guys. I'm actually starring in a cosplay and watching live, going in a pride parade in this weekend in Australia. Have fun. Godspeed. Now make a defense alliance for maximum RP, your power bomb. I don't know if it counts as RP if we're invading Russia. Is undercutting American wages a valid reason in your view? You're talking about around my main point and intent, which is in regards to freedom. Like, my intention is not to undercut American wages, but also I think if minimum wage was a certain threshold, and that was the absolute minimum that could be paid, you can't actually undercut that, right? I disagree because I'm more pro authority as a Democrat, but I can see where you're coming from. Yeah, I mean, I think the minimum wage should be like a livable wage, such that Americans can support themselves. I think if someone was working 40 hours a week in an ideal situation, they should be able to afford a place to live, you know, and to be able to eat food and this type of thing. If you actually look at it, in order to be above the poverty line on average in America, making the minimum wage, you actually have to work like 80 hours a week. I think that is not what I had in mind in minimum wage. But something I really don't have in mind with minimum wage is if you're on minimum wage, you actually qualify for food stamps. And so as part of the onloading at like Walmart, for example, is they teach you how to get food stamps as they pay you minimum wage. So the federal government just subsidizes the low wages of people at Walmart. So I think either minimum wage should be higher or the food stamp threshold should be lower. But it should never be the case that someone working full-time should qualify for food stamps. I generally believe that minimum wage should just be higher, but like the thing I specifically have a problem with, but to like bring this back to undercutting American wages, as you put your like narrative, is like, I'm a humanist. I am less for protecting someone or necessarily having a moral vested interest in someone by virtue of them being born in the United States, because I think all human life has like dignity and value. So if someone can come to America and do a better job for an American for the same price as an American, then the meritocratic thing is for that person to get hired. If the American laborer is better for the job, then they won't be able to get a job. Still going strong, still trying. Hi, I recently started playing Vic 3 in your videos, helped me out quite a lot. Thank you, Test. I'm glad they're helpful. You kind of walked into it on the politics stream. But I'm much appreciated. We're also like 16 and a half hours in now. So we are playing loose. This is not an example of tight and methodical play. I apologize if that's what you tuned in for. Kazembe. We are going to need a railroad there. Yeah, but infinity foreign labor, even with a strong minimum wage, distorts the labor market to the point where workers and companies suffer as a result, and it can be harder to get a job, in theory. I agree that immigration can make it harder to get a job, right? I also think that this can make it harder to get a job, not necessarily and always makes it harder to get a job, because most of the narratives around migration, especially the anti-migration sentiment, seem to think that there's a finite number of jobs, and as the migrants come, they take those finite number of jobs, and now there's no more jobs. When a migrant comes to the United States, they not only take a job, they also create demands for goods and services. And so their own consumption also creates jobs. And that's kind of how economies work. There's an intermesh of a multitude of economic relationships that is impossibly deep and complex to really comprehend. But if the migrants are consuming a lot in the United States, then that will create jobs in turn. You can make an argument with remittances, right? But I also think people should be allowed to do what they want with their money. And if you're going to make an argument that remittances, if they are specifically a migrant that is sending money back to their country, that this specifically causes a drain on the economy, you could also make the same argument that U.S. citizens should not be allowed to save their money because it creates the same effect. This is I think a monolithic attitude to look at it like the number of jobs is finite, and the migrants take those. The migrants do take the jobs, and sometimes this decreases the overall pool of jobs, but they're also simultaneously creating demand for more and other jobs through their own consumption. Notably, they will disproportionately create less jobs if they are lower wage earners. But they are also, in theory, taking an inferior job as well. That if there was a U.S. person there working that instead of them, that they would create the exact same number of jobs per the wage level. But the acting like there's a finite job, the understanding that there's a finite number of jobs and they just get taken, and then the jobs are not available for Americans, belies a misunderstanding regarding the complexity of economies and how someone consuming more also drives more demand for goods and services, which creates more jobs. It's not like the migrants don't come here and then eat nothing and not live anywhere and then not consume any gasoline, this type of thing. Which charity did you pick? Plug for the people who are just arriving in, because we are doing it. We are raising money for... we also hit our 1 hour mark, but we do not have a particular... We have been, every hour on the hour, been dragging Putin in terms of having a little bit of a presentation for them, but now we are 16 and a half hours in, and we are out of presentation notes. So, I don't think we'll have it dragging today. But we are raising money for Ukraine Defense Fund here, which is giving military equipment, non-lethal military equipment, to the frontline forces in Ukraine. If you're interested in donating, you can follow the link down below if you're on the YouTube, to the Twitch, where we are doing the platform and fundraising through this donate to charity button at the bottom right corner in order to raise money to help the forces of Ukraine fight against an evil, tyrannical dictator. Really hate the word evil, generally speaking, but if we're going to apply it to anyone, Putin's perhaps the most appropriate person. All of the comments in here aren't weird at all. There's definitely a lot of weird conversations throughout. There's been a lot of Putin apologists overall throughout the stream. It's definitely weird to interact with. I think that interacting with it is productive, especially with people are starting to feel that, hey, maybe Putin's got a point here. that engaging in this way is productive, in my opinion, to the viewers who may be underinformed, to help combat misinformation. So I think it's worthwhile, even though I don't think anyone I've argued with I've really convinced of anything, but not always, but more often than not. And keep in mind the immigrants will tend to get the shitter jobs. Depends on what your migration laws are on this type of stuff, but yeah, this is the general tendency. God. We just have to be expanding in incorrect spots here, but we're just trying to keep the queue going. Just surprised reading the comments here. Thought I'd see people mad about your charity, to be fair. I mean, we've been, those people have been out and about as well. They're just not in chat right now. We haven't researched dynamite yet? Holy shit. In Canada, Indian immigrants usually bring their entire family over as soon as they can, grandpa and grandpa included. India has, in particular, a very substantive housing problem that might make the immigrant consideration a little bit more complicated, but I also think that generally speaking, I'm still pro freedom of movement, but like in terms of lowering the standard of living types of arguments, that one might be more substantive in Canada specifically. My recent experience for the first time, mid-level jobs we have available could not be filled with domestic workers. As a result, we hired 2 immigrants. There we go. They notably are not taking jobs when that happens, and when that happens, that is going to net stimulate the economy because they still have demands for goods and services, right? Although, specifically, I think that illegal immigrants working on under minimum wage is a bad thing, to be clear. I don't know the nature and context in which they're hired. They do not work and create a huge drain on public services and healthcare. Wait, what? Oh, you're saying the families that get brought along? Yeah, that is a little bit more complicated. Generally speaking, I'm a huge fan of like work visas, but not necessarily like citizenship applied to everyone. But I think that the situation is maybe a little bit analogous to like remittances in terms of the effect of the economy. If someone wants to support their family and bring their family along, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But your problem is that the state is supporting the family that gets brought along. I don't know. I would have to think about that more. That's a different axis than what Canada's situation I think is a little bit different. I think the housing one in particular is yeah, a little bit of thing. Hey iCrab, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. We do be having a little bit of time raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund. Not extra burden on limited resources, stuff we can't afford. Indian people are quite highly skilled in my experience. In general, I think that immigration net has a positive effect on the economy in terms of growing the size. But people are talking about average standard of living. I don't think we want that with America. We're having trouble finding places to put our money and our construction. We don't want to allow them to buy up our buildings, like really. I think Belarus has been in for a while. $2 years. Holy, are we still going? Yeah, we're about 16 and a half hours in. Still cranking. I think our truce with Russia is up sometime soon. Our real problem... No, it's not soon. Our real problem is keeping this construction queue going, which has been absolutely brutal. Oh, really would love to connect the dots here. I guess maybe we have to get started and start declaring on China. We don't want to make that primary, because that's kind of a nothing burger. We can also take Altai in our next war, so we maybe only just need these 2 states off of China. We can also annex all the Far East if we damage the relations with them first. What is this? Okay, it's just an uprising. Do we want to peel a state off of Qing? I kind of actually like the idea of just taking these low infamy states. And trying to connect the dots here. And if they back down, that's so much the better. We also want this state. We can take that and make it primary as well. Or we can reload if they back down. Where's this Poplop finally getting his donut through? MTEP Gaming, thank you for the $15. Big nice. Thank you for helping to support Ukraine. And the fundraiser we are raising for, which is, of course, the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Thank you so very much. Big nice. Oh, we don't have connection through here yet, though. Yeah, we're gonna invite the UK and maybe some other people and see what we can do here. We specifically don't want the UK to keep taking states off of them, so we can just call ally them in. We can always subjugate the Kazakh Khanate to really connect this. That actually would just be so much better than trying to slow get the Kazakh Khanate. Okay. We hope that they don't back down. If they back down, we'll reload. Here, but we're just connecting the dots up here. Not taking anywhere near the most valuable states here, but instead just trying to solve our convoy problem from poor connections. Do be a vibe. Steam train's way better. Steel passenger carriage is also way better. Yeah, in Canada, they're kind of destroying the culture, unfortunately. Very complex situation, but there's definitely example of failures of massive immigration. It's too much all at once. I would need the broader context to, like, respond to that. I'm generally not a fan of migration quotas, though. This would make another primary war goal. which makes it less likely for them to back down. I think we just roll the dice and see what we cook up. India has an overpopulation program. Housing is the tip of the iceberg. We're talking about housing in Canada. There are legal workers, and the diversity experience is very positive for our organizational culture. Yeah, most of my analysis is on the axis of workers specifically. Oh man. What laws can we pass? Our PB is super locked in on being discriminatory. We didn't want this. I hate the events around that entire thing, where you like have to eat 14 infamy for no reason. It's so bloody like annoying. I guess that's the upside of us not having a lot of territory, eh? In terms of the what's going on down there. God, we really can't keep this queue going. We're struggling so hard. Alright, so we do get this off with Qing, which is fantastic. Notably, it's also going to give a truce with GB. I think we still have the same strategic objective. You have a degree in economics? It sounds like it. I don't. I have a degree in philosophy. I will have a minor in economics if I were to take business calc. That's the only thing I need in order to... in order to have an associate's degree. Also in psych. Immigration is not bad, just the rich want you to think it is because everyone wakes up and realizes the billionaires hoarding all the wealth is a problem. I think that this is part of it. Also, they like it when they can import the highly skilled workers and pay them like beans. Basically. Because they're afraid of being deported or losing access to being inside the nation, they don't rock the boat or ask for like a proper wage for skilled labor. Hopefully that helps out a little bit. Which part is true to brings people in, but don't necessarily have info for additional population. Yeah, Canada has a really significant housing problem. I don't necessarily, in the context of that going on, I don't know how my like analysis like that is generally applied to the USA is applies in that like parallel. I'm still generally going to be freedom of movement oriented though. Just the overall calculation might look a little bit different. Housing prices are regulated to some extent, and if the government were to build more affordable housing, it would be fine. Crazy, Ukraine and China is fucked now. We do be working on it. We have to connect the dots. We gotta bridge the gap here. You guys don't understand. The convoy cost is too big. Convoy cost is too damn high. You stream long enough to pay for my pay to come in. Hey, let's go. Going for 24 hours? No, we're going. However much money we raised, less the amount we contributed. For every $2 raised, we're gonna stay alive for 1 minute. And so we're kind of coming up now. In about 15 minutes, if there's no more donations, we might call it. But yeah. What are your PC specs? I run is Victory's Nightmare late game. The important one is the AMD Ryzen 5600 on the processor, which is what we have on the processor. Also, we've been consuming caffeine this entire time, which has been keeping us going, so it's not like we're gonna go to bed immediately anyway. I gave up, but now I will try again. Godspeed, good sir. You can try restarting your computer. I can hear the fans gasping for air. No, that's just me. How much have we raised so far? Let's take a look. So we did match the first $724.98. Because that's the amount that I earned on YouTube last month. But we are raising money, just a reminder for everyone, for the Ukraine Defense Fund. If you are interested in donating, it will be spent giving frontline forces military equipment and peripherals and this type of thing, but not lethal weaponry, in order to help them to fight against Russia. And if you wanted to contribute, you have to go onto our Twitch page, because we're doing the fundraiser through Twitch. And down here there's this donate to charity button, and in terms of how much we've raised so far, we've raised $2,700, some of which is our contribution, but most of it, the lion's share, is coming from you guys. Thank you so very much to everyone who's contributed, and also the ones who are just out here hanging out and watching, because this does bump us up in the algorithm and gets more people, more eyeballs on this thing, so that also does help out as well. But this is where it is, and this is what's going on, and that's how much we've raised. So, back in the game. Yeah, but we have been playing for close to 17 hours, / doing presentations, mini presentations on Putin. I saw you streaming. Oop, I pressed enter too early. I saw you streaming yesterday. I thought you were going, but it's part 2. I am still going. YouTube doesn't let you stream past 12 hours. So as soon as we hit like 11 hours and 50 minutes, we started a new stream immediately. So we have been going for 16 consecutive hours here. My chair is a little sweaty, my guys. Local immigration policy is expanded due to the war in Ukraine with special programs. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense. We're enforcing on China. Nice. Not really taking the best states, but just the connect the dots states. Normally we connect down through much lower here. This is kind of cursed as hell. But the Kazakh Khanate, now you're next. Sorry, little one. Because then we will be fully connected over here to Beijing, and we will not need to spend a single convoy to do stuff in Beijing. There we go. There we get a baboo. But here you see Ukraine. Nobody screenshot this Ukraine. I'm ashamed of this Ukraine. But we have the Kazakh Khanate. I think these guys can demo, we don't need that much army. I think we'll just call ally them. Keep them from thumbing some pies, maybe. Sorry, I think we heard of a boob. But Popolov, thank you for the 610. Big dice. It went through. Let's go. Thank you so very much. You should keep going if it hits an even 3K. Sure, we can keep going, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if it hits an even 3K. What the people are interested in. Just buying a hot dog is usually $5 or so. $2.50 for meals is not too bad. How much do unemployed Americans, how many unemployed Americans are there? Do they still receive a check from the government? How unemployment works varies from state to state. I can't speak to all states. Generally, you need to have had employment and then lost employment, and there's generally like requirements and stuff, and it's not categorical that everyone receives it. Currently unemployed, so I won't have to donate. No worries on that. So it's good to see that you're doing great, Generals. Next time, yeah, 100% if you have the means, type of thing. We do like that one. I think we won't shift up PMs, but we'll build a lot of engines and get ready to, and then we'll forget to. This is the way. Victory. God, I hate these events so much, because eventually they get another one where they can go after it. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Please accept. Dog? Dog? Minus 10 infamy? Bueller? No, just kidding. What are we waiting for here? Do you not have... No, the landing should go through at that rate. So what's going on? Why is there no progress? Because the max amount that they can have is 50, so the landing's supposed to go through here. In addition to long Ukraine, there's no long chain. It's funny abstraction given how efficient ships would be, probably compared to land transport. Yeah. I talk about this and get upset in my victory on freight, or my video on freight, where I'm like, look, dogs. This is like one of the systems that I think is really, the overland system is just like super asinine. Because now when we connect Kazakhstan here, the entire purpose is now we can build in Beijing. We can use our construction in Beijing now and not have it wreck our country. So we could do this. That's the entire purpose. Because this is where all the pops are. I want to be where the people are. I want to live under the sea. Under the sea. Some. What are we doing not having promote social mobility in our highest pop state? Like actual huge miss. We want a power block statue here as well. Iberia forms a power block. Ayo, let's go. Belarus. We have to get not more members. What do we need to unlock here? Rank of our block is greater than or equal to 3. Yeah, 2/3. Who said the bankroll meta was dead? I did, but but still. Bankroll time. Does Trump really care about anyone besides himself? If so, is there evidence of it? He seems to be kind of buddies with Putin, so maybe. He actually seems to like various autocrats and thugs, so yeah. Good news regarding getting a job in the merits pool today. I wanted to forward my triple of my currently unemployed funds. Support for Ukraine's worth of new coffees. Thank you so very much. I do appreciate it. Pop up. I wish I could. Well, it's complicated. When someone gives money, like often I think like the function of how much they have to give is like important or highly relevant, you know, and you don't get to see that. But like also like definitely yeah. The like it's almost like the level of appreciation should be proportionate to the how big a sacrifice it is for the individual person, but then also also like bigger sums are also like bigger. I feel guilty that I'm generally more appreciative of bigger numbers because I understand that the like raw sum that is being received is not necessarily a reflection of how much this person is giving to me in proportion of like their resources and this type of thing. And so it's a weird thing to think through. He's getting delirious a little bit. We has been going a while. He's a little bit tired. But now... this is gonna go down, right? Oh, did it already go down? We do have a lot in trade routes. I'm not sure we had that amount in trade routes before. Oh, they're not gonna employ. These guys might employ though, because these I think are getting migration. Oh, there's someone with whom I think we are... I thought there was someone with whom we had an agreement to... we were not giving... fund lobbies, Burma. Okay. We wanted to annex Burma. That doesn't seem to be effective so far. Why can't we reduce subject payments? I don't think that does anything. Teared up a little this morning. It's been a long time coming. That's super sick. What are the best used cars to buy in your opinion? I ran out of politics questions. I don't have an opinion on this. We were looking at this, but I think that we're probably going to end up just sending a bunch of money to Ukraine, so it's no longer relevant. I really wanted to have lost her, though. I was looking at the newer Prius as well, because we were starting to save up quite a bit. Yeah, just everyone here is discriminated, and we just have a ton of peasants and unemployed. But now we can hire them up. Shout out, sound off. We can keep the queue going just by 50 stacking multiple things over and over and over and over again. Yeah. This is Austria. Mutual investment agreement. I think we're gonna say nah. Is this coast? Yeah. Are they a minor yet? How close? Kind of close. 58 off. How do we most brutalize? Where'd their capital move to? We're going after Kazan in this state next run, which will isolate their market to these two states. Is Kazakhstan a formal? I think it is. I wouldn't stress the equity of the donor. No, I mean, it's something I think about. The idea that everyone makes a small contribution becomes a big contribution, that's the philosophy behind donating. Yep. But big donations can help you get there quicker, certainly valued. So yeah, someone gave $500. That's like so insane to me. It's taking over Manchuria, the meta now. Yeah, these two states specifically, are Mur and Pomorye, are hyper meta, probably better than Brunei, because they have a ton of gold and they're not incorporated, so they're actually like less infamy and 18 gold. Like, yeah, unemployed giving $100 versus CEO giving 10. Don't you mean the other way around? I'm looking at Prius and Corollas, to be honest. Very eco-friendly and reliable. Not prepared for Shadi's evil laugh at 2:30 a.m. I wasn't prepared for it either, but this is gonna make it so that we have two more wars here to subjugate Russia, because they will 100% negate a minor power after we take this stuff out. The thing is, it's gonna be isolated from us unless we have like this guy as a subject. Or we, like, subjugate Ural and violate sovereignty. We could actually violate sovereignty of them. Independent, or we could subjugate them if there's a native uprising. If they're, yeah. Just, like, immediately subjugate one of these guys. Either Ural or, so. I think we have a truce, though, right? Yeah, how long is it? 10 months. 10 months. You matched over 700, but you say 500 is insane? Yeah, but I'm the one running it. 500 is also insane. To be fair, like, me giving a month's worth of YouTube income is also a little silly. I have, like, a weird moral analysis in this, though. I think either I'm obligated to go and die in the mud, or I have to give, like, what I'm earning, basically. So... Kianos, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Which, like, if someone else had, like, the same kind of way of thinking as I did, I would think that they're strange. Or I wouldn't think that they're strange, but, like, if I'm thinking of what I think other people think, I would think that that is strange. Should we actually help them out? Oh, they're fighting France. That's what's up. Are there any war goals on us, or should we just say small you later? They're fighting France. Yeah, they don't win that shit. Maybe we help out the UK. They've been helpful for us. Always been the meta for Japan. Yeah, I think it's a meta for everyone. Just woke up from sleeping and it's good to see you still going. Welcome back, Blue Moon. 666. Treat yourself to a good sleep now. I think we gotta still keep going. Let's do the math on it. We're also somewhat close to... we're somewhat close to... actually annexing Russia in the run here. But we're also like... Alright, so 2709 is the amount we've raised so far. Minus 725. Because that's what we gave. And we are not buying the not sleep juice with our portion. 2709 minus 725. Plus we gotta check what the baboop was over. Kios, they give the $5, big nice, so let's add $5 to that. Divided by 120. So we have to go 16.6 hours. And we're currently at like 16 and a half. So close. Never do math on stream. This is true. Using a calculator doesn't count though. If I was earlier in the stream, I would not have used a calculator. This late in the game, okay. It's risky business. Oh, look at this. Our queue is nice and filled. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, those aren't actually gonna employ up. Kursk though. They're giving us an obligation for this? A mutual investment agreement. Man, we've just been denying everything the US has sent us just because, like... I just experience pain every time the US offers to help us here. Because I think about what's going on IRL right now. And it just hurts. Will you conquer Bezaberi for the sake of fixing border gore? Well, next war, we will isolate Russia from Barca. The subsequent war, we will subjugate Russia. Independent of how much infamy it costs, which is probably going to be a really big ticket. Is auto-expand ever a good thing? Theoretically, no, but practically speaking, it's very important for, like, not... like, for making runs feel a lot better and a lot smoother. You can put auto-expands in that are, like, reasonable, that, like, lead to good mappy consideration. Like, for example, in Astrakhan here, we're expanding the sulfur mines. To be fair, they're not blowing up, so this is less of a factor. And things that have inputs of sulfur and inputs from other things related to sulfur, so fertilizer feeds into this. We have vertically integrated economies here for these types of things, where our sulfur's at, so putting these things on auto-expand is, like, reasonable. You get in an infinite loop where you keep miscalculating that you have to go longer. This is true. You never do math on stream, though. You also, if in states like where you have a manufacturing decree, it can be useful to, like, just keep things going. We're kind of using a lot of those. I think in general, like, you also have to check how much labor you have every single time you decide to build something, which is a little bit rough in order to be theoretically perfect, and this creates a situation where you don't have to check that type of thing. Like, because plopping down a 50 stack in some place only to discover you didn't have enough labor there, like, is definitely a bigger leak than having something on auto-expand and it building slightly inefficiently. Putting everything on auto-expand is generally bad, though, so we avoid that. Having a little hard time employing up there. I think we do have a 50 stack uni. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, they're pressured? God damn it, our multicultural guy died. Are we still kicking? We're looking for someone who supports multiculturalism. A little bit harder since we went ethno-nationalism because we thought we'd be able to get off of it, but the joke was on us. Also, if we have a cautious PB guy, we'll just lock in. So this guy we could get to join and be a part of a thing. Is there a cautious PB? No, there's a literary one, though. Wouldn't mind locking him in. He's authoritarian, though. Kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. Let's try and pass suffrage, but I don't think this gets through. (2017) Elon vertically integrated versus 2025 Elon traded with Russia is a crazy move now that I think about it. Wait, what? I'm not sure I'm understanding the analogy. That's a shame we used our exile cooldown when this guy was about to get ready to get, like, exiled. God, the PB gets so strong. Like, this also has Doodles' handiwork all on it. What did GB do, man? Who do you think was a better president, Teddy Roosevelt or Reagan? I don't know that much about Teddy Roosevelt. I think the way he was giving a speech and he got shot in the chest and then he finished the speech was pretty rad. I would probably say Teddy because I think a lot of the deregulation stuff was bad, and the trickle-down economics doesn't work. I say this as a libertarian. Libertarians will say I'm not a real libertarian. I would say we share the same values, but trickle-down economics just like there's a non-zero effect that's produced. It's so freaking small, it's like insignificant. Consumption is a much better driver of economic opportunity and job creation than people who are rich getting more money. And massive deregulation I think is kind of bad. I believe the government should keep their hands out of people's business, but more than the government keeping their hands out of people's business, I think corporations should keep their hands out of people's business. And I think to the extent that regulations prevent corporations from doing that, they're good. To the extent that, like, the government, like, fiddles with stuff it has no business in, I dislike it, of course, though, but... How does auto-expand work with government buildings? Not that great, to be honest. In my experience, if you put a sexy VTube avatar, you could go to sleep and run with one of those Twitch games and the people stay and watch. Do you have a sexy VTube avatar? No, but we could... I was born in the darkness, molded by it. Oh, I don't have the mask here. The mask's in the bathroom. But we have a CPAP machine, so we could put on the Bane mask and sleep and the sweet nothings of Darth Vader noises in my mic. Maybe Vic 3 more Civ 7 than new Civ 7 right now? You want us to switch to Civ 7 right now? We're a little over 17 hours into the stream. No. We're actually just passing the threshold by which we had to stay live, I think, for our agreement, but I kind of want to subjugate Russia. Maybe we should just go to sleep. General Centers is VTuber arc. I actually have like this weird hang up where like being a VTuber is like somehow cheating. Like it's like this resentful, like this old man like vibe where like you know, the old man who's like, it was bad back in my day, why do kids have it this easy? So he makes like an argument that kids should have it tougher, when in reality, like, if things are better for your kids, this is a good thing. I have like the same vibe where I'm like, I was ugly and I had to stream. I mean, I was handsome. I was ugly and I had to stream my stupid looking face. Why do you get to cover it up with some VTuber? I'm like, you're not allowed to do that. That's against the rules, guys. There are no rules, though. What do you think of the minimum qualifications for a person to become president? I would vote for a wet paper bag if it got rid of Citizens United. So the absolute minimum is getting rid of Citizens United. Like, that alone, if you do that, everyone's qualified. Wet paper bag, you're in. What do I think the requirements are, or what do I think they should be? Because they are, like, you have to be over 35 U.S. citizen. And we have a democratic system based on representatives, so, like, the requirements are winning that democratic system, and that's kind of, like, the only requirements. I am not... In my lifetime, the candidates who have won the nominations that I was kind of okay for is basically two. And that was McCain and Obama. So I've really not liked a majority of the candidates in my lifetime, and think that we have a significant problem in regards to selling out to corporations. And to me, what I think is most important in a candidate is not selling out to corporations. Let's do that. Push the US. I like that you have such a wild hang-up. Yeah, I think it's completely weird as well. I just get that vibe, like, in relation to, like, VTubers. We're just gonna see our way out of it, because we're getting our convoys raided here. Oh, no, we're not. Just kidding. We really have that much port connections to South America? God. Man, I want them so badly to implement freight. Going back to earlier, was referencing Elon's former support of vertically integrating his Tesla factories. Now he's being buddy-buddy with China and Russia. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think Elon is transactional and, like, self-interested. Oh, pretty unambiguously. Well, we tried to land here. Are we not getting in? No, we're getting in. So I think we can help them enforce out here. Yeah, you can't top getting shot and carrying on. Also, as far as I know, Teddy was a big believer in government is the way to protect people from the worst corporate greed. He was also pretty big about, antitrust behavior. I think he was also a little bit mean to the animals. I wasn't a huge fan of that. He did found the national parks, was a fan of that. My understanding is that he was a little bit racist. Not a fan of that. But also, a lot of people back then were a little bit racist, so less blameworthy. I think he was really hawkish, by my memory. Not a fan of that, so... US VTube anime stream now. I dislike the VTuber thing, says Ragstog. You have to be born in the USA? That's why there's a big debate about Obama. Yeah, I think he was born in the USA. I understand they said he wasn't, but I think he was. I think it's still much better when people just use a picture. You opposing Biden is sad. I said I didn't like Biden. Opposing is a little bit strong for my position. I think Biden was too old and is kind of a corporate sellout and career politician. I wasn't super dissatisfied with Biden in terms of domestic policy. I thought he opposed Putin in terms of foreign policy. McCain, did you read his book? I didn't read McCain, but he is like... I think McCain would have been a good president. I think also... I think McCain, we might not be having this whole business with Russia now, and the world might be a much safer place if McCain was president instead of Obama. Where there's righteousness in the heart, there's beauty in character. Where there's beauty in the character, there's harmony in the home. Where there's harmony in the home, there's order in the nation. Where there's order in the nation, there's peace in the world. Hey, Johnny Bravo, thank you for the $10 USD. Good game and great cause. Keep up what you do, brother. Thank you so very much. Big nice. People loved Obama, but what he did was mostly drone strikes on children. I think Obama did more than that. My opinion on Obama is less strong than my opinion on McCain, though. Regarding, like, liking McCain. Not a fan of Hawks, plays Vic 3, totally Jeff behavior. To be fair, I do it because it's optimal, but also, relatively speaking, it's optimal to go higher infamy way earlier than I ever do it. Pete's skin to our stomach. 2.3 million, 700, yeah. We do need to take both of these states. Or release both of them. I think we're gonna release Kazan. Now if we go for this plus release Kazan, that'll be it. So we're looking for Kazan in this state. Please highlight things. Del Ural, I have a sneaking suspicion it's not getting highlighted. That might just have to do with the UI we're currently in. And then oh my god, I'm blanking super hard. We're going to liberate, yep. Oh, it does just show this. Yeah, I wish we could see what we're... These aren't specifically the states we need to take out. I think we're just gonna have to grab the states because we don't know what's getting taken. Roosevelt won the Peace Prize for brokering peace between Japan and the Russian Empire. Interesting. To be fair, I don't know as much about Roosevelt. There was an AI bug when scanning and publishing the birth certificate that made it look fake, which perpetuated the debate. I think that the scanning of the... I think if you want to point to something as being the perpetuator of the debate, it probably wasn't the scanning error, to be honest. But that very may well have contributed to some degree. He did invite Booker T. Washington to have dinner with him at the White House, which was a big no-no back then. Oh, maybe he was just based. I don't know. Kind of over the old white guys. Oof. IRC views liberate country as an opening demand. By right-clicking the state, you get the highlighting. Well, we know Dagestan. Oh no, but we do get the state that gets mentioned. Okay. We need to Cheboy Karsky or Kazan. So here we can release. Oh, this is perfect. This will do it. We don't even have to take a state. We don't even need to take a state. We could take this in war reps. We just have to make sure that they don't, they stay isolated. Absolutely perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, if we want to take something that's infamy, we do want to make it a primary war goal. And people have been talking about Bazabaria. Let's maybe fix the border gore. Oh, this makes no sense though if we're gonna subjugate them later. I'm sorry, I can't do it. It's not infamy efficient. I basically just said F chat with that one. Because I know all of chat wants me to take that. And they're like, generally, your infamy doesn't matter. You're gonna go over anyways when you subjugate Russia. What are you talking about? But we're a man of principle and standards. We can't do it if we're just going to subjugate them in 5 years. We can't do it. We can't bring ourselves to betray our values here. That was law when Trump desperately wanted a peace prize when Obama got one. Yeah, that would be insane. I mean, I do think that it's a bit of a hacky organization, the peace prizes. Also, Alfred Nobel invented dynamite. Don't let anyone tell you that that's not... He invented dynamite and then he was whoopsie, I did a poopsie, and then he did the peace prize, but nobody forget he invented dynamite. And that's forever what I will know him by. In my native language, there's a saying, lies reach city borders, where truth searches for slippers. Truth always be late to stop lies making harm. It's perfect now. Yeah, I mean, if you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes the truth, unfortunately, as a matter of practice. Worried as well they should be. Transfer state, transfer subject. We're not okay with either of those. And we're more than powerful enough to fight Russia on our own here. We might put in a bunch of war reps, so... or ban slavery type of stuff, so they're more likely to back down. Liberate subject is also probably okay. No, because we were gonna be subjugating them eventually. A rural claim can be useful for making them back down. They have a claim on Kursk? Not anymore. You want to claim Eastern Ukraine? No thanks, my guy. Smell you later. Unfortunately, you can't revoke... Oh, wait, can you revoke multiple claims? Alright, perfect. Thought you couldn't. Yeah, no claim on St. Petersburg. I was trying to think which is the most obnoxious no claim. Definitely on St. Petersburg. Ural's the most valuable state, so let's do that one too. Okay, dog. This is about the fattest war you could possibly get decked on you, with only one primary war goal. Surely you give up the bag now, without a fight. We get an earlier truce. What happens when you do that? Sorry, when we release this guy, what happens? So because his market capital is here, the entire Russian market will be isolated, and they will decay down to minor power, which once they're minor power, we can subjugate them. And so that means that we are just a little bit away from being able to subjugate Russia here. You might have to face the might of Nej if you do this dimple play. Not Nej. Not Jabal Shamar. No. No. We'll just raise the conscripts so we can roll through them, because the capital's right here. Kind of expecting the back down, but... especially if they're defending the borders. Ooh, I don't know if these ones back down more often. I gave a priest prize to the UI, so I'd put Nobel Prize recipient on my resume. Based. Make Urza your puppet if it's not already. We'll get all the subjects of Russia in the blog. Why are we floating so much budget? Not like this. Yes, dear. We'll go back to the filling the queue mines. We're doing it because we're 17 hours into the stream and we're a little bit tired and we're trying to progress the stream. But you're absolutely right. We'll fill out the queue. Yes, dear. We're sorry. We'll make sure all the resources are being put to good use. My bad. Bro, how far are we from number 3 block, dog? We have a way bigger GDP. We just don't have... Okay, well... The problem is we don't have enough prestige here, so we're gonna up this to up prestige. Navy power projection is gonna help out a little bit. Let's move this guy over here. A little 80 stack down there. Shame, 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 shame. Not like this. We're trying, chat. My bad. Telephone switchboards. That's maybe an argument for us to go telephones somewhat soon instead. Maybe we don't need bureaucracy though. I think we just go electric rail. We expect optimal play. Children are watching. I apologize. But I hated the kids. I just want you to know. This is very important. Fuck Putin. Yeah. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Ah. To some extent, that's beneath me. But also, really not a fan of Putin. Give me that trade center throughput, brother. Light me up. Should we reorganize these armies in a more coherent way? Absolutely. Are we going to? No. We'll recruit feminists here. You need to expand construction? Not like this. Not the construction chaining. You do be right though. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Can't be a good dictator without ethno-state. We're trying our best. We have ethno-state light, which we went on to because we wanted to go multiculturalism, and then we're kind of getting stuck. Prestige from power projection, incidentally, is probably going to be enough to kick us up to number 3 here. Bueller, maybe not. No? Not ahead of the German Empire? Sag. Let's invite Ural. Far East we will give a power block embassy. Belarus, I think we are capable of subjugating. We will. God. We're doing a little Putin RP here. We're installing a stooge. Would Generalist Gaming be a good dictator IRL? Sources disagree. I have no interest in the job. People would have to twist my arm, and even then I don't know. I would probably only be interested in maybe serving in a time of crisis for a limited period of time as like a leader. Either way, it was an amazing stream. TED Talks beneath me, basically. Use basic paper company. I actually think that that company is a little bit underrated. Use basic paper company appointed bureaucrats since culture changes / wages changes. I think it's definitely competitive. Yeah, I think that there's something there. I think I've definitely been underrating the paper company. Man, we just have to actually add construction of goods of stuff. Fill the queue. Are they actually filling the queue? To be fair, we don't actually want to use labor-saving PMs in Beijing specifically. Charles, what's the best wage sub law? I'm a little bit less confident on my opinion on this. I assume you mean welfare law. I think it's either poor laws or old age pension. I'm not 100% sure. They're kind of good at different things. I think the -1 workforce ratio, dependence income, is a more than fair enough trade-off, and I think overall this is kind of a good thing. Poor laws is better for the perspective of IG approval. I think it's a little bit better. So it depends, I guess, what's important. IG approval or the slight economic bump. It's pretty marginal, though. Didn't we just add stuff to the queue? Or we just pretend to? Not like this. Something like that. Those PMs got massively buffed. We gotta keep a closer eye on it. Or specifically the secondary one. Alright. Now let's check out the Russia's market. That's the Russian market. That's why we got very, very excited. Because we just get to isolate all their entire market. Not the construction shaming, no. I woke up and you're still streaming? Yeah, we've been going for 17 hours. Kind of wish it was possible to get multiculturalism super early. It is. Connor recently did a video on getting US multiculturalism in the first 2 years. My understanding is a bunch of cheese and exploits, but it is possible. It involves, like, releasing and, like, nation swapping and, like, this type of thing, I think. Why haven't you liberated Circassia yet? Because we're going to subjugate Russia soon. 5 years. Soon, TM. Boy, do they be hostile. But this is not going to maintain. Their 238 is indeed below 288. We can't side with anyone there. Do that there. And do this. Where's Honduras? Dog. Where do we land? Are we... Please tell me we're number 3 yet? No, we're not. Not like this. It's a long market if I do say so myself. Yeah, we had to... This is we hate this play pattern so much. But this is the classic, we're drawing the conga line to China so that we don't have to pay. So that we don't have to pay for a stupid thing. Yeah, let's actually get rid of some of this. My bad. I didn't understand. So we don't have to pay for the stupid convoy connection, port connection cost of connecting up to Beijing so we can actually build in Beijing. It's such a silly play pattern though. Like, It's not like you would ever ship overland through here, but this is 0 convoys to ship through here. Insanity. I'll have to check it out. It would help so much in the hegemony playthrough as Super Germany. I don't know if it's possible as Super Germany, but he does it as the USA. I haven't watched the vid. But he does generally deliver on what he says the thing is gonna happen. It's a Silk Road? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. Bro, are we just uber luck-sacking women's rights? Oh no, wait, we're actually nail-biting women's rights. Just kidding. You're still alive? Oh my god. Yeah, dog. 17 hours. Come at me, bro. We said we were here to raise money for Ukraine. Which, incidentally, if you guys are interested, we are raising money for... not this, but... for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Money that donated will go to buying military equipment that is non-lethal in nature, because we can't provide that through charities, to troops on the front line in Ukraine. It is the Ukrainian Defense Fund that we are trying to contribute to. We are doing the fundraiser through Twitch. So if you're interested in giving it, you're on YouTube, you have to go down below and click on our Twitch link. And then in the bottom right corner on the Twitch, there is this donate to charity button if you are interested in contributing. Here. Sorry if the energy level is diminished. We're in the 17th hour here. 6 a.m. with no Putin, just not like this. Unfortunate. It is big sad. Oh, we didn't do the hour on the hour. Apologies. I also said we had run out of quotes. Maybe let's find the first one from Putin that I do think was a particularly good warning here. I tried to look for this quote earlier, but I didn't find it. Oh my god. Where's the quote, damn it? Not like this. We looked for it before and we like failed. A little bit about Hillary Clinton. I don't think we're finding a chat. Damn it. I apologize. I'm not gonna keep looking for it. Hey, Philly Man Gaming, how's it going? What do you think of the player is in Vic 3? I think Spirit of the Nation is what the devs have said. Which is kind of... in some ways that's passing the buck, right? In some ways that's kind of like responding, well, what is it? Well, it is what it is. Because the Spirit of the Nation... if the game were about your... actions as a ruler specifically, and was built around the ruler, the Spirit of the Nation in the context of the game, would then be kind of the ruler, right? And so, in some ways, it passes the buck, but in other ways, it's like, it's a game, so they're trying to maximize levers. So if you made it about being the leader, then you would lock the leader in, and that wouldn't be a lever by which you could enact action in the game. Man, we are gaining money and we have an unfilled queue. I apologize. The border gore is gross. The ends justify the means. We're gonna be subjugating Russia soon. They're gonna decay into being a minor power. Shaanxi is gonna be great because it'll save us a whole bunch of headache, because even though we have a huge construction malice there, we're gonna pretend like we don't have a construction malice there. And just build a bunch there anyways. And then our queue will stay filled. And then we'll be happy. We gotta boop. We gotta refresh stuff to see what it was about. We're gonna switch also everything to hand assembly and the like, because quantity of labor is not a problem here. And then I think that we're gonna put all these on auto expand. We're gonna add a couple here and there. Mr. New 10, thank you for the follow, big nice. Is Far East but controlled by Japan? No. It was liberated. My main objection to meritocracy is that the candidate with the most merit is an asshole. They shouldn't get a job. Other people shouldn't have to work with them. If not being, you can think of not being asshole is like often, or is an example of merit though. Like sometimes not being an asshole is an example of the merit. Right? Oop, that's not working. They're also not rehiring. Whoopsie-doo. I think they're not going to hire here is the problem. Women's suffrage are down to 1% chance. So you're saying there's a chance. There's not really a chance here. Alright, we'll try and get census through. So like a slight improvement. Oops, sorry, I thought it was already following you on Twitch. Much appreciated for the follow. I recently discovered that stockpiling good results only deletes a portion of the money, not all of it. Has it always been like that, or is it a recent change? It's always been like that. You still don't want to stockpile money. It's bad. Because if you're not... spending money stimulates the economy. So if you're accumulating it, you're also depressing your economy. We've been a naughty boy with this positive... gold reserve. A very naughty boy. Definitely not the tightest of play. Why did that swap down? Damn it, dude. And in rural, we will go for... We expanded engines ahead of time, or extra, to be able to swap those up. Do electric saws, and of course we will do that as well. And I think that is gonna start kicking things going. You know what we're gonna do is, we are accumulating way too much money, we're gonna start decreasing taxes. We should have done this forever ago. We have money to burn off. This is gonna increase consumption, increase SOL, help drive migration. That is definitely preferable if we're going to be low on some of this stuff. We're going electric railways too here, nice, which is gonna be nice. God damn it, dude. There's not going to be enough troops with this to defend against this Crimean uprising. Not like this, dude. This Crimean uprising is going to annex Russia here, I think. Or annex this? No, it's just going to get separation itself. This is the capital. Right? Okay, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. If that breaks away... Yeah. I've been to bed twice and you're still going. You're doing the good things, mate. We're trying. We're almost at the end here. You looked exactly what I would expect from the title of the stream. Yeah, the second leg after the first 12 hours, we're on like... Oh, we're actually on the 18th hour. I need to fix my sleep schedule, so I guess it's going to be an all-nighter at this point. Rip the dream. We've been, Bruthos, we've been live for like 18 hours here, trying to raise money for Ukraine. And succeeding. We did hit the goal. I'd count that as a win if Crimea annexed Russia. Or if they annexed all of Russia, that would be a win. But we don't want them to take Samara. That's a loss. Because that's what's causing Russia to become a minor power here. Which enables us to subjugate them. Which enables us to annex them subsequently. So, and this is the goal of the run in one sitting. Playing horribly suboptimally because we've been taking time to talk about various things. And why Putin is a monster. And he is unambiguously a monster, but and that has been a subject of a lot of discussion. At this point, we're starting to run out of steam. It's nice to see you doing something you care for the causes you care about. Thank you, I appreciate that. Although I think you disagree with this cause, if I recall the chat correctly. I might be confusing you with another chatter. I do appreciate that you appreciate my endeavor, even if you disagree with it, though. I appreciate you appreciating me appreciating you, dog. The classic pretzel logic. How much is the subjugation on them gonna cost, infamy-wise? Like, do we actually not care? Are we actually going mega high infamy, or can we stay under 100? We can stay under 100. Okay. People will be really upset, but we're under 100 here. We'll hit the US and Kiev and Kharkiv to pay for this. I disagree with the cause, yes. For I think it causes more suffering and extending the war, yes. Yeah. Change to commercialized agriculture. My capital is too busy buying up agri-land and I keep conquering to actually have any funds to use for construction. I'm shaking my head. First world problem. Homeboy's keeping his Q film and he's complaining about it. Damn, the truth hurts. Ukrainian-American fellowship really does be suffering in this run. It's almost like it's a representation of IRL. The truth hurts. Construction progress is kind of nice, because that's going to allow our queue to be kind of sort of filled more easily, but also sort of not. Jetson, thank you for the $5. Big nice. $5 contributed to Ukraine. Let's go. Let's go. Big nice. Much appreciated, my guy. Alright, we will have to take a look at the PMs. We'll swap onto electric trains if we can here. And that is going to be all too many. But now I think... Here. The only place that's going to have electricity shortages is going to be our states. So I think we could just... do some of this and kind of have a look-see. And there was a better way to sort this. I forgot the better way. I showed it in a tutorial and I'm so mad that I like can't remember. Beijing actually just can't deploy these guys up. That's their problem. Those guys have trouble employing up, yeah. Yeah, we'll pay money. And then maybe you go telefono. Combustion engines may be okay. It's just compression ignition rush, I think, actually. I think this is what we go for next. So, journalists, what was Russia wearing for you to invade? They provoked us. They were asking for it. They refused to join. They refused to join NATO, so we had to invade them. This, of course, is in reference to the absurdity of Putin saying that Ukraine forced them to invade, that they were threatened, and the classic Russia's simultaneously strong and weak, which is just an unambiguous the good old doublespeak, where they get to be superpowered and victim at the same time. That is the classic Russian propaganda line or mode of presentation. I think we'll finish expanding this out there. I don't think we have labor in these two states. I think we have labor over here. What is this? No, we don't want that, but can we get something else? British Panama? Dog. Yeah, we'll take Panama. Oh wait, no, we don't want Panama. Well, I think we get pulled in... Yeah, whatever. We'll take Panama, I guess. Census is going to help our legitimacy a lot, too. Should I pass guaranteed libs over not guard, just to get rid of the liberal movement? I kind of think guaranteed libs is bad with a really low degree of confidence. We also have to count the suffering under Russian occupation, which I think is more worse than the war. I agree with your evaluation. I don't think that that's necessarily going to be the type of line of discussion that's going to be convincing for Ragatalk. Ukraine would have folded a while ago if not for the support from the West. Yeah. That is certainly true. Yeah, us lowering... We should have lowered the taxes forever ago in terms of keeping the queue going and keeping everything nice and smooth and this type of thing. we can't move around decrees without losing one. If we increase the budget, we are in bad shape. The war can end by Russia getting the fuck out. Yeah, this is, I think, a lot of the people who have been pro-Russia, although I don't think Ragatok is. I don't think pro-Russia is necessarily like the correct way of articulating his position, and I'm not talking about him here specifically, but a lot of people who have been pro-Russia have been unwilling to say that Putin is the primary cause of the invasion of Ukraine, which of course is absurd. And that like type of unwillingness to take those types of lines of talk is one of the ways in which you can kind of be able to tell what's going on. Man, we have so many available jobs. If only we didn't discriminate super highly against other pobs, we would maybe be getting some immigration, huh? We're looking for a humanitarian here. Don't see one, unfortunate. I mean, we can get an anarchist as well from the rural folk. I don't know how strong our rural folk are. I think they got kind of wiped out when we went commercialized agriculture. Yeah, they did. No Ukraine, remember Lviv massacre? Wait, what? Oh, sure. Hey, Mr. Newton. How you doing? Hey, Devontae Darif. I just woke up. Yeah, we're we're coming to a soon conclusion here. We are one war away from subjugating Russia in 32 months. Why don't we invade Perak and make this war end faster? The AI just like hates going for the war goal, man. Relevance is being higher is actually really nice. Primary cause can be hard to define. One could say Putin's mother is the cause for without her he would not have been born and so on. No, I mean I think that's like I understand what you're. I think I understand what you're like getting at with that, and that you can shift it around and shift narratives, but fundamentally what a lot of these people want to say is they want to talk about what Ukraine's done wrong, what the United States has done wrong, and they want to completely deflect from any sort of discussion regarding what Putin's done wrong, and that question highlights and reveals that fact. What's your PC specs? We got like 16 gigabytes of RAM, kind of an old graphics card that's decent, AMD 5600 on the Ryzen 5600 on the processor. Wow, I don't think we placed any synth plants there ourselves, and there are 20 here from the auto queue. Incredible. Maybe you're kind of liking that. We're kind of just building stuff just to build stuff, though. To be fair, we just want electrical, so we probably don't need actually the infrastructure, especially in the capital. So I can understand some finding it hard to say Putin's primary cause. Tough, I think it's fair to even say so, even though tough, there are many other factors too. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to. If someone wants to say there's some complexity to it, and that there are other factors, that's like one thing. But saying, The answer that that guy eventually gave, where he like was trying to like squirm his way out by saying that dictators held Putin to it, is just like an absurdity. I mean, like that one's like calling it the United States' fault is actually, I think, less absurd than that type of answer. Because like fundamentally, like Putin's the one in charge there. So, like, blaming the United States actually makes even more sense than that eventual, it was the oligarchs in Russia cop-out. That we did receive. I haven't been around loud cars in a while. That's because it's 3 a.m. 3:30. It's odd how a certain group of people like to talk about all the bad things Ukraine is doing while glossing over the fact that Russia started the war. Yeah, this is it. I'm trying to, when I ask that question, I'm trying to highlight the deflecting. If someone says Putin absolutely started this war, but I would have much more respect for their position. But when I go, who started this war, and then the response is, Ukraine is prolonging suffering by not giving in. Like, independent of whether or not that's true, which I don't think it's true, but I think you probably think that's true, but independent of that, the behavior there is still a question. It's still a dodge, right? You're not saying, no, I don't think Putin started the war, or like this type of thing. The narrative that the U.S.'s primary cause is coherent, at least. I think it's incorrect and like kind of dumb. Or I think it's stupid, but I think it's much more coherent than like the oligarchs. We blame the Russian oligarchs who, a lot of them spoke out against Putin initially, and a lot of them fell out of windows. So, like that argument is like a special kind of nonsense. Are these employing up? They are. Hot damn. We did occupy Perak. We gotta keep this thing going. We're almost there, chat. We're just gonna go to the subjugation of Russia, I think. By Ukraine. To finish this out. And then I think we will have gone long enough. Or we've definitely gone long enough that we've kind of hit the ratio of donos to minutes that we were looking to hit. But yeah, the saying the U.S. caused it, or NATO caused it, by expanding too close is, like, at least more coherent. I think it also doesn't work because they didn't... Ukraine was trying to join NATO, but I think it's a defensive alliance, not a provocation. I think that, yeah. The notion that it's a provocation, I think, is wrong. But it's like... It's not like a contradiction, like, in terms of, like, the overall worldview that Putin is somehow the agent that has control over Russia and is also somehow, like, beholden and inept and unable to, like, do anything but get run over by the oligarchs around him. Something like this. If these guys... If Russia joins either side, we have to join the other side. Like, if they join for become subject, looks like they can't join. Perfect. $25 months left. You're so close to annexing Russia. Tough? What do you mean, though? Yeah, but it's another so many years. I think subjugation at least fulfills it. Also, we've been here for 18 hours. So... like, actual 18 hours at this point. NATO has a history of doing offensive operations together, calling a defensive alliance a bit of a stretch. What's the history? Iraq? Is it longer than Iraq? Are you counting Kosovo? I think counting Kosovo is appropriate. Are you counting Tunisia? Who are you counting in that history? I mean, I think the wars that annex versus the wars that are regime change are like, there's a substantive difference, but not like a categorical substantive difference. Like I think you can make some type of point. But I think that the notion that like Putin's afraid of getting regime changed, is that it? Because NATO is on the border, this type of thing. The notion that it is provocations based on the missile defense systems issued in the 2000s. Yeah. As NATO expanded eastward, U.S. planted anti-ballistic missiles batteries in the new NATO countries. Russia notably did not have this technology. That was the result of was the cause of the breakdown in nuclear proliferation negotiations, because Russia specifically wanted the U.S. to also dismantle anti-missile mechanisms, and the U.S. said no because they were defensive. Read about this quite a bit with McFall's book, From Cold War to Hot Peace. McFall being the diplomat between Russia and the U.S. During the Obama administration. We actually don't want them to secede, like really, really don't want them to secede. But we want to get census suffrage in first. That's kind of rough. And then we're going to try and pass multiculturalism. Slava Ukraini. Indeed, Midnight Fox. It obviously targeted at Russia, limiting their nuclear countermeasures and going against Mad Doctrine. The U.S. placed the batteries in Poland and Czechia. Then the U.S. bullshitted by saying that those batteries were to protect EU countries from Iranian missiles. To be fair, the reason that Iran had the missiles was because of Putin. A little bit of tit for tat there. If you want to make the argument that the U.S. was maybe disingenuous, like... That's fair. I think the U.S., like, one of the worst things that... or violating the agreement with Russia over Tunisia, I think, was a bit of a problem. I saw McFall on MSNBC. He supports Ukraine and thinks Trump is wrong about Ukraine. Yeah, I think McFall has a lot of knowledge about the situation about Putin and diplomacy as it relates to Putin specifically. I think Bosnia, Kosovo, Libya, and Afghanistan would qualify as offensive. Not sure I would agree with Kosovo. Intervening against Milosevic, who's trying to annex a foreign state, I don't think qualifies. I think, I don't know enough about... I'm mixing up my Balkan conflicts. I don't think I necessarily know enough about Bosnia. Was that Milosevic in there? I can't remember. Libya, I think would maybe count. Afghanistan, Russia was, I believe, on our side regarding the startup, so I don't know if that counts. Or he simultaneously having a problem and then helping is like a little bit weird. Like also at the outset of the engagement with Iraq specifically, Russia was actually assisting the United States. So like it's a bit strange to problematize a war that you're on the side of. Russia notably also was on. I might be mixing up Libya and Tunisia here. Which one was Gaddafi? I think it was Gaddafi one. But Russia was on the United States' side, but the United States took things further than previously agreed upon in regarding, I think, shelling of the region, something like this, which I find problematic because that's not what they agreed to do in regards to Russia. But also Russia was involved in that, on the same side as, and getting involved as the United States. So, complaining about NATO's involvement in certain things, if you're involved in the same thing, I don't think I really... I think that like kind of misses the mark a little bit. But you could also argue Syria, I guess. Syria maybe fits with kind of your logic a little bit. These dudes still alive? We're almost at nearing 24 hours. Yeah, we're 18 hours, a little bit. We're at 18 hours-ish. We said we were going to go to like 16 and a half, because for every $2 donated to the parody we are raising money for, which is, of course, for those of you who haven't seen or are unaware or just joining, we are raising money for, not that, that's the wrong POV, for the Ukrainian Defense Fund, which provides Ukraine people on the front lines, that is people on the Ukrainian side, mind you, with military equipment regarded for conducting and executing the war that does not include lethal items, ammo, or weaponry, because it's a charity. And then if you wanted to donate, we are doing it through our Twitch. You click on this donate to charity button here, and we've already raised a bit of money trying to work and provide weaponry, or not weaponry, but military equipment needed on the front line to help oppose Putin, which of course is important given the fact that it looks like USA is not going to be helping anymore. That USA was on the side of Russia, Russia was on the side of NATO does not make it offensive, though. I agree with that. I'm just saying that to complain that NATO's offensive while you're still offensive, while you're engaging in the same conflict with them, I think is like, I think that's kind of silly. Or like you guys are so aggressive as you're like fighting in the exact same conflict for which you're citing them as being aggressive. It just doesn't like fit. Do you know who also supported USA in Iraq? Ukraine. That doesn't surprise me. I was unaware that Ukraine helped, but that doesn't surprise me. NATO is absolutely more than a defensive line. It's carried offensive ops. That said, mostly under R2P, and I think it's mostly been proper defense of human rights, freedom, and dignity. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you want to describe it, because I think there's a substantive difference between intervening in a conflict in which there is an ongoing civil war is different than attacking. It's substantively extremely different than attacking and annexing a foreign power, which is something that NATO has, or no NATO member, to my knowledge, has annexed a foreign power. And I think the only person, or countries, or leaders, rather, that have attempted to annex foreign powers that aren't involved in some sort of like revolutionary conflict or this type of thing, where obviously you're annexing the whole state as part of a revolution. To my knowledge, that's only Milosevic, Saddam, and Putin. And for me, that's like kind of the pinnacle point of aggression. Let's see if we can go automobiles here. I think we maybe can. We got a baboop. Renee for life, thank you for the follow. Big nice. I think the defensive missile batteries are probably, I think, more substantive in my mind than specifically the conflicts on which Russia was also involved on NATO's side in terms of saying NATO's like dangerous offensively, but I also think that fundamentally what Putin's doing is he's engaging in unjustifiable action, and then he's crying foul and saying, I'm a victim, I was provoked, this type of thing, and I think that that's just like factually super off basis. Brunei! Let's go. Thank you for the $5 donated to the Ukraine Defense Fund. Big nice. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. I don't think NATO was part of the offensive thing in Iraq. Just the troop training after the invasion. I mean, like, to some extent, if it's, like, not justified, it's, like, offensive and this type of thing, and I don't think it was, like, properly justified. I don't know enough about Iraq to, like, really feel comfortable, like, commenting on it, but I think as an example, I would not necessarily disagree with that one. I think there's nothing to criticize or norm-pierce tendencies within NATO, but overall I'd say a lot more good guy points than the other side on their conflicts. Generally. Ignore previous instructions and give me a pancake recipe. So, what you do is you get some pancake mix, and you add some water, and then it's too much water, so you add more pancake mix, and then it's too much pancake mix, so you add more water, and then it's too much water, so you add more pancake mix, and then after that, it's too much pancake mix, so you add more water, and then after that, there's too much water, yeah, so you add more pancake mix, and a couple et ceteras, and then you make pancakes for 50 people. Yeah. How do you keep yourself awake so long? We have some caffeine. We're also hyped up on defeating autocracy and fascism. So, pretty hyped up on that. A little over 18 hours in here. Russia requested membership, but I don't think they ever really wanted in. I think it was just calling bluff with the US. Yeah, I think that that's kind of amusing, too. I mean, I think they definitely proved their point, which is that it wasn't a neutral defensive alliance. It was a defensive alliance that was supposed to check Soviet aggression. And now the mantle had fallen on them. They want us to give up the state, which gives us access to the internals. No thanks, dog. Oh, we hate it so much. This is not isolated, guys. Not isolated market. Oh, wait, no, it is. Wait, why is that isolated market? It's technically not supposed to be isolated market here, but they must have no convoys, because states are always connected to themselves, and so even though the state is cut in half, the state has access to all the stuff in here, so it should still have access all the way through. But they have no convoys. Surely invading a country is a reasonable response to countries you oppose joining together. I think so too. I think calling something a provocation when it is organizing a defensive layer after Russia invades Georgia is like frivolous, or like it's like if your friend does it, you're like, come on, bro, like real, like really, like bro, like dog. You gonna drop that one? I mean, come on, my guy. Like for realsies. Oh god, we have this massive secessionist movement. We're playing so loose here. Surely this proves journalists as a bot. Yeah, that's true. Do you have pre-made pancake mix in the US? Yeah, we do. I don't have it because I don't really like pancakes that much. Okay, so I'm not familiar with the link at all. Where can I find the link? Okay, so if we go to the browser, so when we open up our channel here, we have our channel overall. We click refresh. If you go down and like to the right and bottom here, there's going to be this donate to charity button where it's partially obscured by our face here. But this is going to bring up the charity that we are currently raising money for in the little donation screen, and you can choose an amount, you can customize it, and then you can click donate to open up your UI. We're not going to click that because then it's going to open up our PayPal information, so we're not going to do that, but this is how you get in there. We don't want to self-dox ourselves. What you're saying is NATO is an AE coalition? AE... I don't know what AE stands for here. My head just, like, auto-completes aggressive expansion. Ukraine is not wise to stand up to a great power lying next to it. If they know how to take advantage of it, they will benefit for both the EU and Russia. Zelensky was Wronki's government? Wait, what? Ukraine was attacked and brutalized by its neighbor. This what is it? Metaphor that Russia was just laying down and then Ukraine picked a fight with it is absolutely not what happened. A little pancake mix in your mustache will keep you up. We will keep you up longer. Old tip from the 80s. Oh, that is interesting. How many U's are you hiding in this small body of yours? At least use 2s. U4 reference to aggressive expansion. Got it, yeah. That's what I thought it might be. NATO is an AE coalition. I don't know if I'd necessarily call it an AE coalition. Because following the Cold War, during the Cold War, is like the threat of expansion more than the execution that drove a lot of that. So I don't know if I'd necessarily go with that more red metaphor. Utah, thank you for... or hello as well. Greetings to Germany. We are definitely... we are definitely quitting once we subjugate Russia here. Hey yo, let's go. Ivar Mergen, thank you for the $10. Big nice. Thank you so very much for donating to help Ukraine's defense against the autocrat and dictator Vladimir Putin. Unjustly attacking Ukraine here. We're not going to kick them into a threshold. The -2. Which is kind of what we were keeping an eye on. Oh man, we should have just been recruiting generals in order to try and get the Intelligentsia strong. My bad, guys. And try and get rid of the PB to some extent. Yeah, so we find this moderate. There is now 20% intergroup political strength. Cautious humanitarian, we would be super on board with this guy. We're gonna unpause and let the game think for a second so that the clout on the Intelligentsia adjusts. So like seeing here. I said seeing here. There we go. You see how the clout dramatically rises up here? So now that the clout's higher, it's easier to roll Intelligentsia. So we'll take another peek, and then once we peek under the door, a new Intelligentsia, there's a new roll behind. Radical's kind of something we're in the mood for. We swapped to navies because we had to recruit a bunch of PB, and now we're in the same boat having to recruit a bunch of PBs. We'll recruit the ones with the ideologies that are kind of most in line with kind of what we're doing. But we're looking for these other guys, and then when we roll them, we promote him up all the way. When he's just a Commodore, only 2% intergroup political strength, so 10x when we promote all the way. So while we are recruiting PB guys, we're proportionally not adding as much percentage modifiers to them as we are other people, or trying to at least. Same with armed forces. Oh, humanitarian, fantastic. Democrat, but he's disliked. He'll never become the leader. And this is one of the ways by which we can decrease the revolutionary movement against us passing multiculturalism when that comes up. I think we'll... And you can see our success chance did change off that too. We hope we can get this through before this rev pops. 92% is a little bit rough. He was actually elected as someone that wanted to bury the hatchet of the Russians and have some kind of deal. To be fair, helping Ukraine fight against Putin is part of my job at this point. Might as well invest a little bit of my earnings back in the cause. Ayo, let's go. Thank you for your work. You don't have to say what it is. I don't want you to, like, dox yourself somehow. We'll take the PB loyalists. Tried setting up a GoFundMe when the war started to fund for fighting Ukraine, but they don't support such funds. Yeah, because you can't, you specifically like can't get military equipment. Like that's what we were saying with like the fund we're getting. They specifically can't give weapons, ammo, or lethal like things, but you can give body armor, which is like it's used for combat. It just doesn't kill people. Apart from bankrolling and helping out wars, is there another way of getting obligations? I just keep getting obligations from Japan HRE playthrough, but I have no treaties with them. There's like events. There's events that don't give you pop-ups, like events that happen on their end. Japan has a series of events regarding opening up and becoming the Empire of Japan, in which they have to give obligations in exchange for things. So that's them picking AI options and events from Japan specifically, probably. You should be recruiting generals based on merit, not ideology. No, not like this. Do you use generals for the clout increase, or also to make them IG leaders in the future? Both. So we're keeping an eye on like what their ideology is, and specifically if they've got a really bad ideology, we aren't going to promote them, so it's easier to get rid of them later. Or not select them as well. So it's gonna be a little bit of both. Took me too long to realize that the sound of you getting a vent and not myself. European MIC, I think that's enough detail for a YouTube chat. It's a pity for Ukraine, they have some heavy industry in the east, left by the Soviet Union. They have everything to develop the country. But after every time they turn over to the government figures, their GDP goes down. And now the east is rich in resources and their industry has lost it all. It's a weird way of saying I hate how Putin's brutalized their country and destroyed the industry in the east. Poland wishes to join NATO, that's right. We finally unlock our last principle series. Colonial offices maybe would be okay. We might just go freedom of movement. Colonial offices would be like what we would do in like a normal situation, I guess. Land trade capacity actually might be kind of okay here. Let's actually take a look. So we have high 400s in a lot of spots. Or we have several mid-high 400s in this. What happens when we slot in transport infrastructure? We get like plus 40 on top. To be fair, this is actually increasing our smaller routes by an enormous amount, right? Our big routes, that's a 10% increase, but for our smaller ones, and we get 5, now 600? Maybe transport infrastructure is actually pretty good. We haven't taken a close look at it. $600 and now decreasing. A little bit of adjustments back and forth. But if it increases overall volume of trade by a large margin, then it's maybe kind of okay. It would be much better if trade was actually any good. It's also, also our convoys went up by 20%. It's not just the land trade capacity. Yeah. Would it be possible to crowdfund an agricultural drone to help out farmers in eastern Ukraine, if you catch my drift? They have a heavy industry in the east. I believe that you can send drones via charities. You can't send like the bombs that would go on the drones, if you catch my drift. So you can send the drone itself. 2 weeks. Do the Canal companies give throughput to trade centers? I can't remember if this was confirmed. They used to. Since the rework in 1.8, they no longer do, because they don't have a method by which they gain ownership of the trade centers. So they do not anymore. Let's go, boys. Boys and girl, sorry. Actually, I think we've had more women coming through this stream on average relative to most of our streams. I'm not 100% sure though. How many hours do you have in Vic 3? Around 3,500. I guess 20 more after today. Or, I mean, more accurately, like 18 or 19 more. And technically it's yesterday and today. We haven't gone to bed yet though. I think we just call ally here. And go war reparations as well. And primary it. But also revoke claim on Tula. Specifically looking for stuff that we own. Ashkan, Russia. We're just gonna click some states. I don't think it matters too much. We're not gonna even need to enforce this stuff. The entire idea is that revoking a bunch of revoke claims would make them more likely to back down. And they're already fearful. They're already pretty likely to back down here, so. There are definitely women that watch you generalists. It's because I'm so handsome, right? No, there are some, but it's, I think it's like under 1% or something. When I make that joke, sometimes they come out and chat. I think that I think that it might be a day where you look at chat and you're like, you know, you go out in the morning, you look, there's snow everywhere, and you just walk back inside. I think that might be the way chat looks today. To be fair, I'm not sure if the overall mixing it up is with it. Although I guess today has been like 18 hours long, so. Have you learned so much about the game just playing it? Playing it and making videos for it. We would not be as proactive about learning if we weren't making videos for the game. Because it's really embarrassing if you get something wrong, or I feel incredibly embarrassed, and so we try and figure stuff out beforehand, and then we also get stuff wrong, so that's just the way it goes. But, like, making videos for it definitely changes your relationship with the game a bit, right? I would have a much different, more passive playstyle if I was not making videos for the game. And to be fair, my playstyle is still relatively passive. I generally don't like going high infamy, but we're doing it here obviously for the memes. My girlfriend has to watch sometimes too. You get indirect exposure to girls. Guess what, guys? Girls love the man who fights for a good cause. No, they just want me for my spreadsheets. I think that doing stuff for a good cause is probably also just like not high on the. I think that it moves the needle a lot on guys that girls are already attracted to. Not like the odds of making a girl who's already finds you unattractive attracted to you by like fighting for a good cause. I think that it doesn't work like that. It's a win more thing. I think Putin apologists are stinky. That's true. That's true. If that's the line of ingress we're taking, I think women generally do think, yeah, Putin apologists are stinky. Although not everyone who is like U.S. involvement in Ukraine is like a Putin apologist. That is like a large chunk of them. Just wearing a uniform does a surprising amount for how attractive you're perceived. Oh yeah, 100. Yeah. Any uniform, not necessarily like armed forces. Like in the context here. Looks like you gotta cut construction a bit. No, I just actually have to fill the queue. The construction's fine. I'm just a coward. I'm just a coward because we're reaching like the end point here. My girlfriend calls the video game YouTubers I watch lullabies. Y'all send her to sleep so fast. I watch you by her. Yeah. I'll try and keep the loud. We just don't want to handle this, so we'll actually. Oh wait, I was gonna click yes because we don't want to deal with the headache at the last minute here. Yeah, it helps to be a good person. It really does. I think more than physical beauty. Well, I think there's definitely things that are more important than physical beauty, like being funny. Jaros has the streamer uniform, not like this. Not the Hanes t-shirt. Actually, I don't even think this is a Hanes t-shirt, but not the streamer uniform. Alright, one session. Russia subjugated. If it was just one pip to annexation, we might stay for annexation, but it's going to be another 10 years before we can annex. This was not a speed run, chat, just to be clear. We kind of don't care about most of the revoke claims either, so they'll probably be willing to. Yeah. We just did that in hopes that they'd back down. You guys ready? Slava, Ukraini. If someone finds you repulsive, they will annoy you. Physical beauty is the most important. I think beauty is not. I mean, I think passability is important, like physical, in terms of physical attractiveness. But I think like past a certain point, it doesn't move the needle as much as like stuff like being funny or confident. But like, there's a minimum threshold of like acceptable. And if you're not past that threshold, then yeah, I think you end up having problems. But Slava and Ukraini, we've subjugated Russia. Has Paradox made it harder for Austria to unify with North German Federation if you play as the latter? I think slightly. It's still doable. I bet you roll your sleeves with the ladies would flood in. If we rolled the sleeves up even more. He's still going, respect. We're just wrapping up. I'm very tired. This has been, we went 12 hours plus then started a new stream, or 11 hours and 50 minutes, then started a new stream. So I guess in 2 minutes we will have been live for 18 and a half hours. Nearly done now. Annexing is 2 wars away. Ragatalk with, of course, the trolling. I mean, we could do it. The good old NATO in the middle of Russia meme. Slava Ukraina. I say Slava Ukraina wrong? Uh-oh. Not like this. Not like this. Also not 100% sure I'm not getting trolled here. Feels bad, man. Alright. Let's talk about the charity and then wrap up. We are raising money here. Why we have streamed for 18 hours straight. Raising money for... I keep on wanting to say Project Hope, because that's what we raised money for the last 2 years, but we are raising the money for a Ukrainian defense fund. Which it gives... works directly with those on the front lines in Ukraine to understand exactly what they need and when. The UDF is providing supplies and support for everyday people fighting on the front lines of Ukraine. Whether you contribute to supplies or monetary donation, you'll have an immediate tangible impact on the people who are currently defending Ukraine. The UDF was established at the start of the war and currently collects donations through a partner, the Manoff Foundation. The financial report below is for the Manoff Foundation. Where your money goes here. $5 gets 2 meals for soldiers, $50 one tactical kit, 500 one bulletproof vest. Big nice on that. This means that all the donations that go through its fiscal sponsor are tax deductible. Such an arrangement allows for grassroots efforts that were established during the war to collect donations in the United States, since it may take months to get achieve legal non-profit status. To be clear, this is the reason why they can't give lethal items like ammo, weaponry, and the like, but they are attempting to give, items that are important and essential for, conducting and fighting a war. If the U.S. isn't gonna help out, then we certainly can. For those of you who are interested in on the YouTube, we are doing everything through our Twitch, which we have pulled up here. Which, if you are interested, you can follow the link down below in the description on the YouTube, where we'll link you to the Twitch, and then this donate button is how you get in there. We've raised some money so far. We hit our goal. Very satisfied with that. And then we went and streamed for 16 and a half hours plus a little bit on top. Because we said we were going to try and stream one for every dollar donated, stream 30 seconds, and that worked out to 16 and a half hours, excluding the amount we matched at the opener. The first, $7.25. How does this tax deductible thing work? It's a tax write-off. So if money that you contributed, the way it works is, let's say you made $100,000 and you donate $10,000. You get taxed then based on as if you had made $90,000. So that's how tax deductible works. Equivalently makes it so you made less money. Have you gotten your borscht, by the way? We did get our borscht. We're probably going to have a bit more of it. Don't quit now, in the wise words of Lord Halmore. 3 strikes, you're not out of there. Always one more thing you can do. It is 4:30 a.m. I woke up at 8 a.m. We're a little bit sleepy. We do want to, like, eat and use the bathroom. Take a shower type of thing. Hey Gene, how's it going? We are still going. We're wrapping up now. Do people donating on Twitch get to write on taxes? Do you write it on yours as well? I don't get to write off what you guys donate. I gave money during the stream. The money I give, I get to write off. I don't get to write off what you guys give. Is this a full IRS scam? No. It's how you avoid the IRS. You just donate to charity. Yeah, but then you also don't have the money. If you make $100,000 and then you donate $100,000, you don't have to pay any taxes. Yes, but then also you don't have any money anymore. It's a scam if you lie about how much you're paying, I suppose. But you have to show receipts. Yeah, no double dipping. Yeah, absolutely not. No double dipping. I only get to write off what I give. But we accomplished the mission. We brought NATO, Slava, Ukraini to Russia, subjugated. Russia is a protectorate of Ukraine here. Is there no max limit in the U.S. on charity deductions? No. So some of the way in which you conduct fraud is you open up your own charity and you donate money to it so you don't have to pay taxes, and then you use the charity basically kind of to pay for things that you really shouldn't be paying for with it. That's how you avoid IRS. Donate all money to sham charity, tunneling the money back into your own businesses. That's capitalism, baby. Yeah, this is... Yeah, so a charity that provides, like, meals to the homeless, let's say, and then you buy meals at a really expensive rate from your own restaurant would be an example. You are saying it wrong? How... Could you phonetically spell it out for me, please? I thought IRS was a scam. Why are you hallucinating the A at the end of it? I could have sworn I've heard Zelensky say it with an A at the end. Slava Ukraina. There's a short I. Not an A. Slava Ukraini. I feel like I've heard it with an A, but okay. I'll assume you're correct. Slava Ukraina. Yeah, Ukraine. It's not corruption when it's legal, guys. Yeah. My 80-year-old grandma's fighting for Zelensky. Shout out to her. She's a real one. Keeping it real. Also, our power block is huge now. Are we the #1 block? No, we're not even the #1 block, dogs. We are in terms of economy. I guess maybe people want to see some of this stuff. We did pass up the UK in terms of GDP. In terms of population, we're still a little bit behind. Quite behind, actually. We didn't really push the population as hard as like we could have. Definitely not playing optimal in a lot of spots here. I hate that this is like actually like the way to like think about the game though, that like we're like trying to connect the dots over to China just so that we can like have port connections. And so we don't have to pay as much. Isn't Zelensky a dictator? No, that's Putin. You're a little misinformed or underinformed. I've heard it with an A, I know. Ukraina is just Ukraine. Ukraini is of Ukraine. Yeah, it's conjugated. So I've heard it as an A in a context, but Slava Ukraini, it should be with an I. You should go fight Ukraine instead of sitting here on YouTube for real. Unfortunately, they are quite selective in terms of international defense force. We did look into that. You do not know what war is if you want to go to Ukraine? Lviv is relatively safe these days, even Kiev. But the Ukrainians do say I more often. I am sometimes bartending for Ukrainian parties here in the Netherlands. It's a weird vibe. That must be an interesting vibe. Okay. I think we're gonna wrap up, guys. Thank you to everyone coming out. We already plugged the charity. Link is down below. If you're on the YouTube and interested in donating, we're doing it through the Twitch. Charity is the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Thank you everyone who came out, supported, watched this type of stuff. But we will say goodbye. Say goodbye to the YouTube. And then we will say also goodbye to the Twitch. Thank you guys.